What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Back at it again, boys. Welcome in, welcome in. Of course, the boys are back in town. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, fellers? Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen. You might have noticed by today's prompt, today's title of the stream is called The House and Family of Wilson. You know what I'm saying? It comes from the House and Family of Windsor, the royal family in England, you know what I'm saying? Let's start the show with a little bit of a taste, a little bit of a teaser. You know what I'm saying? What kind of shenanigans are we getting into, Mr. Leprechaun? Well, let me give you a little bit of a taste, ladies and gentlemen.
Logic, right?
I've already answered that question multiple times. I'm trying to get off this podcast.
Well, I mean, be a good sport. The people sent in some super chats.
There's no such thing as a law of logic. How's that?
Are you serious?
The law of logic. That's a good one.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Logic, right?
She actually said that shit.
It's very offensive because basically if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
William said that bitch is blind as a bat. And that is true, folks. She literally said there is no such thing as logic. William's right as well. We gotta make sure that, like, this bitch is goofy because we know the three laws of logic.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the three laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the three laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the three
statement?
laws of logic? There's three. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the three laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
You know what I'm saying? Like, apparently none of that shit exists. Like, we're not able to identify anything. Nah, that's just your opinion, bro. First law of logic is just your opinion, bro. What the fuck's going on here? You know what I'm saying? And the whole thing of, like, with Andrew and Easy's there to teach us the laws of logic. But Andrew's there as well. He's saying anything else. There is something else, Mr. Wilson.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told me that
Yeah. Yeah, so we studied the epistles, and this bitch on the right here, like, she is literally just the same bitch, different hairstyle. Like, I know she's like different name, different person, all this kind of shit, but fundamentally speaking, in terms of logical argumentation, completely whack. But ladies and gentlemen, like I said, the title of the stream is called The House and Family of Wilson. This is a royalty. We got to kickstart it with our boy Andrew. Andrew lists out a problem with us. We made it a premium meme because it's so damn good.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
We were saying blind as a bat. Exactly. we got to play it twice. The first time was so nice, we just had to do it
It's very
twice.
offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. She just denied laws of logic existing, bro. I do not see with my eye. I see with my mind. He who sees with his eye has forgotten the face of his father. You know what I'm saying? And trust me, fellas, this bitch is blind as a bat. Also, yeah, the PayPal, Ko-Fi, basically YouTube, and we done the maths there the other day, and basically all the YouTube stuff is like half. You know what I'm saying? Or next near, might as well be half. So we've been working on a few things for the Wheel of Madness, incentivize the Ko-Fi and PayPal more. Shout out to Jack as well, becoming a member. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Let me give you a quick money clip for that one before we get into it. Appreciate you kindly, Jack. Also, just remind you, opening the panel won't be an option this stream. Like I said, I've been working on the donut goal to try and automate and all this kind of stuff, so it automatically updates after we cross 50 and 100, and then I think it stops after 200. That's for the general things. In terms of the film room, they're strictly non-open panel. This is kind of like more so you boys gotta preach a thing or two or slow things down and kind of like highlight a thing or two. And like I said, this debate is a key thing of what I've been saying. Gentlemen, how would you filter out these bitches on the right? These bitches, these blind bitches. She's going to be referring to as the blind bitch for the rest of the stream. How would you filter out the blind bitches? You know what I mean? Well, we got Rachel Wilson here to show us how to do it, gentlemen.
Without further ado, I am joined today by Rachel Wilson. She is the wife of Andrew Wilson. She is a mother of 5 children, as well as author of the best-selling book, Occult Feminism. Also joining us today is Driana Sixto. She's a political analyst and commentator, as well as Spanish media director for the Lincoln Media Foundation. She received bachelor's degrees in political science and international relations from Florida International University. You each get a 5-minute opening, about 5 minute, 5, 6, 7 minute opening statement each, and then we're going to head straight into opening conversation. And Rachel, you're going first with your opening statement. Go ahead.
All right. Well, thanks, Brian, for hosting this. Thanks, Driana, for coming. This is a debate I've wanted to have for a long time. It's very easy to debate like very woke leftist feminists and make them look kind of crazy. But I think that it's important that we have this discussion between women on the right as well, because I think we have a very serious problem in the media, especially with women who say they're right-wing, conservative, whatever kind of like term you want to use to say they're on that side of things. I think that just because you're not woke doesn't mean that you're conservative, and it doesn't mean that you're not feminist. So in Driana's first appearance, she said that she came to the podcast to help men and women like heal the divide and find a way to have good relationships again. She said she wants both parties to recognize what the other party brings to the table. So we'll talk about the table for sure. But I think her view and understanding of what feminism is, like most people, is based on propaganda, fallacious views of history through presentism, and just ignorance, which I don't blame her for. I'm not like calling her an ignorant person. She's a smart person. But most of us just haven't gotten the real story. We've heard a lot of things that we repeat and we don't really know why, and they're not exactly accurate. So I want to address some of that. I think that once I demonstrate that Driana actually holds a lot of more classical liberal egalitarian and therefore feminist views, what I predict is going to happen is she's probably going to want to obfuscate, do some stonewalling, and maybe even personal insults. Hopefully we don't have to go there. But I'm just going to keep redirecting it back to the topic and back to what we're here to discuss, which is feminism, especially among women on the right. Andrew calls them femcons, like feminist conservatives, but they're also kind of running a con, right? So Driana sees marriage more as a interpersonal legal contract, whereas my view of marriage is a lifelong sacramental religious commitment. So we're going to have some, trying to find some common ground to talk about marriage from those very different worldviews. But the problem with this is that, she made this assertion that she's a capitalist and that she's coming at this from a conservative capitalist view. But right out of the gate in your last appearance, we saw that that's not the case, because you said that you want things like prenuptial agreements, no-fault divorce, and the origins of no-fault divorce are Marxist in and of themselves. The first mention of such a thing was Frederick Engels, lifelong collaborator with Karl Marx, a revolutionary socialist. And then after he started to talk about marriage as this state contract, this no-fault divorce idea of what marriage could be, that was picked up by other people who then ran with it. The other problem that we have is this idea that women's unpaid domestic labor is capitalist, which was another assertion that you had that I would take issue with. That's another thing that is uniquely socialist and Marxist in its origins and in its nature. There were women like Marioso de la Costa and Selma James, whose work was adopted by socialist labor unions. They were the ones that came up with this idea of women's unpaid domestic labor in the home. And labor unions who wanted socialism ran with that because they thought it was a really good way to get women out of the home and into the workforce, where then the workers of the world could unite and we could get enough numbers on the socialist side to have a socialist revolution. So that is definitely not a capitalist position, that's a Marxist socialist position. And then you had this assertion to Andrew that people with prenuptial agreements get less divorce. And he argued that, okay, that could be correlated, but you can't prove that that's the cause or the reason. And I did a deep dive on that data, and he was absolutely correct. Instinctually, he didn't have data at the top of his head, but he knew that that was instinctually not causal. And when I dug into it, I in fact found that there are small like surveys they've done where it seems that people who have prenuptial agreements maybe have less divorce, but that's a selection bias issue, that people who have prenuptial agreements have higher incomes, they have more education. So there's nothing causal there saying a prenup is going to put you at less risk. It's more of a correlation. So I think there's just like a whole bunch of misunderstandings about this, and I'm super glad that we get to sit down and talk about this. The great Rush Limbaugh used to talk about the info babes at Fox News, the right-wing conservative media women, and say, hey, this is a problem because they're actually not conservative. They usually have a separate agenda for women. They usually have more of a classical liberal egalitarian view. And to me, that is feminist. I mean, feminism came out of the Great Enlightenment and the idea of egalitarianism, of trying to make everybody equal, social equality, social justice. So I'm happy to get into this and sort that out because I don't think it's a conversation we have enough.
And does that conclude your opening statement? Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead with your opening.
Now here basically Rachel just kind of gives you what would be the correct way of putting it, like a fundamental kind of like approach to coming into your opponent, where you're not making your argument an at home. You're doing kind of like two things here. It's like you have to make a case in terms of like why like this is the wrong path or whatever, but you also need to expose out like what like your opponent's going to do. And this is why I keep doing with like the first date troll topic and all this kind of shit. Keep reminding yourself of that, is because what's going to transpire here is this bitch on the right, the blind bitch, she's going to use all the right wing talking points to basically get her way. You know what I'm saying? She's going to use your system against you, all this kind of shit. Do you know what I mean? So like think of like the Sown Circle Christians, all this kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? And what Rachel was able to do is kind of say, it's like when you look at her ideologies and the reason why she says these certain things, it all comes from Engels, it comes from Marx, it comes from this whole like notion where it's like women need to put their bodies on the line and basically try to become like a man to prove their quote unquote worth, right? Whereas when you look at society, women have a very unique value, and that's like the same way that men say that they built the world, the women say they gave birth to the world. Do you know what I mean? In terms of like every single person was born by a woman. You know what I mean? So it's like that's the whole kind of like dynamic at play here. So when you're like talking to young women, why would you ever want to push that a life of like Nikola Tesla is like a noble life for a woman? You know what I mean? It's a lonely, miserable life, but he dedicated his mind to going to the ends of the universe or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever poetic way you want to kind of say it. You know what I mean? But in terms of like what we need in terms of modern day, we need women to start giving birth. And like this whole thing of like when you break down the whole life path, when women are most optimal of giving birth is the same time period where you're choosing you're like at third level education, college, university, all this kind of shit. And we're spending so much effort and time propaganda pushing women into making what would be a bad choice versus saying to them, listen, if yous went en masse out of the workforce, more men would have more money, more families, bigger population, better crack. You know what I mean? So in terms of this whole like boss babe mentality, all this kind of stuff, when you look at the root to it and the core to it, it's coming from a faulty place. And when you look at what you say you want to do in terms of modern day solutions, you're going against yourself in this. So why would you all of a sudden want to keep pushing a negative thing when realistically, when you look at the patriarchy, this whole aspect of the male's role, the cost to having that leadership is it is expected that you're going to put your body on the line if it comes to that, to protect your family in terms of the lineage, all this kind of shit. So that's why I do the whole first date thing, because it shows that in terms of the male mentality, it's a noble mentality. It's that like I'm paying for everything because when shit goes thing, it's going to be me up in front. You know what I mean? I'm going to be that dude. So then why would you say to women, okay, yeah, you're still going to give birth, but you also want to be the boss babe. So then what role does man have to have? You're doing everything. So then it makes males redundant. So it's against patriarchy. So you're saying you're for patriarchy, but you want a solution that's anti-patriarchy. And they, like I said, you're about to witness about 6 hours of her kind of saying, no, but no, and all this kind of shit. But she'll even deny logic at one stage. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable, Jeff.
Statement, please.
Absolutely. Hi, guys. Happy to be here again. So, for clarification, no, not a feminist in any way. For the first time in my life, I actually was called a feminist just a few weeks back when I was on the show by Rachel's husband. I'm pro-capitalism, pro-life. I'm pro-marriage, pro-children. I'm pro-Second Amendment, pro-small government. I am pro-U.S. Constitution, pro-homeschooling, and I believe taxation is theft. What I lovingly call repeal the 19th Rachel, and I disagree on, is that women have a right to vote and have equal rights under the law as men do. That's it. I am not here to argue in favor of feminism, and I really don't care about its history. My argument is that the root cause, like you mentioned, of most of our societal problems is the current disconnect between men and women, which has been encouraged by years by different entities, government entities, to divide and conquer us, put us at odds with one another. Not that women can finally vote. That's not what's causing it. And to help create a strong society with strong families, we need to bridge this gap, yes, between men and women and get both sides to understand the other's inherent value. I also live in reality. We are currently in a never-before-seen scenario in history, right? Unaffordability is the highest it's ever been. The gap between wages and home prices is the largest it's ever been. I believe that's by design to keep us, pissed off in a rat race, unable to reflect on really, who's behind all of this so that we can unite as a society and fight back against it. At the same time, women and men, well, women specifically, have relatively recently achieved true legal and financial equality in history. In fact, Gen X, like Rachel here, because I think it was 1980, which is the cutoff, is the first generation of women to live under true equality in the US, which was achieved with the Equal Credit Opportunity Act of 1974. Before that, women couldn't have credit nor get loans without a male cosigner, and that's only 52 years ago. So for the first time in modern history, women are not financially dependent on men to live. And I argue that we should extract the positive things out of this crazy situation that we're in. And that's that since men and women don't financially need each other anymore, they can choose to come together for reasons other than financial reasons, like the character of the person and, I don't know, love. Good, loyal, smart, capable, intelligent, emotionally intelligent men see it as their time to shine, right? Because it's not about the money anymore. It's about being kind, equally competent as an adult, equally responsible for adult responsibilities, especially if you want to have a family. And this is what most women want now, for those of you guys that are hearing this. For the first time, we all know that the economy is absolute shite right now, okay? And that raising a family on a single income is a luxury that most Americans can't afford. So instead of listening to women-hating manosphere podcasts that call you men specifically losers unless you're making $1 million a year, and that say women are materialistic or promiscuous and therefore, they're responsible for the loneliness epidemic, I suggest listening to people that don't make a living off of dividing the sexes, right, and making the problem worse, which I think is evil. And if we're trying to promote strong traditional family units, well, which I am, despite the economy, men need to become the kind of leaders that women can look up to, can trust, and can depend on. And it's in a woman's nature to look for these things in men for partnership, which means men cutting vices that keep you weak, addicted, and with a warped sense of reality when it comes to women, like pornography, which a majority of men consume, and I argue is the single largest contributor to the decay in relationships between the sexes. And I think afterwards, women will naturally want to look forward to relationships with men more. Because why would a woman marry a man that watches porn and thinks it's okay to do that while in a relationship, which in my book is emotional cheating? Or why would she marry a man that wants her to work and split bills, which I understand is the reality of most Americans, but then isn't equally competent or responsible partner when it comes to household duties or raising children? It just sounds like an irrational deal. Or worse, why would a woman want to give children to men who think being a stay-at-home mom has no inherent value? It's just what women are supposed to do, when raising kids right is the pillar of a strong society, and the market value of what a stay-at-home mom does is extremely high. Or worse, nowadays there's men that say women that do want to be stay-at-home wives means that they're gold diggers, when nobody ever called grandma or great-grandma a gold digger for being a homemaker her entire life, right? So the solution to our modern problems is in telling women that they shouldn't be allowed to vote or have financial independence, which is just a stupid, sexist, losing message for the right. But to make sure that men and women value the opposite sex and what they contribute to society. And the onus is on men to hold themselves accountable and become men worthy of leading a family. Because women can't and shouldn't trust men or follow men that let vices or urges control them. And without strong men, women have had to step into their masculine energy and fill that void. And that's the problem we face, not that women have rights, right? And if you disagree with basic human rights for women, then I suggest never to be a hypocrite and take a one-way trip to Iran where women don't have rights and can't vote, right? Just like I'd recommend communists here in the US to take a one-way flight to Cuba if they don't like it here so much. That's my closing statement. Well, opening statement.
Yeah. No, it's like, what kind of woman would want to marry a man? Blah, 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 blah. What kind of man would want to marry a woman that would take her clothes off for attention? Do you know what I mean? Like, can we talk about that? Can we talk about that? You know what I'm saying? Because if you're saying that you want to be financially independent, how the fuck, if a family is a unit, you know what I'm saying? It's not a bunch of independents. The fuck's going on? You see what Rachel was talking about, where it's like you're saying that you're conservative, but you're really a fucking feminist using conservative language. You're just speaking conservatism, but you're really a feminist. You know what I mean? And look at her with the big smile, thinking, "Oh yeah, I've got you all fooled." Not today, bitch. You know what I'm saying? Detective Yaki's on the case. I know it's called the film room, but this is basically a Mystery Van Falls, motherfuckers. Okay? I should have played this music. You know what I'm saying? We on the case, motherfuckers. This bitch ain't getting away with shit. Right? We ain't doing nothing. None of that shit today.
Okay. Would either of you like to respond to anything you've heard there? Or?
Well, I think let's start with what do you think feminism is? And then I'll tell you what I think feminism is.
So I don't really care because so many people have different definitions.
I don't
only
care.
care about two things, which is women voting and women having financial independence. That's it. I'm not here to argue for feminism in any other way. Just a woman's right to
Welcome
vote
in, Mango.
and a
Pull up a
woman's
chair.
equal financial rights and opportunities as men. So egalitarian rights.
Okay.
That's it.
So almost everything that you stated as your values and the things you care about here and in your opening are actually classical liberal positions. They are not conservative positions. Are you aware of that?
Explain which ones.
So saying egalitarianism, that was part of the French Revolution, the ethos, liberty, equality, fraternity. That's a revolutionary classical liberal idea. It's not a right-wing conservative idea.
I don't care about. So this might be a short, debate. Who
Well, you
knows?
said you were a conservative,
yes.
so.
Again, the only argument I'm making is that all citizens have inherent values. Doesn't matter the sex, doesn't matter the gender, doesn't matter the nationality, ethnicity, or anything.
not equal, though.
I want you to make me an argument why you think that that shouldn't be the case, why women should be held
So you said
not have the same
if
rights.
you don't like America, you can leave, right?
Yeah.
If you don't
You
think
can-
America's the best, you can leave. We care about American foundational values,
Western
right?
values.
Okay, well, you said America, but let's just say Western. Okay, are you aware that this country was not founded on the idea of universal suffrage? That's a new progressive idea.
I know that it was not originally working that way, but the U.S. Constitution and the idea
Constitution.
of the United States absolutely saw us all as equals. And then throughout the years, we had to super
Bro, oh my
specifically
God,
define
Rachel.
it because, it wasn't put.
You just gotta jab it straight in, right? Just go straight Socrates, right? I highly suggest that everyone read up on our boy Socrates. You know what I'm saying? One might say he's the foundation of the Tylenol Brotherhood. Anyways, you need to jab it straight in. This whole egalitarian thing, how you cut that bollocks out is say, okay, is there a difference between intelligence and ignorance? And then you say, yeah, that's clear. And do we value intelligence? Yes, we value intelligence. Okay. Right. That means intelligence is better than ignorance. Right. Once you have them in that bind, you then say, which is rarer, intelligence or ignorance? And they have to conclude that ignorance is far more common than intelligence. Ergo, this foolish, childish notion that we're all equal and all this kind of shit, let's contradict each other. It makes no sense. Bullshit. Throw it out of your head. Propaganda. I know that might upset, some people might get in their fifis about that shit, but that's how you just basically go straight in from the debate, jab it in, twist it, and say, yeah, so this whole egalitarianism bullshit. So now try to justify why all women should vote. Bullshit. Also, letting you all know the timer. We are doing 2 hours because it is Rachel. You know what I'm saying? Got to show a bit of respect to the Wilson family. You know what I'm saying? Said redirect everyone's attention. The title of the stream is The House and Family of Wilson. A bit of kind of play on words with the whole House and Family of Windsor. You know, the royal family in England. I see potential. I see potential, folks. But we need $10 to avoid the grift break. We got about an hour and a half left, folks. Just to remind you, please use the Ko-Fi PayPal because Apple and YouTube take over 50%.
That blatant from the beginning of time. But it's there in the Constitution that we all have inherent rights from God as equal
Constitution.
human beings.
That's funny because it took until the progressive era to pass the 19th Amendment, which was a progressive piece of legislation. It was not conservative. So all I'm trying to do is say, please don't use the label conservative if you're actually a classical liberal. So let's just get that straight. All of your positions are classical liberal positions. And you're doing what a lot of MAGA babes do. They're like, I like Trump and I want to deport illegals and I'm not super woke, therefore I'm conservative. That's why I don't use the label conservative, because it means nothing anymore, because people like you are actually libertarians. You're classical liberals. You lean more progressive than not. And you call yourself conservative and then say, I'm the radical weirdo who's like this crazy person.
Yeah, well,
So-
there's limited amounts of titles on what to call people's individual political beliefs. There's usually just conservative, libertarian, Republican,
Right.
Democrat.
Don't you have a
and
degree
everybody
though, in
has
political
a,
science?
and yeah. And
Yeah, so why
everybody-
are you not aware that you're a classical liberal?
No, because that wouldn't specifically define my ideas. My personal ideas are way too broad. You can't just
Okay.
put
What are
too
some
much of a
conservative positions that you have?
conservative positions.
Mm-hmm.
I believe taxation is theft. We should
That's
have
a
the-
libertarian idea.
Oh my god.
yeah, which our founding fathers were very much for.
The
right?
first thing George Washington did was institute the tax, and we fought a whiskey rebellion over it. So no, the founders were not against taxation.
They're
Maybe the
against
income
taxation
tax.
without representation.
But we had
Absolutely.
representation, and they said, now that we have representation, we're going to tax you. So it is
Yes.
not a conservative idea to be completely against taxation. That is a libertarian idea.
It's yeah, and I still believe it's true that it is still theft.
So let's
because
find the
anything-
conservative
Because
positions.
anything that is done through coercion, right, is theft. You don't pay taxes
That's a
because you want
libertarian.
to.
That's a dyed-in-the-wool libertarian position, which is cool.
Fantastic.
I'm not even saying there's anything wrong
Fantastic.
with that.
I'm a
But then
little
you're a
bit-
libertarian.
You
So-
can't put that title on me because it doesn't also
Then
qualify
tell me
everything
any
libertarian
that I
position you
belief.
have,
believe in.
any
I have libertarian belief, but I am not libertarian. What the fuck is going on? Let's say we need to show some memes of this bitch. Like it's unbelievable.
That's stupid.
Bitch, just say you're libertarian. What's wrong with being libertarian? Or Mangoes is perhaps she realizes her paycheck relies upon her having that title in her beside her name. And now y'all wonder, now anybody that was wondering why I don't call myself Christian, all of a sudden it makes sense. I'm just trying to be truthful. You know what I mean? Trying to watch two things at the same time harder than I thought. Unbelievable. Exactly, William. Like I said, throw them out, boys. Throw them out. This is like free of charge. The Wilson family's picking up the tab on the memes. We got to roast this bitch.
Yo, what the fuck is going on right now?
Like, it's shit like, oh no, I'm not Muslim, but you believe in Muhammad. It's like, yeah, of course I believe in Muhammad, but you're not Muslim. It's like, no, I'm not Muslim. He's a fucking Muslim. You know what I'm saying? He walks like a duck and he quacks like a duck. You know what I mean? But why is she so concerned with retaining that conservative title? You know what I'm saying? And rejecting the feminist title. You know what I'm saying? Where did this bitch come out of anyway? You know what I mean? Exactly, Mangoes. Exactly.
position you have
Sure.
that's conservative.
So So I believe in our Second Amendment rights, right?
That's also a classical liberal value.
Okay, so I'm a little bit of this and that, right?
No,
What-
you're just a classical liberal. I'm looking for one conservative.
But you just called me a libertarian just
That's
2
classical
seconds ago.
liberal is libertarian. They're the same thing.
So I'm a mix of both.
Political science major, by the way. Don't
Yeah.
go to college. It's a giant waste of money.
I
Just-
actually agree with that.
Awesome.
I actually agree with that. You know, I went to school and I got my degrees, and thankfully I'm working in the field that I went to school for. But you can learn.
So she thinks that women shouldn't get third level education. Women shouldn't go to college. They shouldn't go to university. But then she's like, oh, but Rachel, you're a sexist because you think that women shouldn't vote. Because it used to be that, like, college level education, you'd have some sort of level of intellect. You'd have some sort of level of knowledge. because they were like very strict tests. But then they just fucking got rid of the tests and it's buy your way in and all this kind of shit. Unbelievable.
Learned most everything about politics and international relations.
Well, I'm
by
still
staying
waiting
in the
to
loop
hear.
of
Let
things.
each other finish, please. Let
By
each other
staying in the
finish.
loop of things. I actually do tell people don't go to college unless you're going to go get a STEM degree. In fact, I think I got myself most of my positions by skipping classes and actually being active in the community and experiencing reality rather than just reading political
Yeah,
theories
exactly,
and
William.
books, which I
Okay.
had to do as well.
Still
you
just
still
want
can't-
one conservative,
you still
just
can't-
one, and then I'll move on from this point. Just one actually conservative position.
Conservative position.
Yes.
I'm very pro-family. I'm very pro-life. That is.
So you're against abortion.
Yes, I'm against abortion.
And if you're pro-family, how do you feel about gay marriage?
I think that basically the government should have never gotten involved in marriage in the first place.
But you said you live in reality and that right now the government's involved and it's a government contract, which is why women need prenups and all this stuff. You said we live in reality. So
Yep.
we live in reality right now
Yep.
where gay marriage is legal. Are you
Yeah.
for that or against that?
If the gays want to come into a partnership together, then they should have legal protections.
So gay marriage, you're pro-gay marriage.
I'm not.
They have a civil union, bitch. Why are you calling it marriage? Why are you calling it marriage? It's the same thing I say with the abortion bitches. Why are you calling it a fetus? If objective morality does not exist, why are you calling it a fetus? Just say that you're killing babies. If there's no objective morality, just call it what it is. Right, bitch?
Pro-gay marriage. I'm saying if two people want to live together and have to legally sign that they are in a civil union so that one can go to the hospital for the other and be admitted the same rights that married couples do, then they need to go do that. I'm in favor of that. But I don't think that the government should have gotten into marriage in the first place. The reality is, however, that marriage does afford certain privileges that unmarried couples do have.
Right.
So that's why
would
it's the legal advantage.
Are you in favor then of gay marriage? Because it kind of dodged around. Do you just want civil unions that are different from then how I'm married or how you would get married?
I mean, most, I guess, gay couples, I think, just wanted the same legal rights and tax benefits of married couples, not the fact that they could get an address and a tuxedo and go in a church and get married, because then they would have to take it up with the church itself.
Right. See, and this is the problem with your libertarian position of turning marriage into a contract with the state, is that you have no grounds on which to say the gays can't get married. Because your reasons for men and women getting married are going to be the exact same reasons that you're going to say gay couples should get married.
It has always been, even before, churches existed and Christianity and all that. Marriages, civil unions have always had some kind of legal contract. And
Just to shout that as well, William, if you want, you can throw the links. I know they're live at the moment. Like Rachel's basically doing this is the one-on-one, and then now Rachel's doing the whole like full sisterhood. So again, like I've no issues if you want to check that out if you're distracted in that as well. But because we are going to be, because this is 6 hours, so it's going to take us multiple streams to even do this one, and then we're going to be doing that one as well. Because like I said, we're reviewing this particularly because this is why I keep saying, like in terms of the Valkyrie, you need the Valkyrie, you need women like Rachel who can sit down one-on-one, mano-y-mano, wreck this bitch, and then take on a full sisterhood and wreck them. But what you're probably noticing on the other end of the live version right now, and again, William, throw the link in and all that kind of shit, and we can throw it in every hour, just remind folks and all this kind of shit. Like basically, you're gonna see like Rachel actually teach them, like the way, you know what I mean? Basically, like what they've basically been shown a bunch of propaganda that has villainized nobility, and then you're gonna have Rachel come in and actually say, no, it's actually all about this. It's all about a higher principle. You know what I mean? Hence why we need God, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I mean? What's the name of the chicken on the right? I have no fucking clue. We're calling her the blind bitch. This is what William's been saying.
It's very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
William said it. That bitch is blind as a bat. She was denying the laws of logic earlier, bro. You know what I'm saying? So this is more so like the memes and all this kind of shit. Because this is like look at that look from Rachel. This bitch is fucked. We're only 20 minutes in. You know what I'm saying? It's bellissimo. Je ne sais quoi. Je ne sais quoi.
Observed within the communities that, like in Rome, for example, right? There were certain privileges and certain responsibilities that were given to civilly married unions.
You're talking about pagan Rome or Christian Rome?
Before, yeah.
Pagan Rome?
Yep.
Okay.
And there's been again, the union of man and woman since the beginning of time, right?
Yes.
Even in the Bible.
But
man
it
and,
was
man
not.
and woman became
Wait, hold
one.
on. Let her finish.
Yeah, man and woman became one before God, not before the church, right? I think that's how I personally see marriage myself. I think that if two people want to come together and call themselves, a couple officially before God, that's it. And then obviously you're going to want to get legally married because of the benefits that exist. But that's what I care about. And again, that's just my personal opinion. I still want to, again, get an argument from you as to why women should not be able to vote. Why, Rachel?
Well, first, I just let you talk, so now I'm going to talk, so I'm going to respond to everything you just said. First of all, you didn't give me a straight answer. You gave me a whole bunch of gobbledygook and wandering, meandering nonsense. To say that basically, at the beginning of this and in your last appearance, you were like, oh, I live in reality where the government is a part of the contract. That's actually not true. So the first people to make marriage not a sacrament of the church, governed by the ecclesiastical authority of the church, was Alexander Kollontai under Vladimir Lenin during the Bolshevik Revolution. In 1917, Russia was the first place in the world that we had a state contract governed by the state with no-fault divorce. That is not a Christian institution. It's not even an ancient pagan institution, as you noted, but back in those days, even under pagans, it was more of a family contractual agreement where you're marrying for the purpose of two families kind of uniting, and a lot of things went into that. But no, this is brand new. This idea of marriage as just this personal contract you have with somebody that's governed by the state is only about 100 years old. And you basically just told me that you're pro-gay marriage, so I'll answer.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Then you have to answer either yes or no. Are you for gay marriage rights or not? You are for human rights. You're for rights. Are you for
under the law? Yes.
Right. Are you for gay marriage rights? Should gays be able to have the same legal marriage that men and women have?
Yes.
Okay, that's not a conservative position. So
in your opinion,
I'll answer your why should women not vote question as soon as you give me one position, just one on anything where you're actually conservative at all.
I've just mentioned a few. I am, again, pro-life. I am pro-marriage. I am pro-small government.
So you would, I'm small government is like US a fiscal.
Yes, fiscal conservative. I'm a constitutionalist, right? So yeah, all of those things constitute a lot of conservative values.
So you're pro-life.
Yes.
So you would be against abortion in pretty much all circumstances.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll give you that one. That's the only one that I can come up with that makes you anything remotely conservative. So good job on that. But why do I think women shouldn't vote? Well, I'll tell you why I think women shouldn't vote. So you did a lot of hard work trying to get Trump reelected. You're very pro-Trump, and you want to help Republicans, right? And part of the reason you don't like this gender war is because you're like, look, this is a terrible position for the right. You're alienating all the female voters, right?
Yes, that's partially correct, yeah.
If women didn't vote anymore, we would never have another Democrat president. We would never have another Democrat Senate, and we would never have another Democrat Congress.
You're right, Rachel. You're absolutely right.
So that's one of the reasons that because of the values I hold, which are actually a lot more conservative, even though I don't like the term, I don't really care about Republicans versus Democrats. I think that the big tent Republicanism is just liberalism at a slower speed, like what you believe in. I don't believe in that. I'm a patriarchist. I'm an Orthodox Christian. I would be a monarchist if I could. But if we care about the things we say we care about, like small government, letting women vote ensures you will never have that again. The reason the 19th Amendment was passed was because the progressive era liberals wanted to pass the income tax. They wanted to pass the Federal Reserve Act. They wanted a nanny state with welfare. And they wanted pro-immigration, open borders. And they knew that if you only let men vote, you're never going to get that agenda passed. The whole progressive agenda would have never been passed without women voting.
Okay.
And that's why I think that we should have some kind of restriction, as we had at the founding, where it's not just one person, one vote. There's a lot of ways you could do that. I'm not saying you have to just say no females voting, although I think that's a great idea.
No retards.
For a lot of reasons that we can get into. But you could do things like net positive taxpayers. You could do anything where you have to have skin in the game. But
I agree with the net.
if what you care about is keeping this conservative agenda that you say you want for us and the social and fiscal conservatism, the fastest way to ensure that you never get that passed is letting women vote.
Yes, Rachel, that is factually correct because most women vote left wing, right? Even though most white women do vote Republican after the 1980s for president. But you're making the argument that because people disagree with my personal political beliefs, that I should take away their right to vote. I'd like to, and I disagree with that. I think that the way to get people to vote how I want them to is by arguing that my ideas are better than somebody else's, not taking away somebody else's right to vote. Because then you'd have to make the argument, Rachel, that we should take away black people's rights to vote, or that would be a good thing.
Why?
Because
Why would we have
let
to
me
say that?
finish. Because black people vote 80 to 90% Democrat in every presidential election, which is a racist,
Yeah, but that's all the black
obviously,
women.
position to
I
have.
got a whole case
you
to make
don't
against
tell
them.
people,
Don't
and
worry.
your ultimate solution isn't to stop people from voting because you don't get what you want. It's making arguments to convince said people that your ideas are better.
Well, I don't give a crap about democracy. I don't like the.
I'm glad we clarified
Yeah,
that.
I don't. I'm not a democracy enjoyer.
Okay.
I know that
Go
you.
to Iran?
I know
don't
you think that's
Cuba.
Americanism, like the American ethos.
So many places.
America was not founded as a democracy. And if you went to school for this, I would expect that you would know more about this. It was not a universal suffrage democracy. It was a very extremely limited suffrage representative republic. That's not what we have now. So I am, if you want to call me the
Constitutional republic.
traditionalist,
Constitutional
it's a
republic.
representative republic.
It's a constitutional republic because the Constitution guarantees
Yes,
that individual.
the Constitution represents the people. Has this bitch even read the Constitution, man? One sec. We gotta respect the boys here. U.S. Constitution. Again, I'm just a filthy foreigner. You know what I'm saying? My mom took Tylenol. I don't know nothing. Okay. Transcription. Perfect. Oh, for fuck's sake, boys. Here we go. We the people. And just in case this bitch tried to bet off the United States. That's what the Constitution is. When you say representative republic. Constitutional republic. Same fucking thing. We the people, bitch. Unbelievable. Oh, man. I need $5 million, chap. We need to get that gold card, okay? So then I can just go fucking cut the bullshit straight across. Then I'll still yet to pick a state, right? But we need to get $5 million to get your boy Pepe the Leprechaun, Loki the Leprechaun. We need to become a U.S. citizen because this is unbelievable. You have this goofy bitch here, don't even know the fucking difference what she's talking about. Unfucking believable. Oh my god, man. This is why we need to ban, like, not only women, but like also atheists, fucking more relativists, materialists, just the whole trans thing. Just like anybody who was genuinely believing that whole trans thing. Yeah, all of them. Ugly people. That's about 6 categories already. So it's like to say like ban women, you know what I mean? Could you say it's sexist? You know,
individual rights aren't trampled upon, right? And that we still have certain things that we do vote on, you know, policy differences, but the Constitution gives everybody certain inalienable rights.
Yes,
and so that is what the country was founded upon.
This is what I have a problem with, though.
amended.
Is
You
that
have a problem with the
Yes, I
Constitution.
do. I do have a problem with it. This is why, and I know you think that's some big dunk, like, oh, she's. I can't believe she said that out loud, but I'm going to explain why, and everyone's going to agree with me. The fundamental flaw in our government is this idea that, oh, we can just keep changing it. So what it was founded as is not what it has become. We have become this ultra progressive society, and that was built in. It's a fatal flaw. I'm not a constitutionalist. I don't believe in democracy because democracy means everybody gets a say. I don't want everybody to have a say. I don't want people who have more to gain from voting to take money out of my pocket to have the same say as people who are net positive taxpayers.
I agree with you
I don't
on that.
want people who are contributing to the system. This is what it is, though. You have Somalian daycare scammers who are getting millions of dollars for free because of scams, but the rest of us have to go to work, and if we don't pay our taxes, the IRS is down our throats. They're about to put us in jail.
I agree.
You have welfare queens. You have people taking more
YouTube
from
and fucking Apple are taking 51% of our super chats. You know what I'm saying? And then like Mr. Somali daycare over there is making millions. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable, chat.
the system than they're getting. This is a terrible idea, and the inherent flaw is this idea that just because you live here, you should have a say in how the government is run.
Flaws, right? Let's work on those flaws instead of the blanket statement.
It's a fatal flaw. It's built in. It's
keep everybody that I don't like from voting.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish. It's not a bug, it's a feature. You can't take it out. Your classical liberal foundation of everybody has rights. You don't care about duties. You care about rights. You're going to say everyone should have rights. Okay, let's get into that then. Well, first of all, I want to go back to your assertion that we'd have to say black people can't vote. That's atrocious and ridiculous, and I didn't say that, and I wouldn't say that. However, if black women didn't vote, that would help. If white women didn't, if all women didn't vote, we would not be battling trans
gonna
kids.
be quite the clip.
We wouldn't be battling. Yeah, it's going to be quite the clip. Women voting is the larger issue because this is why they wanted to give women the vote, because women are easily swayed, they're easily propagandized, they tend to vote on emotion. Don't interrupt me.
Hold
I'm
on,
not done.
let her finish. Hold on, let her finish.
It's not done. I'm not done.
Go ahead. We should do timing.
Women vote. They've done a lot of. I have a whole book on this at home that I'm reading, where they've done all this research on women and how and why they vote, and they will vote things like the Nixon-Kennedy election. Women voted for Kennedy not because they knew anything about policy or because he had better ideas. You're still stuck in this paradigm that we're in a war of ideas. Most women don't think that way. They're not going and researching the issues. They go, he's tan and handsome, I like him. He's bald and he's shiny on TV and I don't like him. I don't like his tone. And so they don't vote for him.
I think let me know when we're
this
done
is
if we're
like
going to back and
not
forth.
my opinion. This is what they say in exit polling. This is what all of these political PACs who are desperately trying to get women's votes find when they do the research. Women vote for security. They vote for a nanny state. And they vote for progressive policies because those sound nicer. That's why in every political cycle, you see all these commercials coming from the Democrats going, Republicans want to take away school lunch and they want to kill your grandma and they don't want her to have her Medicare anymore. Because women see that and they're like, I have to protect the innocent babies. They're so helpless. Women shouldn't be in politics because it weaponizes our maternal instinct against our own interests. So that's why you see women. You see women trying to fight ICE agents in the streets, even if the illegal guy has, CP and,
liberal women are doing that.
Yeah, well, I've argued with conservative women
That are
about this
fighting
as well.
ICE
Yes,
on
they
this- Sure.
see ICE dragging people out. They see families getting separated, or they see kids behind a fence or whatever. And they're like, we can't do it this way, guys. We can't. And so even people like Trump will back off on what they want to do because the women freak out and they're like, we can't do this. It's too mean.
Okay, are we done here? On your rant
Oh, like
against
you didn't
women?
rant and prattle and meander with your stuff.
It sounds like you have a lot of disdain for women in general.
Absolutely not. I think women are
let me
wonderful
finish.
in their
Let me
maternal
finish.
role. They shouldn't be
yes,
in
I'm
politics.
sure that you would love to have kind of a say on what women can and can't do and what their roles in society should be. I disagree with that. I do think women should be encouraged to become mothers, and we need strong women to lead families and have and raise great kids. However, I am not using a woman's natural biological differences as basically fodder against their right to vote, basically.
Even if it costs you your liberty and it costs you all of your things that you value?
They voted for a majority of them for a Republican in the last election. So it does show that with the right arguments, you can convince people to vote Republican. That is a factual statement of recent elections that happened. So Rachel, if you are just bad at showing people why it's better to not vote and for women to live under the rule of men and only have them make political and financial decisions for them, then just say that, right? In my opinion, I've spent over the last decade on college campuses talking to students from the left, to men and women, basically on why conservative values are better, to sway them to my side. I don't
You
show
don't
up.
have
I don't
conservative
let me
values.
finish. I don't show up on a campus and tell 18-year-old girls, hey, you're just too dumb and your hormones fluctuate and you totally should leave all political decisions to men. I think you can't handle yourself and that's why you should totally believe what I say and, stop voting in the future. Let's talk about
I get to reply to that.
facts.
I get to reply to that first.
No, you went on for quite some time,
Brian.
so let me finish
I'm
that.
going to reply to what you just said because you just said you must really hate women. You must have all this disdain
I think anybody watching will say that you don't like women or you hold women of lesser value than men, and I disagree with that.
Okay, well, I'll prove to you that that's not true.
Okay.
Before the passage of the 19th Amendment, the groups, we had two groups. We had the pro-suffrage side and
Hold on,
wait, let her finish.
we had two different groups, pro-suffrage and anti-suffrage. The vast majority of women were absolutely against the 19th Amendment and women's voting rights. Did all of those women also hate other women? Susan B. Anthony herself said if we'd left it up to women to pass women's voting rights, it never would have happened, that all their support came from progressive socialist men. So I'm asking you, my great-grandmother who did not think politics was the role of women, was she hateful toward women, or did she instinctively know that this was going to create the gender divide that you don't like? The gender divide you're trying to fight was caused by trying to politicize women and put them in men's roles and have them be involved in politics and government. Did those women hate women?
I don't care if a majority of women were against women's rights.
Well, you're
It doesn't-
accusing
Let me
me.
finish. Let me finish because
let her finish.
yeah.
Let her finish.
I don't care.
Gotcha, bitch. And like this is the whole thing, like where I keep pointing out, you need to make that argument that that Socrates makes, where it's like democracy, just giving everyone the right to vote, irregardless of like what they know, is dangerous. It's retarded. It's fucked up. It's literally retard supremacy. You're saying by definition, you've no issue with the majority or the ignorant, like dictating policy or ruling policy and all this kind of shit. It makes no sense. It makes no motherfucking sense. And to say it's like, oh well, you're the one that convinced women. It's like that's how you convince women. Like you were clearly not like intellectual in terms of the politics and what it takes in terms of like maintaining the structure. This is why having a royal family is so important, because you can point to it and say that like this family has governed for hundreds of years, and it's still here. So maybe they know a thing or two about policies, about preserving a society. You know what I mean? That's who the British point to. Who do the Americans point to? You know what I mean? Which is what this bitch can't answer, because she's saying she's conserving. What are you conserving? The Constitution? The Constitution has been amended. There's always been amendments, all this kind of shit. Are you willing to ban atheists and more relatives from public office? No? Well, then you're not a conservative.
If 99.9% of women were against women having equal values to men, it still doesn't take away from the fact that it is correct that women have equal values
Why?
to men. Because
You prefer it.
no, because this country was founded on protecting the minority, right?
No, it wasn't.
Let me finish. Let me finish, Rachel. This country was founded to protect the individual, right? We're not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic because we all have inherent values. So it does not matter that 99.9% of the population wants something if it tramples on the individual's rights, Rachel. This is basic stuff.
Okay, now
from
we're getting
school.
somewhere. Now we're getting somewhere.
And so again, it doesn't matter if somebody that supported women's suffrage, so women voting, was a literal witch, a Satanist, a Marxist, or whatever. I don't care. It doesn't take anything away from the fact that it is still right that men and women have equal value when it comes to representation, right? It does not matter that men are physically stronger than women, and that's why, you know, they should then be the ones to vote, because ballots are not the same thing as barbells, Rachel. And again, this is why I'm glad to be here.
Sorry, keep going.
I'm glad.
Tiffany, what are you doing?
I'm glad.
Sorry, keep going.
I'm glad to be here because I equally think that there's really toxic voices in the conservative red pill movement that are putting so many people off from what our side really is about. And some people think that in the red pill movement, you know, all these women just want to take away women's rights. And like Andrew Breitbart said, that politics is downstream from culture. There's a lot of people in this, I guess, manosphere, which I'd include you in that, you know.
Me and Andrew both debate against manosphere guys.
Yes,
so.
But you have a lot of similar opinions, which is that women don't have equal value to men and that they should not vote. And I think that's toxic, and it's part of the culture, and it is flowing downstream, and it is affecting politics. And as a result, Rachel, young women in this country are the most left-wing they've ever been in history before. I wonder what that is, and I wonder if telling them
as she's preaching egalitarianism, because you don't believe everybody's equal. That's why we have everybody believing that everyone's equal and everyone's left wing and all this kind of shit. It makes no motherfucking sense. Let's give me some Andrew Wilson.
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist, everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Absolute mic drop and a half. But you know what we're saying? Like, just listen to what she just said. Because you and Andrew don't believe in egalitarianism, that's why we have vast amounts of people leaning left for egalitarianism, which is what this goofy bitch wants. It's unbelievable.
Those young girls that they, are not smart enough to vote, that they are not emotionally mature enough to vote, is going to bring them to our side. I think that that is a personal thing as well, like as an individual. You seem to have a higher emotionality rate than myself, and the same goes for men. That can vary.
You just talk and talk and talk. You're just gish galloping.
We're going to be here.
This is
we're
a
going to be here
gallop.
for 5 hours,
but it has
Rachel,
to be a
so
back and forth exchange. I don't want to hear about your all you just gave me was emotions. You just gave me a whole. I feel like this, and I think that.
No, I didn't feel, and I think I gave you specific examples. But now I'll turn it back over to you again, Rachel. Why shouldn't women vote?
Might I quickly ask a moderation question here? You had posited that women turning to becoming more left-leaning is because of sentiments that Rachel holds.
Yeah.
Rachel, do you believe that this trend in women becoming more left-wing is because of some of this rhetoric, or?
Well, I'll answer that in a second, but first I want to point out that she's a contradiction machine. I had to wait and wait and wait for, yes, first you were like, ooh, I got her. She doesn't believe in democracy. Ooh, that's a good clip. I'm going to tell everybody she doesn't believe in democracy. And then you said, we're not a democracy. We're a representative republic.
Constitutional
So which
republic.
is it? Do you believe in democracy or no?
I believe in democracy because a constitutional republic is a mix of a constitution that holds specific inalienable rights for people, and then a democracy where people vote on things that are not up for debate. Do you understand those two concepts?
Of course I do.
They vote for representatives to change the Constitution. So where's the grounding? Where's the unchanging principle? If those principles can be changed.
Okay,
You're the
great.
one that doesn't understand
Fantastic.
those two concepts
Fantastic.
because you don't understand the difference
Okay.
between the founding form of government and the one we have now. You want universal suffrage. That's a progressive position. You just contradicted yourself on
human rights
multiple
position.
counts. You said, if I don't agree with women voting, that means I hate women. And I said, the vast majority of women never wanted votes. They didn't want
And I
votes
said
for
that
women.
does not matter.
They even banned women from voting on whether they wanted to vote. It's my turn now. I know you're waiting to speak, but let me finish. Women didn't want to vote. They weren't hateful. I don't hate women. I'm not emotional. I'm overly emotional here or something. I'm saying that women are of equal value. That doesn't mean that they have the same roles as men. This idea, what you're doing is muddying the waters and saying, unless we're the same across the board, that's inequality. Again, a leftist position. Time after time after time, you say you're for liberty, you say you're for rights,
Correct.
you say you're conservative, but every idea you articulate is a left.
Is a tomato and a shoe equal? Think about that for a second. That's what this goofy bitch on the right, the blind bitch, is trying to say. Tomatoes and shoes are equal, Teriak. That's why I'm not going to speak against women taking off their clothes for attention. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I want to be financially independent, but also start a family with you. What does this mean? I'm going to be independent with you. What? What is this bollocks? You know what I mean? And this is why I say, like, it's unfortunate, but that's what democracy produces when they do this whole thing of, like, try to defend everybody needs to have a vote. Why? There's the intellect, and then there's the ignorant, and democracy favors the ignorant. Why would you, like, hold that as a central value? Retarded.
Left-wing progressive idea, and you keep contradicting yourself. Your worldview is no, I haven't contradicted myself at all.
Okay.
Me not wanting women to be involved in politics does not in any way mean that I hate them. In fact, it's out of love for them that I don't want them involved in this sort of stuff. For the same reason, I don't want them
right now with this debate that we're having in front of a ton of people.
No, pro-suffrage and anti-suffrage women debated. Women have women can talk to each other, and women have always debated each other.
Why not do that at home? Why in front of an audience of people? Isn't that getting directly involved in politics?
No, it's
and
not.
Wanting to influence politics? Because we're arguing here for different political prescriptions, right? For what we think is best for society. And somebody that might be watching might think, Rachel's a hypocrite because she's, over here debating instead of being at home with the kids like a good conservative woman should do. I'm against that, by the way. I don't think that should be the case. But what would you say to those people?
I've addressed
Argumentum ad hominem. This goofy bitch throwing out fallacies now because she knows that like Rachel's got her. Rachel's got her by the sword, baby. You know what I mean?
Addressed this criticism so many times, and if you had prepared it all for this debate, if you had watched any of my stuff, you'd know what my answer to this is already.
Go for it.
It was never the case that women couldn't speak in public. It was never the case that women couldn't have opinions, couldn't write books, couldn't have, discourse in public.
Sure about that?
It's what?
You sure? Okay.
I'm sure about that. Yes, that is a commonly held myth. That women, people think that women were not allowed. If women were not allowed, how come we had suffragists and feminists publicly speaking, writing books, doing speaking tours, doing debates from the 1700s on? And even before that, my book has a whole chapter where I give multiple examples of women being able to have a voice. Just because they couldn't vote or hold political office, just because there were limitations, that's not oppression. Again, that's a leftist position. For you to say women have to be able to do everything men can do, there should be no gendered roles, we should all have all options open. That's a progressive position.
Roles, that's a
so
little
you're
bit broad,
saying women should be able to do anything men can do.
I never said that.
Yeah, if men can vote, women should be able to vote.
Same
If
legal
men
rights and financial rights, yes, but not do everything men can do.
Why? Why should it be the case that women should be able to vote?
Why? Because we have equal inherent values as human beings.
Says who?
Says me. Says
you.
God. Right, that we are also
where does God
equal as well? But let's
we have
go back.
Equal value. No. We're not going to go back. Equal rights. Explain equal rights to me. Why do all people have the exact same rights?
Because rights are representative of values. I'll go back to the argument of how certain people shouldn't have equal voice because of their tax contributions in the U.S.
So
and whatnot.
But you don't believe all people should vote. So you don't believe So you don't believe all people should vote.
Let me finish. To get to the point, the more recent point we were making, you said that women could freely express themselves and do all of that. Are you denying that women were, I guess, silenced in any way, shape, or form in recent history, let's say in the 19th century, the 20th century, that women, if they tried to be vocal about their beliefs, that they were not repressed in any kind of way, yes or no?
If you're talking about like stigma, like people didn't like it or it was looked down upon, so what? I'm saying it was not illegal.
No, I'm not talking
It
about
was never
stigma.
illegal.
Let Rachel finish. Go.
So to that point then, it is clear and documented reality, for example, that if women, even in the 20th century, right, up until the 1960s, we are still doing lobotomies on people here in the U.S. and lobotomies on women. So
on just women?
No, not just
this
women.
This is another myth. I'm glad she brought this up.
Let me finish talking.
See what I'm saying? And it's like it's the mythologies or like what they keep pulling from, where it's like she's saying this shit with like little to no fucking evidence. She's got all these folders, but not presenting any actual citations or nothing like this. But yet, technically, was it a medical procedure? Yes, and it wasn't outlawed to a certain point. But was it being done en masse or at a relevant scale? I think not, bro. I think not.
Not just women, but a majority of women. Absolutely, yes. This was happening in the U.S. still in the 1960s. So loud, opinionated women could be easily diagnosed with something like hysteria or anxiety or anything, be carted off to an institution, and then be recommended different medications like opium tinctures, right? Happy pills for moms that were acting too crazy and that were overwhelmed. Forms of heroin, alcohol, nerve tonics, right? A very popular one before Valium, which happened in the 1960s, was barbiturates, right? From the 1900s to the 1950s. So in recent history, you could say that women's voices have been stifled and repressed, and I'm obviously against that. So you can't say that, no, women just had a right to say whatever they want, do whatever they want in recent history, and there was just equality for them. This is documented facts and documented history.
Okay, first of all,
go ahead.
I don't think anybody should be able to just do whatever they want. That's you, the libertarian. That's you, the libertarian leftist, who thinks people should just be able to do whatever they want.
To clarify, 2 seconds. I do believe that people should do what you want as long as you don't hurt others and you don't take their stuff. So yeah.
So do what thou wilt.
Do what you want.
Do what
don't
thou wilt
hurt
shall be
others,
the whole of
don't
the
take
law.
their stuff. However, myself, I personally want to live my life in a more traditional conservative role.
Driana,
what everybody else does is not
that
my
is
business.
the epitome of the left libertarian. That
It
is
is
a
in your
left
opinion.
No, not in my opinion. That
No, it
is
is
the
not.
definition of left libertarian politics that you just articulated. Do whatever you want as long as you don't hurt anybody else, bro.
And don't take their
And
stuff.
taxation is theft, man. And like, I wouldn't choose it, but you should be able to do what you want. You know what I'm saying? Without daddy government like breathing down your neck and stuff, bro. She's like,
That's what our
absolutely.
founding
You
fathers
should-
believed.
You are not a Republican.
That's what our
No, they
founding
didn't.
fathers believed.
You're not a
Yes, they
Republican.
did.
You're not a conservative, and you're most definitely a feminist. Now it's my
Sure.
turn to finish.
Rachel.
All your nonsense about women getting lobotomies. Men were given lobotomies all the time too. I did
Yep.
a whole project
Yep.
on this.
But
on-
mostly women.
No, on MK Ultra.
Disproportionately
No, be quiet.
women.
It's my turn.
Go
My
ahead.
turn. You're getting a little emotional.
People can
getting
Google.
a little emotional.
No, I'm
not
not.
able to control your yap.
Getting in your fee-fees.
No, I'm
Yap,
not.
yaps.
But people can Google stuff for themselves.
Yes,
and
they
see
can.
Those
And
statistics.
if they get my book, they're going to read all about that too. Clearly, you didn't read the book. You could have saved yourself so much time with all these
Sure.
bad arguments if you had taken the time to have them debunked before this. But no, men were also locked up in mental institutions, forced to give in lobotomies. That was not a gender-specific thing whatsoever.
was.
There's always, no, let me clarify. Let me help you here. I'm going to educate you a little.
Now, I just want to remind you, chat, okay? First of all, William as well saying they've got about 30 minutes left. Otherwise, we're going on grift break. Don't let me down, chat. Don't let me down. But like, notice she was doing the whole, I'm conservative. I'm pro Second Amendment, pro First Amendment, my Constitution. Do, 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 do. But as you're seeing here, like, this is, what's going on here? What the fuck's going on here? You know what I mean?
Bit. Women have always, everywhere in every culture, and this is verified right now by 2 huge studies that looked at all different cultures around the world in 2009, and then they did a follow-up several years later. It's called The Paradox of Women's Happiness. Women everywhere are more prone to mental illness, anxiety, depression, and all types of mental problems. That is not men oppressing us. That happens to be a fact of how women are. And yes, most of it's biology and hormones, but a lot of it is just the fact that female constitutions are much more susceptible to negative effect. This is a
suicides are men.
well-established This is a well-established fact in clinical psychology as well. They wouldn't even deny it. Yes, more men commit suicides, but women attempt it more. Men are just better at actually following through. You know, it's that whole men being better at stuff thing again, I guess. But so that's a lie what you just told. And let's go back to this idea that, like, do you think that all men everywhere could vote before the 19th? Do you think that it was all the men could vote and they were like, don't let the girls vote, you guys. We have to keep our boot on their neck.
There were property rights.
Yes,
there
the
were
boys'
property
club.
distinctions.
No
So
girls
some men that
allowed.
didn't own property could not vote. There were a lot of requirements.
A
There
lot.
were literacy
Yes.
tests as well.
Yes.
So yes, that
There were poll taxes, there were religious restrictions, there were all kinds of restrictions on men's voting.
All of them that were deemed what? Unconstitutional, Rachel. right?
After,
and that's
after
why
what? After the progressive era, when progressives took control of the government, they passed the 19th Amendment. That was a progressive agenda, ma'am. You're not a conservative. I hate to break this to you. You are a liberal progressive.
The U.S. Constitution being clarified is not a progressive thing, right?
She's shook.
Making
She's
sure
fucking
throughout
shook.
the years that it is clarified that all people have the
all over
same
the
equal
place.
rights, inherent value,
She's
and
rattled.
voting rights is not a progressive
mask
issue.
has
That's
slipped.
what you're choosing to call it.
It radically,
You're choosing
no,
to call
that's not true. It radically
progressive.
transformed the identity of this country.
I'm choosing to call it steps in the right direction towards individual
Steps in
liberties,
the
which
right
conservatives
direc-
believe
you
in.
goofy
Conservatives
bitch.
believe in the rights of the individual. If
Now I
you
want
are
to
against that,
change.
then you are not conservative.
I
right?
don't use
Obama.
the label conservative.
And you
You're
are
the
not-
one who
This is
uses
Obama
the
with
label
tits.
conservative, not
I'm
me.
broadly
and I'm telling you,
conservative.
you're not conservative.
And I also have libertarian
Everything-
values too. You know, you can't really put people in two
I
boxes
actually
like that
also am a
nowadays
libertarian,
because
so
not
fuck you.
everybody's
Oh my God.
opinions on every single
One
little
sec.
topic.
Look at the
nowadays
eyes.
have libertarian
Everything-
values too. You know, you can't really put people in
Look
two
at those
boxes
eyes.
like
Fuck it
that
out, bro.
nowadays.
You can tell
Everything-
that Rachel's got to her.
You know, you can't really put people in two boxes like that nowadays because
Can't
not
put them into
everybody's
boxes, you
opinions
bitch.
on every single little topic. There's like 200 different things we could discuss is going to fall cleanly
then.
into conservative or
So
libertarian.
what you want to conserve is Obama era policies. You want to what are you
one.
conserving?
Name one. Name one.
Any. I'm
Name
asking
one,
you
Rachel.
one
Name
thing you're
one.
conserving.
Name one.
What are you
Rachel.
conserving?
No, you just said Obama era
Gay
policy.
marriage.
Obama. Oh my God. That
Boom.
again.
You
Boom.
want to conserve
Silenced.
Obama era politics. You can't give me any conservative position you hold that you want to. What are you conserving? This is why I don't call myself Republican.
Freedom
Why I
for
don't call
another
myself
generation.
conservative.
That's what I'm conserving.
Freedom to marry your boyfriend
generation.
and smoke
Individual-
weed and not pay taxes. Okay.
Individual liberties for
Smoke
another
weed, bruh.
generation. Your freedom of speech, Rachel. I am very
Freedom
much
of
trying
speech.
to conserve
This
that
goofy
because
bitch.
if it wasn't for conservatives, then all of your opinions, you know, if we're not under this administration that we currently are right now, if we were under a government like the UK's, you'd probably be put in jail as soon as this podcast was over for saying something like, I'd be happy that black women wouldn't vote, and a bunch of other
I didn't say
insane-
that. Wait.
insane stuff.
We have to back that up because
Yes,
I did
don't
not
exactly
say that.
remember the words, but you
I did
said
not.
it'd be beneficial
You
for
gotta let me
black women
clarify
to
that.
not,
Of course,
for black
absolutely.
women to not
Can-
vote
can you
because
just-
they would vote
No.
Hold on, just
primarily
for
against
the
Republicans.
purposes
Yeah, what
purposes
was
of clarity.
exactly her?
You
her
you
wording on
said
What
you would.
what
if-
are you asserting?
Do you want to like play it back? Her clip
It's
on
difficult for us to.
I can
to
tell you
find
exactly
Ah,
what
she's
happened.
salty.
She said,
She's
"Oh, if you're
salty.
going to deny votes based on sex, then you're also going to have to not let black people vote." And I said,
That's
"That's
not what I said.
absurd." You said you would have to,
That's
and
not what I said.
I said I absolutely would not say that you would ever have to say black people can't vote. I'm not for that. I'm against that. I do not believe that race should be the defining factor in who gets to vote
But
whatsoever.
Gender, yes. But gender, yes.
Gender should be part of it, and I'll tell you why. Women do not have to sign up for the draft.
Mm-hmm.
Women do not have to defend this country with their bodies. In fact, the anti-suffragists articulated this and said,
I disagree
we
with the
don't
drafts.
want to be involved with politics. Just let me finish. Just let me
ahead.
finish.
Disagree
The
with
women who
drafts.
didn't want to be political equals with men said, why would you task us with something we can't do? We can't defend the borders. We can't defend the nation. We can't rule the nation. Men have the monopoly on force. That's for men to do. We want men to protect us and our children. Our role is to raise the children. That's too important. We can't be involved in politics
So it's
for that
important
reason.
for women to raise children, right? It's an
Yes.
important role, right? A role important and equal enough for them to vote on the future of this country and the rules that they live by, right? Or do you think it's not important enough of a role for them to vote?
The problem with that is it comes down to force. So you can
Force.
have an opinion, and women did. So you don't need voting rights in order to have your voice be heard. A good example of this is prohibition. Women The Women's Temperance Union got prohibition passed. Bad idea, by the way, but somebody listened to the women, so we got prohibition passed because this was a pet project of the Women's Christian Temperance Union. They did not need to vote to get their voices heard. They did not need to vote to have their agenda passed. So you don't need
So why
voting
does it
rights
matter
to be
then?
heard.
So why does it matter then that they do have it?
Because what happens, this is what the anti-suffragists also predicted. They were very smart women. These women were not hateful and they were not stupid, and they've been done dirty by history, which is why I'm here trying to help revive this. Anti-suffrage women said, if we become a political bloc, we lose the moral high ground. What will happen is politicians will pander to us. They will make us just another voting bloc. They will promise a whole bunch of things that sound really good and do what they want anyway.
Don't they do it already
by
for
that,
everybody?
yes, they do, which is why I'm against it. It's why I don't like the
No,
system.
for men and for women.
Yeah, that's why I
Politicians do
don't
it for
like
men.
democracy. It's why I don't like the system. But that aside, these women
Why
said,
we're clarifying that.
if
again.
we become just another political voting bloc, we lose the moral high ground we have. Before women could vote, they could stand up and say, we think you need to do something about clean water. We think you need to do something about safety in public parks. We want better schools. We want more prohibitions on alcohol. Whatever it was, their agenda was heard and got passed without them having to vote.
Unless it was something completely too radical, right? And in that case, then they'd be sent to an institution for crazy people and lobotomized.
They did that to men too. They did that to radical men too. It
Yeah,
was not
absolutely.
a gendered thing.
Basically, individuals, right? People that have a way of thinking that was more individualist, those are the ones that usually get shut down and have their rights trampled upon in history, which is
Like Socrates, who was democratically elected to, democratically voted to be executed. So why again are you holding egalitarianism, which is the main rationale behind democracy, that we're all equal, we should treat like equal, etc., etc. This illusion. You know what I mean? She's not able to explain it. That's why you got to go straight for the gullet when it comes to like this whole democracy and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Can't be kind of like messing around when it comes to like the women's thing and the memes and all this kind of shit. You got to hit them straight with the intellect and ignorance.
again why it is so necessary for the individual to have equal voting rights and an equal voice within the political system that they have to live under. If we were anywhere else, outside of this podcast and debate right now, we'd have to stop talking right now because, there's no point in trying to convince somebody that, an individual has human rights, equal rights, and we're just going to have to agree to disagree on that and make it clear to the public on where we stand on your stance being anti-women's rights, anti-voting rights, anti-equality. And my whole point here is to just make it clear that that is the case and that that is not representative of the conservative movement of a whole, and that it is counteractive, counterintuitive, and a negative thing for us because it's just turning more young women to the left, seeing these kinds of positions.
You don't think the fact that we have to pander to the emotions of young women, what you just told me is, Rachel, don't say that out loud, because we have to pander to the feelings of young women because they have a lot of voting power, they have a lot of political power, and so we have to tell them what they want to hear, and we have to give them what they want.
The truth.
Hold on, let her finish.
We have to tell them what they want to hear. We have to give them what they want. Because if we don't, they won't vote for us anymore, Rachel. Don't you think that's a problem? And
You don't
I'm
care
saying,
about voting.
I'm saying that you're thinking about it wrong, and most people do. The whole framing of how you're framing the argument is the problem. The system is the problem. We shouldn't have to appeal to the emotions of certain voting blocs, which is what Black Lives Matter is, which is what the feminist agenda is, which is what identity politics is. When you give everybody one person, one vote, you end up with all these special interest groups. You end up with all these little voting blocs, and politicians have to pander to them. And so you get these radicalized movements fighting for this group's rights and that group's rights. And I'm saying I do think that that's we've ended up in a place where with your universal democracy where everybody gets a vote, we're going to end up in nonstop, like basic gang wars, political gang wars.
All
so
I'm
that's
hearing
the problem.
is that you're really bad at making an argument for what you believe in and would rather just shut down the entire political discourse and keep people from having an opinion. My argument is that I think that what I believe in is good and that I can present my opinions to people that disagree with them and flip them over to my side because my opinions are based on realities and facts. And again,
People are retarded, and I can use this as a weapon to convince a bunch of retards to come follow me. Retarded.
if you're trying to argue that it's bad for women to vote because a majority of women vote Democrat, right, in the past, and we're trying to get women, or we're trying to live under conservative policies, then again, you'd have to say that you'd be okay with people that disagree with you not having political rights, voting rights, namely Black Americans, that 80 to 90% vote Democrat in political presidential elections. And I'm saying that I would be against that. I feel like even though it is most definitely an uphill battle, my task is to make sure that I talk to those groups and show them why our side is better, right? Not just to completely shut them down. It's work, Rachel. It absolutely is work. It is framing. It is being a convincing person. It is having to provide, that's what I brought here, you know, proof and
Look at the folders or gold stars. You know what I'm saying? Goofy bitch.
you know, different studies
Yes,
and things from
your
the
color
from the
organized
NIH.
folders are very impressive. I'm sure you got straight A's in
Yes.
school. But can we get back to the debate? Because
I
you
did
just talk
actually.
and talk
I
and
did,
talk.
Rachel.
So are you going to tell the young women that you want to vote Republican in the next election? Are you going to go to the college campuses and tell those young women, look, I don't like pornography. It's really destructive. We have to make OnlyFans illegal. We can't have it anymore.
I think that we need to discourage people from using it.
Oh, but you don't want to actually outlaw it.
It'd be good if it did not exist.
She wants to stop men from using it, but she doesn't want to stop women from producing it. See what I'm saying? Where it's like they'll read out the script. She's pro-gun. She's like, pro-life, boys. How'd you filter these bitches out?
But again, I think that we're attacking the problem from the wrong end.
I see. So
Yes.
you want us to tell the men that the watching it is bad, but the young ladies producing it, we can't tell the young ladies producing it that
It's
they
bad.
can't make pornography anymore
It's
because
bad.
then they'll get upset and they won't vote for Republicans
No.
in the next election. So we have to say, ladies, look,
It's
I'm going to
bad.
appeal to your better sensibilities, and we'll see how this goes on the Dating Talk podcast. If we have some OnlyFans girls, I
There
can't
will
wait.
be.
I can't wait to hear you
A lot of
convince them, and I hope that by the end they quit. I do. I hope that by the end you can convince them and they can quit. I think the odds of that happening are basically zero. Are
I
you
disagree
willing
with
to
that.
outlaw
And
pornography?
you're a Christian, right? You're a Christian
Yes,
yourself.
of course.
Wasn't the whole point of, Jesus talking to people that sinned to bring them to their side by engaging with them and talking to them?
Do you
not
think
just
that
dismissing
Jesus
them
wanted
as a whole?
OnlyFans to be legal?
Of course not, but I think
Of course not. So
but I
let's.
think he'd talk to the women that are engaged in that whole thing, because
Are
unfortunately,
you going to go to the college campuses
prostitution-
and tell these young girls to
let
stop
each
doing
other-
OnlyFans or
Let each other
no?
finish, please.
prostitution, it's called the
What's up,
oldest
bro? We
career
only
for
got a
women
limited
in the
number
book.
of seats in the van, okay? And only a certain amount of people can tour the campuses, right? So are you going to be telling these bitches to stop the OnlyFans or not? Simple question, bruh. Simple question.
books. And again, it does not make it a good thing. But I think the problem comes from the demand side of things. Women also have lots of temptations that could corrupt them, right? But it's up to us being accountable for ourselves, holding ourselves accountable for if we decide to consume certain things. or
Yeah,
engage
that's
in
working
certain
out great.
behaviors.
That's working out great. Are you aware of the numbers of how many young women?
Of how many women engage in that versus how many men consume that? Yes, I actually am very aware of the numbers.
Oh,
and less
by
than-
the way, women
and less
consume
than-
plenty of pornography.
Yes,
This
about
idea that it's only
20%.
men is baloney.
I agree. I never said that. About 20% average women do consume pornography. It's about 70% of men that do consume
What happens if we
pornography.
count written pornography? What happens
That's
if we
still-
count?
Why is it always 70% of men? And finish the rest of that statistic, bitch. 30% of women consume it as well. Let that sink in, fellas. So yeah, 2/3 are men, but 1/3 are still women.
Stuff like 50 Shades of Grey, then how many women engage in
I don't know
in
the details.
consuming
I don't know the
pornography?
details.
Oh,
of
well,
that
let me
kind of
help you.
stuff.
It's the best-selling book of all time among female readers.
Okay.
So women consume plenty of pornography.
So-
They just tend to like to read it so they can insert themselves into the nasty sex scene,
Which
then
is
watch the
Exactly.
actual videos.
Which is
Yeah,
bad,
yeah.
right? So shouldn't we be addressing again so are you going to tell people they should stop writing books? Is that your next move, Rachel?
I would absolutely have limits on pornography being produced in all
speech,
forms.
on
Yes.
on written speech.
I don't agree
There we
that
go.
see, she's a leftist libertarian. She thinks that porn is free speech. This is your MAGA Republican woman.
I think,
this is your feminist.
This is what I've been saying. You tell the bitch you're paying for the first day. Ain't no motherfucking way the bitch on the right would say yes to that. She'd do the whole, how dare you? I'm a traditional conservative woman, blah, blah, blah. Gotcha, bitch. I motherfucking got you.
You're not feminist conservative advocate. You know, she's going to get everybody to vote for conservatives. She's going to talk. It always
I think you're
reduces to the
bad.
men.
You're
It
just-
always no. You're
Not
just
the men.
You're exactly what I thought you were. You're worse than I thought you were. It's always what about the men though? I go. Are you going to
Not
tell
the men.
Are you going to tell the women to stop? Wait a minute. Are you going to tell the women to stop making porn for men to
Yes.
consume? And she goes, no. I would just
Yes.
encourage them. I would say
That
you
was not your
probably
question. No,
shouldn't,
no, that was
sweetie.
not your
And I'm
question.
going to tell the men that they can't have the porn.
Relax, Rachel. Breathe. Who saw?
I'm entertaining. If we had to listen to you blah blah yap 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 all night long, and everybody would leave the chat, nobody would want to be here. So
Sure. That is not what I said. You asked
Okay.
if I'd make it illegal.
Yeah.
And no, but I would tell women to stop doing it. Those are two completely different
Oh well,
things.
that's okay. She's
Yes.
gonna tell the women to stop doing it, and they're gonna go, okay.
Show them that there's a better way. Yes, absolutely.
Well,
do it.
That is what you do.
gotta work
Rachel,
harder.
in
Do it.
the
You gotta work
public-
harder
in
because
the
it ain't
public
working.
discourse.
It ain't working. This libertarian idea that we can just talk
It is-
people into doing what's logical
This
is the whole problem.
Libertarian idea that
Yeah.
we could talk people into doing what we want. That's not a libertarian idea. That
Yes,
has
it is.
existed from the beginning of
Your
time.
idea
This is a thing
that
from, let
okay,
me
I'll
finish.
just let you
that's-
yappity
This
yap.
is
Exactly. From the beginning of time in Rome, where people would like gather in a town square
In the
and then
beginning of
talk
time in
about their
Rome?
ideas
What
and
the
then
fuck,
decide on whether
bitch?
they agreed with them or not. So you're arguing again against people discussing ideas and proving why they're better than others, which is bad enough.
I'm
as
not
is,
arguing against it.
but
Now she's just blatantly just talking bollocks. You know what I mean? It's not even like coherent. In the beginning time in Rome, wait, what? Exactly, William.
It's
Exactly.
very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat. Like, what the fuck's going on
Yo,
here?
what the fuck is going on right now?
When I read the Bible, in the beginning, you know, God created the world, not God created Rome. Like, what the fuck is this bitch talking about, man? You know what I mean?
I'm doing it right now, but I'm
but
saying I do
let's
think
go back to
I do think that we should make certain things illegal. Yes, I don't think it should just be do whatever you want, bro.
How did the war on drugs work out? How has it worked out this
Are you going to tell the young women
war
on
on
the college campuses that you're trying to get to vote Republican
Bitch, are
that
you
they
on
can't have
drugs?
abortions? Are you going to tell them that's killing babies and you can't do that anymore?
I'll
Or
explain.
are you just
to them.
going to try to talk them out of
You
it?
just,
and go,
you just presented a question to me. Actually, how I would attack that question is
Actually.
showing why abortion is the killing of a human being based on biology, not on religious arguments
See what
or
I'm
anything
saying?
like that.
See what I'm
The beginning
saying?
of a-
Now it's like, oh shit, run the abortion script. That'll win him over. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers, they can't contend with the logos. They cannot contend with the logic. You know what I'm saying? So now she's trying to do the abortion. And this is why I keep telling you, fellas. How are you going to be able to tell and eliminate these bitches? I'm telling you, like the kings shall rise up, but a king needs to be careful because this bitch in black, you know what I mean? On the right here, like the blind as a bat bitch, she's she's coming to take out your estate, brah. And I mean, not all threats are like an ugly face, you know. Pretty rose can have fucking sharp edges, sharp thorns.
Human life starts at conception, right, and ends at death. Conception, you know,
In less than
fetus,
15 minutes,
baby,
chat.
toddler, all of that is part of the human developmental life cycle. And so if you believe in individual rights, then, and, you know, not killing innocent people, then you have to argue against abortion. That is my argument. It is a logical one.
Okay.
And it is one that made me, you know, like when I was much younger, I had different opinions on abortion because of what I was taught in school. I was taught that it's okay if like the baby doesn't have nerve endings and then you could just suck it out and whatever. And I'm like, oh, well, then maybe in a few weeks, then it doesn't really matter. But that's actually not the case. It's from conception. That's the beginning of the human life cycle. But again, this is just education, right? Educating people, which you have to do. You can't just tell people no voting
Yeah,
for
I know.
you,
We're
man.
gonna educate all the problems away. We're just gonna change everyone's mind.
Yep, we're gonna
didn't you bring
educate.
up-
We're gonna educate the problems away, Rachel.
Didn't you-
That's the plan.
Yeah, that's worked great. We have more
It's
educated
working.
people are more educated now in human history than ever before. It's not an information problem and it's not an education problem. It's a moral problem, and that's where the rub is. Didn't you bring up was it the Stanford prison
Constitution?
study?
No, the fact she brought up the Constitution. Okay, bitch. John Adams, first vice president, second president of the United States of America. What did he say? Constitution was only made for what? Moral and religious people. Wholly inadequate for the government of any other, I do believe, is the quote, darling. Okay? So this whole thing of like, oh, we can just change the Constitution to whatever the fuck we want to do, that ain't American, you goofy bitch.
Oh, I did.
Yeah,
in the last.
where you said they
in the
had to
last-
stop the experiment 6 weeks in or something
Do you
like
want me
that.
to? Are you handing it
So-
over to me? For
yeah,
me to go?
tell us about that.
Let's talk about that because it
Okay.
actually is a really, it's a really good one where basically they took in volunteers, students to play as prison guards and another group of volunteers to be prisoners. And what happened after a certain short period of time is that these prison guards started to abuse these fake prisoners so badly that they had to stop the experiment. And my argument using that that example was that when individuals have undue power over others, then it is just making it prone to abuse, right? So if men and women don't have equal voting rights and power, then women are
Okay, but
equally subject.
pause for
they
just
are
a
going
second.
to
I
be
just wanted you to
subject
tell me about the study. I didn't
abuse
need, like, a
and
whole
abuse
diatribe
and
about-
discrimination. That's the point of the study, is that it is in our nature, unfortunately, as humans to take over and abuse those that have less power than us, which
Okay,
is why we need to
then
have
let me ask you
equal
a question.
rights.
Why didn't they just pull these people aside, the people that were being the prison guard? Why didn't they get Driana to come in?
Driana was not allowed to come
Okay,
in.
well, let's say Driana, they call Driana and they go, you need to come in here, and what we need you to do is talk to them and convince them why it's bad to abuse
Yeah,
these people.
yeah.
You need to educate them, Driana,
Yeah.
until they behave.
Yeah, I would have
Are you
gone in
gonna
there
t-
and told them, "Hey, you guys are y'all crazy? Are you guys okay?
Oh,
Do you know
yeah.
that? Do you know that
Can
this
you go
is
to the
an
prisons
experiment?"
for us? Can we get Driana to go to prisons and just
What-
talk to the criminals
You think
until the
that doesn't-
criminals understand? Hey, you listen,
Are you
buddy.
okay, Rachel? Relax. By the way,
Listen, buddy.
By the way, they do that in real
Why
prisons,
don't we just
right?
talk
How's
to
that
them?
working?
You've got pastors that go to real
Yeah,
prisons.
and what is the success
and-
rate on educating criminals
and
out
they
of
bring
doing
them-
crime?
And they bring them books. And
Yeah,
they
what's
bring
the
them-
success rate?
And they bring them Bibles.
I know what they do.
right?
How well does
So-
it work?
I don't have statistical numbers in front of me. You want to pull that up, Brian?
Almost never. The recidivism
We can
rate
look that
for
up. So
most
don't
crimes.
bring up
there's no
statistics.
study.
Don't bring up statistics because
Unless
then
you
it'll
don't,
be wrong.
unless you don't have it with you, basically.
We can look it up.
So we're
different.
yes. Let's chat GPT.
Like recidivism
ChatGPT.
rate
Okay.
for violent crimes.
That has nothing to do with somebody going in and talking to people to try to
But
convince them to
why
change
would
their
they
ways.
keep offending if we can just talk them
Talk
out of
to
it? We just say,
them.
listen, Mr. Murderer.
Not everybody is
you
going
just,
to-
You just need to be educated. This is another classic left wing. This is Black Lives Matter's whole thing. Yes, this is, if you go to Black Lives Matter's website, they want rehabilitation. They want to educate people out of doing
Re-education
crime.
camps.
It's
Those
a
are two
left
different
wing
things that you're
position.
conflating.
Oh, no, we're just going to convince them. We're just going to convince people to do what's right for them.
Look
We're going
at
to
her face,
convince
bro.
people
She
to
is
take
salty
the
as
smarter
fuck.
option.
Take a breath. Da-da-da-da.
Yeah,
there
you're
you go.
doing the thing that everybody does where they pretend that the other person is crashing out when they're not. It's not going to work. You're
what
getting
did
your
you,
butt
what
whooped.
did
in
you
there.
She
want?
is
Yeah,
getting
let's see
schmacked.
if any
Hit her again,
programs
Rachel.
in prison from pastors or that reintegrate people into society, get them educational degrees, because that's something that
It
does
has to be a lot more
Education.
concise than
yeah,
that.
what-
It would
what-
have
I
to be
know.
like,
World
I know.
is
I do
your
have-
creation. She's a Barbie
Let's
girl.
see if we can make it as concise as possible.
Holy
what are
shit,
the
boys.
success rates of rehabilitation programs in prison? My argument.
They're well known
Rachel,
to be
Rachel,
extremely abysmal.
Rachel.
That's why
I
it
agree.
doesn't work.
I agree. My thing
You
is.
can't educate people into making
Rachel.
moral choices, Driana.
For what specific crime? Is it just violent crime, drugs?
Pick one for now, I guess.
Well,
See
it's-
what-
Okay, how
Make
about
my
this?
argument for me,
Child
please.
child sex
She's
offenders.
tapping out, bro.
Can we educate them into making better choices? Can Driana go and just sit them down
No.
and they have a dialogue
Rachel,
and she says, look,
are you
Mr.
done?
Child sex offender, I don't think that you're
Maybe-
violating someone else's personal rights, and on that basis,
Rachel.
I think you should stop it.
Rachel, do you still want? Wait, one sec, really quick. Do you still want the
this is
recidivism
total
rate for
annihilation.
violent crime
Sure.
stat?
Yeah.
It's very
It
high.
says over 60% of violent offenders are rearrested for a new crime within 8 years of release. And then for yours, for addiction rehabilitation programs, it's not clear if that's just voluntary or
Yeah.
through the prison system, but the success rate ranges between 30% and 70%. Relapse rates of 40 to 60% within the first year. So I don't know if that's helpful. but.
So my argument is not that we not incarcerate people for these crimes. It's the fact that people can change and rehabilitate. It doesn't mean we even release them into society. It means that you can change people's minds, absolutely, while they're serving a prison sentence. It doesn't mean that they have a right to be reintegrated into society. So that's my thing, is that
Right,
yes, even
so-
even in prison,
so
you
why-
can go in, even in prison, you can go in and you can preach the Bible to prisoners, or you can show them a better way, and you can absolutely rehabilitate
You
them.
need
I'm
to
not
show them the
arguing
way.
for lax criminal punishment laws. I disagree with
Okay.
that. But you're telling me, oh, you can just go
You
into
don't
prison.
want lax criminal laws,
Correct.
but why would you defend keeping OnlyFans legal? Why should we allow young women to create their own pornography, produce it, and put it out into the public? Why?
I disagree that it's bad, but the why
Oh
is because
my
then it
God.
sets a
I disagree that it's bad. Remember when we had the Marco Rubio and it's like, this was the thing where you let it slip? I tell you, everybody, they let it slip. I disagree that it's bad. Same thing with Candace Owens. The good news, Phoebe might be dead. Unbelievable. I disagree that's bad. This bitch, it just said it. You know what I mean? And chat, don't have long left. Check. Let's double check. He's got 5 minutes, chat. We need $10 on the Ko-Fi. Can we get it done? Otherwise, we'll be going on the grift break. You just won't be able to see the absolute onslaught that you're witnessing as we... Holy shit. Props to Rachel.
dangerous precedent for censorship in the future on things that other people don't like. Because let's say then we fall under
So
the
you
government.
think-
Let me finish. Let's say we
Let me
fall under
finish.
the government of we have a Democrat president, and they believe that people saying right-wing things on live shows like this is bad. So we are going to ban that. And they did, by the way, under the Biden administration. So that's what I'm saying. Banning things that we don't like and making it illegal is not the way to go. The way to go is showing people why you're right with arguments, with facts, with logic. And we can't set the precedent that, we as conservatives and Republicans don't like pornography. It's bad. Therefore, we're going to make it illegal. Then when a Democrat president comes along, they'll say Republicans that
I get your point. You don't have to keep repeating and repeating.
I feel like I need
You know
to
it's
for you
the
to
No,
understand
it's
this.
not me
So you
who's
got
Tell
it,
me
and
the way.
everybody at home
tracking.
got it, that it's a bad president. Do you understand that
If
then?
you take the libertarian progressive view that you have, sure. But what I would say is
What?
we believe in right and wrong, don't we?
Yep.
Okay, why don't we make things illegal if they are inherently morally evil? You said in your opening pornography is evil.
Mm-hmm.
Why would we not criminalize why do we criminalize murder? Why?
Because then somebody that has a different definition of evil than me can
this
criminalize
is not the
something
way.
that I believe in. Like, for example,
So you-
saying
not believe in
that
the
abortion
way.
is murder, then, we should, and by the way, this is actually happening in the UK. If I go out in the UK and I say abortion is murder and I read the Bible, I'm in the middle of the street, I'm going to get arrested. That's what
because
happens.
leftists like you run the UK. People with your same political positions
You're-
run the UK, and they go,
You're arguing.
you can't say that. You're going to hurt someone's feelings, and they'll be
That's-
upset, and then they won't vote for the
Yeah.
Labour Party anymore. We need
Yeah, you can't say that against Muslims because there's so many Muslims that have a vote and all blah blah blah. And by 2050 demographics, we can't say that. That's what this bitch is doing. Props to Rachel for exposing it. That's why England's in the way that it's saying, and that's why you have heroes like Tommy Robinson who says, "Fuck that! I'm going to speak the truth no matter what." This is what's actually going on, and that's what you're starting to see with the change. But this bitch is, like I said, feet to the fire. Bellissimo, Rachel. Bellissimo.
the Muslim
making
vote. Don't tell them they can't have grooming gangs. That's you.
I'm making the argument that you don't ban what you don't like, Rachel.
I'm not banning something because I don't like it. It's not that you think I want to ban pornography because I don't like it or because it's morally wrong.
Okay, that's what I believe too. I think it's morally wrong.
Then
as
why
well.
wouldn't you make it illegal?
Because
minute
somebody
warning,
else might think that's something I believe in, like second.
So you believe in moral relativism. So
like
everybody gets to have their own version of right and wrong?
Like Second Amendment rights, the right to own, guns or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's morally wrong because it kills people. And then when they're in power, they will ban things that they believe are morally wrong. So that's why you can't set that precedent.
It's
Rachel.
almost like this whole everybody voting thing is just a trap, and we're going to end up in a bad position no matter what we do because it's inherently progressive, and it will give us a progressive society where we can't tell people the truth and we can't say what's right and wrong because if we offend someone, they won't vote for us, and if we offend this group, they're going to start rioting.
Not
Are you
offend.
starting to figure?
And you end up with England. Now, thankfully, like I said, England still has its nobility, so England still has a chance. France, I'm pretty sure, is fucked. Right? Germans, I never count the Germans out. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the Dutch. You know what I'm saying? Scandinavians, Vikings. You know what I mean? And like I said, America just needs that nobility, I'm just saying the house and the house and family Wilson has a good ring to him. I'm just saying.
out at
Not
all?
offend. Again, just because you can't make good arguments that convince people.
I'm not the one
Doesn't
who's having
mean-
trouble making good
doesn't
arguments.
mean-
That would be you.
No, you're saying that we should not allow certain blocks of the population to vote because they would, down the line, vote against what you want. And that is obviously not the way to do things. The way to do things is by actually
Oh, these
talking.
nuts
to
You're
are-
certain
actually,
blocks
you're
of
not
people.
framing that correctly either, though. I'm not saying, oh, don't let this group vote because then I won't get what I want. I asked
That's what
you-
I believe
Okay,
exactly what
listen,
you're saying.
Let me finish. You
I
just
believe
yap and
this
yap
is
and
to
yap.
be.
So let me finish first. You said at the beginning, you work in politics. Your job is to go around the country convincing, especially Spanish-speaking people, to vote for Republicans.
Chat, that's it. We're going on the grift break.
Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of Step right up, spin the wheel, see what's next. Sneaky questions flying fast. No one knows which topic will last. One-on-one or chaos in the room. Every spin brings a brand new boom. Wheel of madness, let it roll. Twist and turn, take control. Mind on fire, sparks ignite. Every debate's a crazy fight. Who's ready? Who's brave? The wheel decides what you'll face. Strap in! Here it comes! Welcome to the wheel of
Shout out to Johnny McVito with the $5. Says, get your ass back to work, little leprechaun. Hope you're well, sir. Hope you're well too, Johnny. Appreciate the $5. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back to the absolute pummeling that Rachel is giving this goofy bitch here. Just exposing this whole thing of like they'll say, oh, I'm pro-gun, I'm pro-Second Amendment, I'm pro-life, and all this kind of shit. But you check the roots, lot of decay. You know what I'm saying? A lot of decay, gentlemen. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to it.
You want them to vote for certain things.
I educate yes, personally, yes. But in my current role, yes, I educate people on what are the political policies going on, who's promoting them, what they are, so that they can make educated decisions. Because with education,
I'm trying to do the same thing in a different way. And what I'm trying to tell you is that the fastest way to get to the dystopian nightmare that is the United Kingdom is to do what you're saying we should do. And you are also showing everybody that you're a moral relativist.
No, I think that the quickest way to get to where the UK is by banning free speech, which is what you just advocated for. And
how did they get there?
And banning things that you don't like.
How did they get there, though? Because the UK hadn't always had laws against free speech.
Nope.
They got that way because of mass immigration, equality, liberalism, all that stuff. Right. And that is what you'll end up with.
So let's address that problem.
That's what you'll end up with every time, because you can't just talk people into doing what's right. People vote based on incentive. No, people vote based on personal incentive.
I agree with that too.
Yes. So if there's a group that comes into the country and they're getting welfare benefits, if there's single moms out there that get welfare benefits,
which
things
is
like
highly illegal,
they're always going to be voting for that stuff. Yeah. But the reason we got that stuff is because women voted for it. Those things would have never been passed.
I don't think that that having an open border policy for 4 years, like what happened under the previous administration, is something that women voted for.
It is.
It's something that
have you looked at the polling data
women did
on men versus women? women
Rachel,
on
did
open
women,
borders?
Did women vote for the Mexican-American border to be completely open so that 20
They voted
million-
for
so that
all
20
of the
million
people who
can-
instituted those
can
policies.
come in?
Yes. Yes.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did.
Well,
Have
first
you
of
looked
all-
at border states?
first
You
of all,
just keep talking about presidential elections.
That's
Look
not
at border
something
states.
anybody has
Would either of you
ever-
like me to look up any stats on this? On the who's are men or women more in
Yeah.
favor of illegal immigration?
Of open, or
open
or
borders.
immigration,
I think
whatever.
a better one would be the percentage of Americans that are for voter ID, right? It's 83% nationally. So men and women, Democrat and Republican, for the most part, agree on this. So women are not just these
I'm not saying
irrational
everything
people.
women want is terrible and horrible.
Okay.
I'm
just
not.
the things you don't like.
It's not about me and what I like. I'm saying there's an objective right and wrong, and there's objective morality.
I agree
You're
with
the
that.
one who thinks that we should be pandering to people's emotions.
Yes, actually, you know what? That's a great lesson to learn, is that people don't care about what you say until they know that you care about something.
Right.
So
women, for sure.
Yes,
men are
and
much
men
more
too.
open to logical. It's not
And men
100%.
too, but that's why you
women are
have to-
far more easily swayed and
Sure.
propagandized by emotion.
Sure, but that means that then
I don't
you
want a
have to
country
be-
run off of that system. I don't
you
want
have
that.
to, Rachel, it's called adapting, right? And adapting to the situation. As somebody that has
Yeah, okay.
worked with many different people before, managed teams of people, I know that if I have a group of 10, that they're going to have different personalities. I have this message that I need to get to them, and I need to deliver it in 10 different ways so that it comes across a
okay.
certain way.
Let's-
This is emotional intelligence,
Okay.
Rachel.
Oh, yes.
which we
Emotional
can-
intelligence,
No,
which is
bitch.
made up.
That's just reading off a script. Like actually formulating the justification to arrive at said prescription. That's critical thinking. That's what you want. That's what you need. A pretty face to be able to say it in 10 different languages. You're just following the script. You know what I mean? You're just like Tucker Carlson. You're just like Candace Owens. We need critical thinkers.
Up nonsense.
Which we can
Emotional intelligence
develop
is nonsense.
and get better
That's
on.
garbage pop psychology.
Okay.
Do you believe in
emotional-
horoscopes too?
Emotional intelligence.
Yeah,
We're not
she
gonna-
believes in horoscopes too.
We're
Do
not
you
going to get
believe
into
in
a horse. We're not going to get into horoscopes.
Do you
we're
believe
gonna,
in them, though?
We're gonna. I'm not even.
She
gonna-
does.
I'm not even
Just
gonna.
asking.
I'm not even gonna answer.
And we got our boy Johnny coming in. My motherfucking man. Johnny with the big 10 says, don't have PayPal, but here's the tenner. YouTube Jacks is rough, but fuck Apple. I hear you there, bro. I'll stick to Droid. But Johnny, let me tell you, right? So I'm just going to go in and I'm just going to click the link. Because I know I should put you know what? Now that you mentioned it, Johnny, I'm going to put the Ko-Fi first. Because I actually not only appreciate you for the 10, but because you mentioned that, it's actually led to a bit of innovation, believe it or not. So thank you very kindly for contributing to the show, Johnny. All right. So let's see. Let me do this. I'm going to put the Ko-Fi first. Right. That's going to be the way we do it. And then if I just click the Ko-Fi link and I just share a tab real quick just to show you. You just click the tab, you just type in the amount. You don't need an account for the Ko-Fi. I know you need an account for the PayPals, but you don't need an account for the Ko-Fis. Okay. Just so everyone's 100% and all that kind of stuff. It's literally you can put in your message and you can do it privately. It comes up anonymous, or you can put your name in. You choose. It's all up to you. Okay. We even had Shazzy using it as well. But anyways, as Johnny was saying, back to work, you wee little leprechaun. You know what I'm saying?
So that
appreciate you.
entertain it. Let's stick to the topic.
Really quick, why don't we do let's let a few chats
we
come
get seven,
through,
that
and
one's
then
destroyed.
we could
Votes for life,
also
baby.
dive into a different prompt. But first, we have Jim Bob Smith. Thank you for your super chat. Does the blonde on the right think MAGA and Trump is conservative? She is a conservative in the same liberal way Trump is. Do you want to respond to that?
No, No, they can write anything they want. I usually don't respond to people.
Well, I mean, they
But,
send in the chat.
It's a valid point, though. Trump is a 90s Democrat, and he's a classical liberal, and so are you.
I think that there's things that I agree with Trump on most things, not all things. I'm not a blind follower of any politician, period.
All right, we have a chat here from, hold on, Brian's Conscious. Shit, I should have listened to the Unknown Soldier when he said to never have this low IQ nitwit back on the show. Good thing another Wilson is here, so this episode is actually making money. Okay, thank you for that. We have a chat here from Desert Jorge. He writes, Rachel, here are the facts. Driana, did I say it right?
Yep.
Driana. Driana. Well, that's just like your opinion. I feel that you just hate yourself, and I feel like I know what is right and what is wrong. Shout out to the Discord homies. Thank you, Desert Jorge.
You know,
Do
I
you wanna
haven't even
respond to
said that yet, that, you know, you hate yourself. I mean, I was planning on using that bomb at some point, but, you know, I guess
You
they
got
said it for
me. I hate myself.
I was
And
planning
we
on
have
using that
one
bomb.
more
It's
here.
all
Whatever
rhetoric,
fan,
optics for
Rachel,
these
I'm passing
motherfuckers.
out the plates for
No
this
consistency.
barbecue cooking. You're gonna do and feed the whole chat from whatever fan. Thank you for that.
Well, she believes her role is in the kitchen, so I think that's
do.
appropriate.
In fact, the kitchen is the best room in the house. Can't wait to get back there. I even got a hotel room with a kitchenette in it
Nice.
because I wanted
Nice.
to cook my own food.
Nice. Guys,
The
if
kitchen
you're,
is awesome.
if you're enjoying the stream, please like the video. Also, quick reminder, $10 display, $99 and up for reads. Also, really quick, Tiffany, can you just pull up Twitch? Guys, if you're watching over there on Twitch, or you can open up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. Quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. And so that we can put on more debates just like this. And
More debates just like that, Brian, and give us more of the good memes just like this. Wait, where is it?
There can be manipulation. There can be the changing.
don't you
of
step on
person-
dude's balls? Who the fuck are you to say anything? Who?
You know what I'm saying? So go over and support Brian out. He's a good guy. And speaking about support, we got our boy Johnny over on the Ko-Fi. Let us know how easy it was to use. He goes, testing, good, sir, loud and clear. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Let me give you, one sec. Let me give you a little bit of an Ave Maria for that.
Go, my nigga. Go get money.
Many grazies playing us to you, sir. Thank you very kindly.
If you're enjoying the stream, of course, like the video. Right back to the debate. Let me propose a few, unless
Yeah.
there's something that you
Let's
guys
get back
wanna-
on like
I have-
no
I could-
fault
I
divorce.
could get into
I have a
some of
few
the prompts
ideas.
here.
We got to do no fault divorce at some point here.
Yeah,
Yes.
and women's contributions to the home and their market value would be a good one to talk
You
about as well.
also, in a social media post, you had referred to Rachel as a pick me. I don't know if you guys want to dive into that.
Yeah.
What is a pick me?
Pick me is somebody that panders to manosphere men's audiences for just the sake of relevancy, you know, and saying, yeah, women belong in the kitchen, you know, barefoot and naked, all the different tropes.
I would never say to be barefoot and naked in the kitchen.
And pregnant
What
in the
the hell?
kitchen, you know, those kinds of tropes. Everything that a certain demographic of people want to hear just for relevancy, not because it's something you believe, you practice, or that is correct.
Okay, so you don't think that I believe or practice the stuff I'm saying?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, you're very against women having a voice in politics, yet we're debating here for what? It's been 2 hours or something like that.
I'm against
an hour and a
women.
half.
I'm against women voting.
Now, notice like that she keeps trying to shift it into argumentum ad hominem. You know what I mean? She's constantly trying to make it about Rachel and say, oh, well, look at the stuff that you're doing, etc., etc. You know what I mean? Fuck this bitch. Also, welcome in, Darth. Rule of two. My man. $10 super chat and the 5 Ko-Fi worth 2 hours. My man. So yeah, remind me to reset it again when we get to in about 45 minutes. About 45 minutes. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, that timer is add an hour onto that timer, boys. Don't worry about that. Don't be fretting about that, boys. Although, like I said, we done the calculations this Sunday, and the fucking YouTube thing it's basically like the Ko-Fi is worth double. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the amount that you on average, at least it seems with the YouTube. And ladies and gentlemen, we got my man. Let me give me some more shredding for that one, John. Shout out to Dar with the $10 on the PayPal. We're up to 33 out of 50 so far, folks. Just to remind you all, though, like we don't do the open panels for the film room. The film room's the solo mode only. But like I said, there's always the memes, and if you want to force a topic as well. But like I said, this one to me it's special because, like I said, if you just joined to set the atmosphere, this is why I do the troll topic of women paying on the first date. You know what I mean? Because how would you filter out these bitches that will say the script of I'm Second Amendment, I'm pro-life, I'm this, I'm that, I'm a conservative woman. But she's talking about having her own independence. How can you be independent? How can you be financially independent with me? You know what I mean? Where if you're independent, what that's solo, baby. This is a conflicting mentality. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, how would you filter out these women? And like I said, Rachel's doing an expertise job of just ground and pounding this bitch.
I am continuing the proud tradition of my anti-suffrage.
But Rachel, you voted before in the past.
Yes, I'll explain.
Okay, let's explain that.
Yes.
Go ahead.
So first of all, I'm here to.
And you'll never vote again?
Shush your mouth.
You'll
for
never vote
5
again.
seconds, you little yappy machine. I'm getting to it. It's my turn to talk now.
Go for it.
I'm here to carry on the proud tradition of the majority of women who are against women's suffrage and did not want to be a political voting bloc and were very happy with their duties as mothers and wives and community builders and thought that was extremely important. I agree with them wholeheartedly and all their reasons.
I forgot to give a shout out to Johnny as well. He said, super easy, and if it means dodging the unjust taxes, I'm for it, my man. Appreciate your content, and more important, you, sir. Looking forward to seeing you and Trench go at it. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Not tomorrow, but I think the following day. One of the what would be to so it's difficult to say in terms of the dates, but basically 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Swords of Reason on Easies. It's about to go down. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I'm basically going to like nuke Trench, like the whole what I call like the brain rot of like it's the juice boxes or whatever the fuck he says. I'm gonna completely like obliterate all that argumentation and hopefully give you guys an accurate picture of the mind frame or where you should be at as Americans. You know what I mean? Because it's America. Am I right, boys? You know what I'm saying? And yes, Rachel absolutely crushed this, and she's currently crushing it live as we speak as well over on Brian's. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to whatever podcast.
Why they didn't want the vote. Now, yes, I did vote. And yes, I will vote again. And I'll tell you why. To cancel the vote of a feminist somewhere and to double my husband's vote. However you want to look at it. Whoever Andrew votes for, that's who I vote for. And that's how I'm going to cancel out some feminist somewhere's vote.
So you're against voting. You voted in the past. We'll vote in the future. If that's not hypocrisy, I don't know what is, Rachel.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Do you think people watching
You just said I'm
think...
a hypocrite. Let me address it.
Yes, you are.
If I had an abortion when I was in college, let's say, like you said, when you were in college and you get told that it's really not bad, it's not even a life, whatever. I get pregnant, I have an abortion in college, and then later I learn, wait, that is actually murdering a human being. I'm against that and it's wrong. And I go out and I tell people, don't get an abortion, it's wrong. Am I a hypocrite?
No, because you actually changed your behavior based on new information.
Well, it's not a behavior you can change.
You can change your ideas, what you espouse, and your behavior based on new information.
So if
that you
I
get.
vote,
you'd be a hypocrite.
If I vote to
You'd be
cancel a
hypocrite.
feminist vote,
You'd
that's
be
hypocritical.
You'd be a hypocrite, Rachel, is if you found out this information personally were against abortion. Now that you know this, that it's bad and murder, and then still went out and told women abortion is okay and it's not murder, then that is hypocrisy. In your case, what we were talking about previously was voting, right? So you don't believe women should have the right to vote.
But
we
I
voted
live in
the past.
reality, Driana.
We'll vote in the
we
future.
don't want to deny reality. You keep telling Andrew he was denying reality. We live in this time and place we live in, okay? So
And look at it. She was like looking up to the sky for an answer. Do you know what I mean? Because like this whole thing of like, yeah, like I could be like a meth addict or whatever, and still tell someone not to do meth. You get what I'm saying? I could be a hypocrite. That still does not refute my argument. Can you refute my argument and stop doing ad-homs? Do you know what I mean? But that's all this goofy bitch can do, is to try and drag it down into the ad-hom game. But Rachel's too smart for that shit.
I have to be here talking to women like you. I have to be here talking to women like you to talk some sense into you, to persuade everybody out there that you're wrong. And I have to go and vote. Because otherwise, only the feminists are going to vote.
You don't have to do anything,
Oh,
Rachel.
I do. It's my
Who's
duty.
forcing you?
It's my duty.
Oh, it's your duty.
Yes.
now. Okay.
Speaking of which, do you think women have duties?
Women have duties. Do you think?
Well, women have rights. You've spent the whole time talking about what
I
rights
think-
women have. Do women have duties?
I think adults.
Yeah,
have,
William, it's not the next one, it's the following. That's why I was like specifically 31st of March, 9 p.m. Swords of Reason. Make sure you get. I also shout out to the one that's tonight as well, or to the next stream as well. I think it's Marte against somebody.
duties. Yes.
Well,
what duties do you think women have?
Well, you would say men have a
No,
duty
what
to
duties do
protect the homeland,
what
right?
duties do you believe women have?
Oh, I'm not going to give you any answers. I want to know what you think. I
said-
know what I think.
I think that adults have duties and responsibilities as adults.
But are they the same?
And in a
Are men's and women's duties the
and
same?
in a family context, then those differ, right?
Yep.
Or they may be similar depending on the structure that
Same,
they have set
same,
up. So, for
but
example,
different.
in the past, when people could afford to live on one income and the man could afford to have a stay-at-home wife, then obviously the roles of men and women differed to make it a working partnership, right? Nowadays, unfortunately, and this is not any of our faults other than the government and elite politicians and all that, most men and women do have to work within the family structure. So then obviously their duties and their roles and responsibilities within the households have changed. They have to adapt so that things make sense.
Such a long answer. You could have given me like a 5-word answer. It would have
But
been
I
way
didn't
better.
because it's a
No,
free
because you like to
country.
hear yourself talk.
Free speech.
So
You like to hear
do
me talk
men,
too, or else you
no,
wouldn't
I
have
really
come
don't.
here.
Do men have a duty to protect our nation?
I think that, well, hold on, let me unpack that.
Whose duty is it to protect
our
the nation?
Yes
How?
or no?
From enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yes, foreign and domestic. So it depends, right? So
Oh, it depends.
men can be police officers, so can women.
Oh, it's different.
That would be protecting against domestic enemies, right? Police officers, FBI agents, TSA
What are you talking about,
agents.
bitch?
Yeah, I know what
okay.
they are, but do you
Okay,
think both
so
men and
that- so
women
your
should
question-
equally do
so
those
your
jobs?
question
Or is
is-
that men's duty?
So your question is very broad because both men and women.
No,
do
I'll make it very
do
concise.
do protect this country domestically and abroad.
When it comes
So
to
what are you
force,
trying to
ultimately, when it comes to force, there's a bunch of illegals trying to cross the border.
Yes.
Somebody has to use physical force to stop them. Whose duty is that? Men or women or both?
It used to be that they'd send a lot of male foot soldiers right in for these kinds of things. Nowadays, we use more technology, right, for those kinds of interventions.
Always
so it's
people on the border, though. We have border enforcement
Yes.
agents down there
Yes.
with guns. Do
And
you think,
there's
are you for
mostly men.
equality in that job? Do you think we should have equal women and men defending the border?
I think that there should be a standard of can you meet these job requirements? Can you lift certain heavy things? If not,
And who's going to be best suited for that job? Men or women? Stop running. Why are you running? Why are you running? This is the way. You said you want to know the way. This is the way.
then you do not get that
Okay,
position
that's
because
fair.
it puts us at,
Yeah,
at
that's
risk.
fair. Would you say the same thing in the military? Like you can only be a Green Beret if you can pass the standard. And if you're a
absolutely.
woman and you pass the standard, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you aware that there's never been a woman who has been able to make it through Special Forces training like Green Berets?
Okay, then they shouldn't be in that
Okay,
position.
so if
Yeah.
only men can do those things,
That Green Beret position, but I just mentioned that there are plenty of other positions that do defend our country.
okay, what percentage
Foreign and
of
ab-
what
foreign and
percentage of
domestic.
women do you
is
think
going on?
are on the front lines in war or
Very
defending
minimal.
the border?
I'm not,
Yeah, very minimal.
I'm not.
What
I'm
about
not making the argument that.
what about
women
critical infrastructure jobs like pouring cement, getting down in the sewer system and treating the sewer? What about oil rig work? The really heavy duty shit that keeps society running.
Keeps
how
society
come?
running.
Yeah, how come only like 2% of those people are women? And even in those fields, they're really usually just like holding a sign
Rachel,
or
I'm
doing
not.
office
I'm
work.
not.
But bear in mind, like this supposedly this ain't a feminist. She's supposed to be conservative, and yet she has an issue of saying conservative things.
devaluing in any way men's contributions to society.
Okay.
I think that's super important and we should value them because of that. That's part of my whole argument that women should respect men and thank men for their sacrifices to society as a
I
whole.
agree. But
What
then
I'm
why
trying
should
to-
we give women equal rights with
Let me
men
tell you-
when
let
men
me
are
tell
the only
you-
ones that can do those
Okay,
critical things?
Sure. Okay, now that you asked me why should,
Mm-hmm.
women also have contributed to society in so many different important ways, besides a very important role of historically being the primary caretakers of children and
And see the way she's getting around. Well, we take care of kids. We're talking about rights. The enforcement comes down to men. So why are we giving women an extra privilege when they can't enforce it?
being a
'Cause we
homemaker
take
and
care of
raising a home,
kids.
which is the pillar of a strong society. Let's talk about that, right? We've got women inventors that have contributed to things like, dishwasher, just things that we use every single day to make.
Are you aware
our
of the
life-
number
let
of
me finish.
female patents
Let
versus
me-
male patent holders?
Yes.
Okay.
Josephine Cochrane, dishwasher. Let's see. We've got Florence Papart. She improved early refrigeration systems. So because of this woman, we can not have food that goes that gets
Bet you
spoiled.
anything if we look
So-
these
so-
up,
so
it's
wait,
going to
let
be
me-
a
let me
guy who
finish, let
actually
me-
did the work. But okay,
Let
I'll
me-
just
so
grant
wait,
it.
let
I'll
me-
just grant
Let
it.
me finish this
Yeah.
because we're talking about contributions to society. Obviously, I can't memorize all of these. I don't have that kind of a memory. But, there's a woman who created the refrigerator, Kevlar, body armor material, Stephanie Kwolek, used in bulletproof vests that our brave men use
even
in battle, helmets,
It's even
aircraft
better. It
components.
just-
A woman created the first computer algorithm, Ada
Oh,
Lovelace.
a woman created the first. Listen to it. Listen to all this shit and just remember it, gentlemen. Remember this. A woman invented the first computer chip algorithm. I think she said they invented washing machines or some shit like that. Kevlar. Yeah, women invented Kevlar, bro.
She wrote the first algorithm for a machine. It's considered the first computer programmer, and without this, there is no
Oh.
modern software.
This is all very impressive, but beside the
software
point.
industry. No, it's not.
It is totally beside. I'm talking about force. I'm talking
we're
about
talking
force.
about contributions to society.
No, you're talking
Grace
about that.
Hopper,
My
which-
question to you was
Grace
about
Hopper,
force.
let me finish.
Yeah, so Rachel's trying to bring this bitch back in. It's like we were talking about force here. You're trying to now scapegoat into like intelligentsia and all this kind of shit. But like I said, boys, we're hopefully going to find out soon that even that argument does not stand.
Grace Hopper, which created the COBOL programming language with which banking systems run, which government infrastructures use. So our financial system literally depends on this. We've got frequency hopping technology, Hedy Lamarr, which is
That's
the foundation
false.
of Wi-Fi.
Did you know that that's
Bluetooth,
false? I can't believe she did the
Bluetooth,
Hedy Lamarr thing. That was a
Bluetooth,
man who
GPS,
did that. No, she did
Bluetooth
not
and
invent
GPS.
that. No, you can fact check
She's
that.
a
It's wrong.
co-founder with a man. Frequency hopping technology, Hedy Lamarr. There you
Co-founder
go.
with
You
a
can
man.
look it up, pull it
Yeah,
up.
if you actually look it up, it's well known that this is a fake feminist
so your
talking
original
point.
argument is, if this is what men contribute to society, this is why they get a
That's
right to
not what
vote.
I said.
I'm presenting
I didn't say
you.
what people contribute. I asked
presenting-
you about force, and you dodged and
We don't-
obfuscated and stonewalled to evade my question. Only men.
Oh, so force is the
Yes.
reason why people should
No,
vote?
listen to the question,
Go ahead.
sweet cheeks, and then you can give me an answer.
cheeks.
Yeah, if you're very, yeah, you're very pretty. Congratulations, but this is a debate, not a beauty pageant, so you got to try to focus. So men are the only ones who can, who can do the hard, forceful jobs that provide us with security and all of this technological infrastructure that allows you to pretend that we are equal with men. We are not equal
not
with
the
men.
same.
That
We are
doesn't
equal
it doesn't mean that
in
we don't
value.
equal in value, I agree. But that relates to duties. Equal in value relates to our duties to society. Men's duties to society are things like building and maintaining infrastructure, providing safety and security, keeping out enemies who are going to come in and, like especially pre-industrial revolution. Oh, you're not going to cut me off after all that. Come on. Prior to industry and technology, men literally had to keep the barbarian hordes away from the gates, okay?
So this has to do with
keep women
voting. Again,
safe.
how?
Because people think that we've escaped this natural fundamental thing, and we haven't. It still requires force at the end of the day. You still need men out there. Look at Iran, look at Ukraine, look at the borders, all the national borders. You still need men with force to keep society going. That's men's duty.
I agree.
What are women's duties to society?
I just named them. They have historically been primarily homemakers, right? And also women have a duty that men can't do, period, which is childbirth.
I'm glad you brought that up. Why aren't they having any babies anymore?
Because the
Boom. And this is the whole trap card where it's like, well, yeah, women's duty is to have the babies. It's like, yeah, but you're not having kids. Why is that, bitch? You're failing your duty. The boys are still protecting the border. What's going on, ladies? Can't escape that one, but watch it run from even this.
situation for them is not apt, is not appropriate. It is a lot more
Ah.
difficult, especially when it comes to the economy, to have kids, one. And two, like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, women need strong men
Bunch
to
of cope.
lead, right? And to be
Excuses
in a family
and
with.
cope.
And unfortunately, the men of today, I'm not saying
What
all
about
of
the
them,
men, though?
but the men of today are quite
These
literally
nutty way.
not the same as men 50 years ago. In fact, and there's you can pull this up, Brian, but I have it written here too. Men are actually physically different than they were years back, as in men nowadays, on average, have lower testosterone
I'm
than
aware
their
of all that.
grandfathers. So for you to say that
What about
because
the men, though?
men have to be the ones leading and all of this, you're trying
Notice,
to.
it's women's duty. Why aren't women doing their duty? What about the men, though? But we're talking about women's duty. Men are enforcing the border. They're doing their duty. What about the women, though? Can we talk about the women? Can we take, again, why aren't women fulfilling? Look at Rachel's, looking down, it's unbelievable. Like this is the face of losing complete faith in women. You know what I mean? It's she's just looking down, it's we gotta just take away the right to vote from every single woman, please. You know what I mean? Because she's literally saying it's no, but women's duties are childbirth, and then what about the men, though? It's just not an ideal situation for me. What? Unbelievable.
To say that, women are not having kids because of women's right to vote or something like that, which is crazy. I'm saying that we need to build strong men back up. We need to encourage them to take care of themselves, to get healthy, to build up their hormones, get their testosterone right, get unaddicted to pornography, drugs, alcohol, vices, and then women will naturally want to have families again. But right now, there isn't as high of a percentage of men that women want to, what you call, submit to, right? To get into a marriage with.
So women are not fulfilling their duty to society because man bad.
Did I say
the men
that?
just need to
Man
get
bad?
better. The men need to get better.
Man
they need to
bad.
improve. The men are in a sad, sorry
Man
state,
bad.
and that's why the women don't want to have babies.
It's a fact. I'm not saying man bad.
not.
I'm saying
Why
man
aren't women
unhealthy.
fulfilling their duty? Why
I'm
are women
saying-
not fulfilling their duty? Is
saying-
it because the men aren't good enough?
I'm saying man unhealthy, in fact, and this is
Ah,
something.
men are unhealthy, and that's why women are. That's why
This
the
is
birth rate is so
something-
low, because the men are unhealthy.
Are you gonna let me finish? or
Ain't that a
let
Are you ever
bitch.
going to get to a point?
Ain't
Yes,
that a
you just
bitch.
need to stop interrupting. So yes, for example, 1 in 10 kids nowadays is born with autism. Out of all-
Hey, why is she's taking shots at me now? Fuck did I do? Speaking of which, I'd just like to take this moment to thank this show's unofficial sponsor.
From doctors, nurses, and pharmacists to moms, dads, and caregivers, they have all put their trust in Tylenol.
Please be patient. My mom took Tylenol.
births.
Can you just ever answer
let
a
me-
question without going
Can
off
you-
on?
Can you relax and let me
It's
make
just
my
va-
point?
I'm just going to take a
Are you
bathroom
okay?
break while she
Sure.
yaps, and then I'll just come back and ask you the same question.
Fantastic. For those watching, 1 in 10 kids are born with autism in this country. Unfortunately,
A lot of the mothers
the
still
men's
follow me.
health and the women's health is very important when it comes to fertility, when it comes to the health of a woman's pregnancy, and the men's health prior to conception is extremely important in making sure that that baby is healthy. Alcohol consumption is one of the largest causes of mutations and defects in men's swimmers. And so if men want to help the woman have a smoother pregnancy, a healthier pregnancy, then they have to take care of their health first. Women do too. I'm not saying it's
Waffle.
like women should just do whatever. But
Could open up a
again,
bakery
this
with all
is
this fucking
responsibility
waffle.
on both people's parts, and women might not be having kids as much as they did before because again, the economy is freaking terrible.
The economy.
Women
now.
don't want to have kids.
It's not enough just to blame the men. It's the economy as well. You know what I mean? And the men aren't leaders. The economy's fucked, boys. Men aren't leaders. We're infertile, apparently. Our swimmers aren't doing too well. The testosterone's not high enough. Like, what are we talking about? Do you know what I mean? And the boys talking about football. They're like, yeah, cool story, bitch. I mean,
that are going to struggle or go without. And men need to realize this and know that, okay, maybe I can't be a man that provides everything and can afford a stay-at-home wife, but at the very least,
Still going.
I can help in the household, and we can contribute financially and also with labor in the household. That's what I'm saying,
Okay.
Rachel.
Yeah, women
So
are
I'm just
perfect,
going to
bruh.
defeat everything you said with one simple thing.
Don't
I'll
you
just
know?
point out the fact that the only people having children are the poorest people. So if the problem was
Mm-hmm.
money, we would see rich people having all the babies and poor people would not be having the babies. So you're absolutely wrong on that. In fact, we've done
Conservatives
studies.
are more responsible.
Okay, now it's
Rachel.
my turn. Now it's my turn. They've done studies on this because dropping birth rates around the world are an extremely serious problem. There are think tanks around the world, including the World Health Organization, that
I
are
agree.
saying this could be civilizational ending for
I
some
agree.
countries.
I
So
agree.
they've studied it at length. And the number one correlate around the world, regardless of culture, finances, religion, any other factor, is women's access to higher education and the job market. This means that when you tell young women to spend all of their fertile years going to college and preparing for a job and then get into the workforce and establish your career before you think about marriage and family, what you end up with is we have now women getting married and having babies for the first time at around the age 30, 31. When in my grandma's generation, shout out to grandma, she's turning 100 on April 1st. Love you, grandma.
Hey, shout out to grandma.
In her generation, the first age of marriage was around 22. And you had a baby usually that same
So
year.
now you're also
So what
arguing
I'm
against women's
no,
education?
don't put words in my mouth. Let me finish. You just yappity yapped that
I
whole
ran,
time.
Rachel. I ran.
So
It's an option, you know.
so the truth is, it's not finances. It's not men are weak, men need more testosterone, men need to get their bag, men need to blah, 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 which that's mind-blowing to me that you would ever pin this on men because you're like the men
environment,
don't interrupt me.
the government,
Don't interrupt me.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt me.
You did that
Don't
before
interrupt
to
me.
me.
Don't interrupt.
and
Do you
forth.
want a bathroom break and I can just talk?
Go for it. Go.
Okay. You say we would have more babies if the men would lead. But then you say, I'm not going to follow a man. I have my own mind and I'm a strong, independent woman and I'm just as equal as
I'm
he is. And I think it should
but
be
I need
equal.
a leader.
How can you be equal and he could lead at the same time?
Yeah, that's such a crazy concept for you to understand, but it is possible.
It is crazy. No, it's just crazy, bitch. It's just crazy.
Okay, tell me how.
I am in a relationship with a man that I also look up to, that leads, and at the same time.
What does looking up mean? I look up to them. What does that mean? I view them as higher than I. But we're also equal. This goofy bitch, man.
We both vote. What is the argument you're trying to make that you can't?
How does he lead if you don't submit?
Who the heck is talking about submission? I'm talking about voting, Rachel. And
She wanted to go. Look, she's doing the feminist thing. She's gonna clasp the hand out.
made an argument.
Look at it. It's
again.
doing. Oh, we gotta play that. 1 sec. I gotta do this full screen. 1 sec. Let me take the banner off just for a sec. Right. Go back. Think. This is basically who the fuck do you think you are, Rachel? Talking about my man, all this kind of shit. Right. Wait for it. Just watch her right hand, okay? Up here, this arm here. Watch your hand.
Submission. I'm talking about voting, Rachel. And you just made an argument
Look at it.
again against
It's
women's
the
education
pinch.
now. So now it's not just women not being able to vote and women not having
I didn't make a
financial
should.
independence.
I did not make a
But
should
also-
argument. I
but
just
also-
told you what the reason
But
is.
also women shouldn't have access
Do you
to
know the
higher
difference between an
education.
ought statement and an is statement? I said the reason is
Uh-huh.
this.
hasn't got a
Does that
fucking
mean
clue,
I'm
Rachel.
saying women ought not be allowed to be educated?
Is that okay? I'm asking you that question. Do you believe that?
No, I think that women have, this is another big myth that Driana probably believes, that
put
women
words in my mouth.
were denied education. Do you think that there was no equality in education until recently or something like that?
No, no, actually. And in fact, women hold more degrees than men.
Yeah, but
do
what about
nowadays.
100 years ago or 150 years ago?
I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that education was heavily influenced by people that made it so it's harder to get an education, so it's more of an elite thing. And that's a whole thing with the Rockefellers and whatnot. But
that's true, but some of the first colleges in this country were women's only colleges.
and there are also a lot of
and
black
they've always
colleges,
had access.
and
yes.
then Rockefellers got involved and it got cut to like
So
10%.
if we didn't have a birth rate problem in 1860 when all the women could go to college, why do we have it now? Because of 100 years of feminist propaganda from people like you and Taylor Swift and
wasn't born 100
Beyonce and
years ago.
Kamala Harris. No, I'm saying now we have this problem because women like you, and I heard you say and I take major issue with this, somebody finally pulled it out of you in the Dating Talk podcast that you do look down on women like me who don't have a degree and aren't in the workforce
never
having a
said
career.
that.
You said, look, if
That I look
if
down on
all
women
you
that
do,
don't have a
you said
degree?
you don't feel that women who don't have their own money and career and all this stuff.
I've never said that.
That
I dare you to I don't have cash, but I guess we could.
You
cash
didn't
up
say
that.
you looked down
What
on
I
them, but you said you did
specifically-
not consider them successful like you or something
no,
like
Rachel,
that.
what I do remember saying is in Brian's hypothetical fun thing that he does on every podcast where he's like, oh, do you think women should, on the first time that they're over at my house, cook and clean and do laundry for them? Do you think women should do that? And I'm like, no, that's ridiculous. And most people that listen to that know it's freaking ridiculous. And women that do say, yeah, I would totally like first time over a guy's house, do his laundry. Yes, I do believe those
I
women
think that's how it
have
started.
something wrong
It
with their
started that
brain.
way, but eventually
Yes,
through the course of the
absolutely.
conversation, you basically
No.
said, if
Outside
you're
of
not,
that parameter, that is it.
Okay. I'll just take your word for that.
No,
but
people can go back and look at that. It's actually one of the
we've
viewed
established that the
episodes.
fact of what's actually true is that women are not having children because the men are too weak. They need to up their game. They need to be better leaders. They need more testosterone. The men are lacking, and that's
one of
why
the
the
reasons.
women aren't having babies. The women aren't having
One of the
babies
reasons,
because they go to college and they build careers first and they delay their first child until their 30s. And if you do that, there's a whole bunch of reasons why that doesn't work. The first is you're already past the majority of your fertility window. After 35, even with IVF, the odds of conceiving just go down drastically every year. That's a biological fact. The second thing is, when you build your life around this idea that you have to have goals and be successful, and you've spent all your life, everything you're doing is towards your career for that purpose, women find it extremely hard to flip a switch and suddenly be a mom and a stay-at-home mom,
Yep.
or like,
It's like the whole habit and patterns and all this kind of shit. And look, they're trying to like dig through the binders, the colored binders and all this kind of shit for a study to try and save her. There ain't no saving her in this. You know what I mean? Like, we all seen a 4K live HD. She was saying, okay, what is a woman's duty? And she's like, giving birth. I was like, okay, why aren't they doing trap card, bitch? Why are they not having kids? What about the men, though? Every goddamn time.
So
dedicate their lives to something outside themselves, which is what our duty is.
So Rachel, it is statistical fact, and you can look this up, that women with higher education degrees have lower rates of divorce. So since I am pro-marriage and pro-successful marriage, not just get married all willy-nilly, that is why I do believe it's a good thing that women have education. And it makes sense, right? You know, you are educated and therefore you want to establish yourself before starting a family so that it is something that is strong. And
But
again,
wait,
this
didn't
is-
you say you're against women going to college? Didn't you?
When?
At
Did
the
I say
beginning,
that?
I said something about college, and you said, I agree. I think college is a scam, too. I think you shouldn't go unless you're getting a STEM degree.
Yeah, that's
How many
true.
women get STEM degrees?
How do those two things, how are
never.
they at
You
odds
just
with
said
each
you
other?
think women should go to college and get an education.
Uh-huh.
Okay, but isn't college a scam?
Unless you're going for a STEM degree.
Did you get a STEM degree?
No.
Okay.
And I got lucky.
Do you know what
I'm not-
percentage of STEM degrees
I'm
are
not-
earned by women? It's like 20%.
See, I'm not a hypocrite because I'm not telling people to do something that I'm an exception for.
Well, I
There's
didn't
so
even
many
accuse you of
people-
hypocrisy. I'm just saying most women don't go for STEM. The vast majority, 80% of women's degrees are liberal arts nonsense.
A lot of them, yes, but
Yeah.
still.
So why would we push that?
The fact still stands that the more education, formal education women have, the lower the divorce rate.
But do you think
and
that
the higher
that's, but
lifetime
let's address that.
earnings.
Let's address that. Because do you think
Do
that,
you not want people to not get divorced?
do you think you need college to not get divorced?
No, I'm just saying that there's that correlation.
Okay.
Rachel.
That a correlation doesn't equal a cause. So telling women to go to college because you have a lower chance of getting divorced
No.
would be retarded. That
I'm
would be
saying-
like the ice cream problem. Have you
No,
ever heard
you're
of the ice
saying
cream
when-
problem?
No, you're saying women aren't having kids because they're going to college.
Yes, and they're focused on career and building
careers
career.
first.
Because we tell them, if you're smart and successful, this is what you're going to do. And if you're a
Yeah.
stay-at-home mom, you're a loser and you're lame and you're
Which I
going to
disagree
get
with.
abused. You're
Which
going
I
to be
disagree with,
vulnerable.
But when I have daughters, I am absolutely going to tell them, you need to have something of value that you can depend on because you can't just basically put yourself up as somebody that is dependent on neither the government nor another person, right? So yes, I would absolutely tell boys and girls, set yourself up for life in whichever way you see fit. It could be getting a STEM degree in college. It could be going to a vocational school, doing some kind of trade, business, whatever. Absolutely establish yourself before coming into a relationship with somebody else. And if you do decide to be
What do
a
you
stay
mean
at-
by that, though?
And if you do
establish yourself, do you have to have like a 401k? Do you have to have a
No,
savings?
just
What do
have
you have
some
to have?
kind of
Just any old job.
some
Yeah, see, like, that's the thing. You gotta have something that's special, but then any old job, you know what I'm saying? That's a good spot by Rachel.
Meaning
You know what I'm saying? You got to play this game with them, where it's like, what exactly are you saying, bitch? You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
Some kind of way for you to be able to depend on yourself. God forbid the worst happens, you know,
Okay, but
in a
who
relationship, in a
can't
marriage.
do that? Do you know what the average jobs are that people work? The average person makes,
very
for
difficult.
women, it's like 40K a year. For men, it's like 60K a year.
Okay, what I'm saying-
Most of us have like basic ass jobs that we
Yes.
can get straight out of high school. I did that.
Yes.
I didn't need to go to college and get into debt,
Yes.
which is the other big problem.
This was a very
women
long time ago,
Women
Rachel,
come
by the
up.
way,
No,
for
it's-
you.
It's the same thing now.
No, it's
yes,
not.
it is. It is the same thing now. The jobs
10
that are in
years.
demand are not liberal arts degrees.
Okay.
In fact, there's a ton of data showing that if you have liberal arts degrees, you have the hardest time finding a job because
agree.
you don't have practical skills.
I agree.
And employers don't even want that shit anymore. And
I
they
agree.
look for people who try to start businesses. They look for people who are self-starters, smart,
Yes.
self-educated.
Yeah.
I'm debating you today with nothing but a cosmetology license.
Fantastic.
You know?
And I
So-
agree that having degrees does not change facts, and having a title does not make for any kind of an argument. I've
Right.
never
So
said
if
that.
you can get a retail management job by the time you're 21, why
What-
can't you get married and
what
start
I'm-
having kids?
Sure. You know, what I'm saying is that having kids and being a stay-at-home mom, obviously very valuable. It does take you out of the workforce, and
Yep.
if you were to get back in it, then it'd make it a lot more difficult. So if women decide to be stay-at-home moms, they need some kind of protection, agreement, guarantee before marriage with the husband to make sure that the kids primarily are taken care of.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got $7 on the PayPal code file. Let me play a little money clip for that one from our boy Dart. One sec, where the fuck is it? Appreciate you going in and reset the goal because I forgot to do because like I said, it was the hour thing we need to add on. So, like I said, still got time. But if you want that bonus clip, ladies and gentlemen, we're only $10 away on the Ko-Fi. Get that bonus clip. Trust me, it completely shatters everything about this feminist narrative that they're trying to run from now because of Andrew's brilliant work in terms of like forcing the narrative down the Force doctrine. You know what I mean? You're seeing this play across multiple conversations around the spheres. And like I said, the feminists they don't know how to handle it. You know what I'm saying?
God forbid the worst happens, which is a split or a divorce. So that is what I'm saying. I'm just being a logical, reasonable person. And I'd prescribe the same thing for men, you know?
You're not being logical and you're
Yeah, I
not
am.
being reasonable, and we're going to figure this out together, okay? So how are we going to combat birth rates dropping like a rock and tell women you need to have your own money, you need to have a fail-safe, you need to have a backup plan. You
I have
can't
it-
really leave the job market because if you do, it makes it really hard to get back
let's
in.
work on solutions, right? For this country, let's focus on this country at the very least. It's the one we care about. I think it'd be very helpful for women and men in this country if we weren't importing the third world or filling jobs that Americans can fill.
Yeah, why do we
by-
have to do that? Do you know why? Because we're not having babies. And
No,
if the women
because-
were having babies, we wouldn't have to import our entire labor force from the third
No,
world.
because we have
yes.
sellout politicians that don't answer to us and answer to foreign interests, and that's why they're doing it,
No,
Rachel.
we have a labor
We're not
shortage.
each
That's
other's-
real. That's a real thing.
We're
We have
not-
a serious, not just us, almost the whole world.
We don't
We're
have a-
experiencing a birth rate collapse, and it's created labor shortages and it's created supply chain
Yes,
problems.
why would women want to have kids if, you know, if they know that the market for the kids, when they do get born, they're not going to have the same opportunities they have.
We got Johnny on the Ko-Fi. So let me get the refresh going. With the $10 saying for the goal. Let me play the clip for that one.
Had growing up, because we've got shitty politicians that are importing people from all over the
So
world. to
now
fill
women
those
aren't
roles.
having babies because shitty politicians are allowing too many immigrants.
That's a big.
Is there
reason.
any point at which it's the women's choices to shirk their duty to have children? Are we ever going to hold the women accountable and say, maybe the values are wrong? Maybe the women should say, you know what? I think it's a really valuable thing to produce another generation to keep this beautiful, wonderful world that
Yes,
I get
that's
to
a
enjoy
beautiful-
going.
Beautiful concept, and I agree with it. However,
Well, you'll talk about what men should do. Why won't we talk about what women should do?
women should also, again, contribute to their society. They should.
There's one thing we need women to do more of, and it's have babies. We don't need more media girls.
but
we don't need more psychology majors. We don't
How do
need
you
more
convince-
retail workers.
Rachel, how do you convince women to have more kids?
Well, I'll tell you.
Please.
So in a famous
In this economy,
yeah,
here, now.
famous interview in the 19. Well, you can't. You got to fix the whole system. That's the point.
You can't fix
yes,
the
you
entire
can.
world.
Oh,
We're
you don't have to fix
prescribing-
the whole world.
we're
I'm going to tell
prescribing
you
for the U.S.
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell
Okay.
you if you can just listen.
Sure.
In the 70s, Betty Friedan and Simone de Beauvoir had a famous interview where Simone said, I think the problem is that we give women the option to stay home. I'm paraphrasing, but she said, I don't think the world should be that way at all. I think that if we give that option, too many women will choose it, and that's not how society will run. I agree with her, and I believe that. I think if women have the option to stay home, that they would. I think if they had the opportunity to be mothers and be happy with being wives, mothers, having their sisters around them. Here's what happened. We pushed women into the workforce in the 1970s in huge numbers.
Who did that? It was the U.S. government and people that wanted more tax.
The government, the CIA,
more
and the
taxpayer.
universities who wanted this big, massive college loan. So we agree on that. The big, massive college loan kind of scam where you tell the women, take out a loan, go to college so
That's
you can
one
have
thing, but
financial
more than
security.
anything, they wanted more taxpayers paying into the system.
Exactly. So what we do is that created a two-income economy. The reason and there were other factors in the economy declining, but we've had ups and downs economically throughout all of history.
You have to also include technology, right? AI, all that stuff, industrialization.
Yeah. Well, the point is that some women have always worked, and some women can and should work. I don't see any problem with it. Mothers, if we take mothers out of the workforce, we used to have things like breadwinner laws, where only the men were responsible for the debts in the family. We used to have things like clauses in women's employment contracts where once you were married, we consider you taken care of financially by your husband because he's the one responsible for that, not you. And so we're going to give that job to an unmarried woman, a widow, somebody who actually needs the job because women's jobs were limited. We didn't have this huge equal workforce with 50% men and 50% women, basically. It's a little off, but that's basically what we have now. That created a permanent two-income trap where now women like me who want to stay home can't afford it. And many women who I hear from all over the country saying, I would love to stay home with my kids, but it's really tough. This is not something you can change and fix today. The reality of this problem is that it's going to be a multi-generational fix, and it starts with what we value. And we need to stop valuing career woman, careerism, Sarah Jessica Parker,
How do you sell that?
Sex in the City.
How do you sell that to women?
Well, you don't. See, this is the
So
problem.
you take away their option to choose.
Nope, it's not like that. The way the world works is based off incentive.
Yeah.
Just like how are you going to convince the men not to watch porn? You're not. It's addictive, and people have base instincts.
The incentive to have a family that's functional in the future and be a functional adult. That
Yeah,
should be
but
an
we've
incentive enough.
convinced women like you that what they should value is success, get your bag, have finances.
I didn't say that. I said
You're 32.
whatever-
You've been
whatever-
married. You could be married, but you have other values. You don't have children for a reason.
I want to
would
be
assume.
married permanently. I think the single most important decision a person could make is who they decide to have children with.
Sure, I
think
agree.
that's
I
the
agree.
most important. And so, yes, I think both men and women should be extremely selective and choosy with that decision because that's going to ultimately determine whether the child grows up in a stable household. So I am not going to pressure women to just have kids as soon as
I'm
they
not
can
talking
for
about
any kind
pressuring
of
them.
reason.
I'm talking about setting up incentives for the things we want to see.
Yes.
And what we do by
Incentives,
we
good.
give women specifically,
Force, bad.
we give women free college loans. We give them free loans to start businesses. We have done all this affirmative action stuff for the last 50 years to push and push and push and incentivize women to focus on career, focus on joining the workforce, reject motherhood. It's icky. Kids are gross and it's hard and you don't want to do that. It's going to ruin your body. There's so much anti-motherhood propaganda,
which I'm against,
and the whole pop culture. You can't name a single pop star or movie star who's an influential woman who doesn't have the boss girl, strong woman through your sexuality message. All of them do. Be sexy and hot like me and make your money. And ew, men are gross and they're stupid. And Sabrina Carpenter telling the whole world men are useless.
You're broad, which I disagree with, but again, you're broadly generalizing women this, women that,
I'm saying
most women.
The incentives society-wide through the pop culture, through the education system, through the government, every institution tells women motherhood is for stupid losers and strong woman, sexy girl, boss babe stuff is for winners. And we have to change those incentives. If we truly value family,
but you can't force people
just
to
let me
do
finish.
anything.
Just let me finish. I'm not saying force. I'm saying incentivize. You should know this if you work in politics. If we incentivize people to come across the border because they're going to get free shit, we're going to get more of that.
Agreed.
You get more of whatever you incentivize and you get less of whatever you stigmatize. We need to stigmatize sexy girl boss babe stuff. We need to by taking back the institutions and the culture.
How?
That's what you said, right?
Yeah, how are you going to do that?
By me going on these podcasts and writing books and talking to people like you. And now there's a bunch
they
of
shouldn't vote. That's how you're gonna get them to go back to.
Do you know how many women actually don't want to vote? It's a lot.
Okay,
you would be shocked.
Yeah, I'm sure, but it's not
There's
the
a lot.
majority.
They just don't care that much.
I
The
think
truth is, whenever we have a dating panel, Brian,
the majority of women.
most
do
of the
wanna
girls,
vote
when you say how,
and do
no,
vote.
I don't want to vote. If you say
do
to
vote.
if you say to all
Yes,
the, can you let me talk?
They're
let Rachel finish,
curated.
please.
They're not curated.
Yes, they are.
Wait, what do you mean?
She's
Yes, they
saying that
are.
you specifically pick girls. This is what everybody thinks about the podcast. And I wish this was true because I'm so black-pilled and I wish I wasn't. But all the young women I speak to, not just here, but on other podcasts and other debates that I do, you ask them who they voted for, they usually haven't. They usually don't vote until they're older and married.
It doesn't matter who
Some
you
of the
spoke to at a
college radicals
podcast.
do.
The facts are that a majority of women vote and do care about voting because they vote Republican, because they vote Democrat, and because they voted more than men have.
I'm
in the
not,
last
what I'm
presidential
telling you is
elections.
I'm not trying to convince women the way that you're thinking. I'm talking about systemic incentive. I'm saying do things like what Hungary did, where if you have 3 or more children, you never pay taxes again. We make marriage an ecclesiastical governed thing again, where it's no longer this no-fault government bullshit that you want. Absolutely not.
What's
you go to
what's
your
the thing that I
church.
want? What's the thing that I want?
You like government marriage with prenuptial agreements and no-fault divorce.
I believe that the government should have never gotten into marriages.
Okay, who should have governed marriage
I
then?
believe
Who?
that. I believe
If the
that.
government
Let me finish
doesn't-
because you just told me you believe this and this and that, and it's
what you
inaccurate.
said, and-
it's inaccurate. I believe in people being able to get out of bad marriages. Absolutely.
Do you think they couldn't before?
And
Well, who governs it, bitch? This is the key one. Who governs it? If it's not the state, if it's not the government, who governs it?
without certain legal protections. Let's say that you are in a marriage where you have domestic violence, domestic abuse, but you don't have the money to get a lawyer because there's usually financial abuse involved as well. So there's no way for you to even
Financial
prove. So
abuse.
there's usually no
Is there
way.
emotional abuse too?
So there's no way. No, I actually have the data on that too. So there's
I'm
no
sure.
way for you to prove that you're being abused, and so that goes against their rights. And I don't want women to be stuck in bad marriages. So
Do you know how many
yes,
marriages?
I agree.
Do you know how
with-
many women were granted
with being-
divorce in the year 1900? So this
No,
is
and
before
I don't
the
care.
19th, before no fault.
And I don't care because
well,
it's
I'm going to tell
irrelevant
you,
it's irrelevant to the point that I'm making, which is
55,700 divorces in the year
Fantastic.
1900. You can't tell me that
Means-
women couldn't get divorces. Yes, they
means
could.
Good. I'm not saying
They just didn't because it was highly stigmatized. It wasn't practical, and the incentives were not there. And what we've built built now as a system that incentivizes divorce. It incentivizes waiting till your 30s to even start a family. And that's what needs to change. So we need to shift it and make it cool again.
To get married.
We need to make it cool
I
to get
agree.
married young, to stay together.
agree.
We should not be allowing or glorifying OnlyFans chicks, Instagram bikini babes, all that shit needs to go.
I absolutely agree with all of that. It's something that I practice in my personal life, obviously. But again, the answer, the solution to things is never to do anything by force or by taking away options, right? Do we want strong marriages? Yes. Do we want divorces? No. Do we think that it's a good idea to ban divorces so that people are stuck in abusive relationships?
Do you think I want a
Bad.
divorce ban? Or do you think, because that's not what I want. What I want is where you have, like we always had for all of human history until 50 years ago, if you want a divorce, ideally it should be through your church. You should have to go to your ecclesiastical authority. So I'm an Orthodox Christian. If Andrew and I, and this, I know a woman that this happened to, that there was actually legitimate horrific abuse. She went to her priest and to her bishop and she said, this is what's going on. She had other people who were willing to say, yes, we think this is going on. She was granted a divorce because of the extremeness of the situation. What we have now...
What does that have to do with the kids? What happens with the kids? What happens with dividing assets that they both had? Is the church, does it have any kind of dominion over those kinds of decisions?
Yes, so...
It does not.
No, historically, this is
It does
how...
not now.
But what we're talking about is prescriptions. And I'm telling you the way we fix this is if my church governed my marriage, the church would say, okay, we're going to help take care of you financially. This is what used to happen under most churches. If there was a situation where the woman was abandoned, abused, say the husband was crazy, violent, any of these things that's like...
Cheats?
It depends. That depends.
Would you be okay?
From a religious perspective.
Do you believe it's okay, or do you believe that people should stay in marriages when the other person is cheats on them or commits adultery?
Well, so adultery can be a reason for divorce. It depends, and that's a personal thing that you have to go through with your spiritual father because
that's the number one cause of divorce, by the way, in this country. Yes, it is.
No, the number one reason that women give for why they leave is growing apart, irreconcilable differences. We just don't get along. Infidelity is more like number 3 or number 4. I've researched this quite a lot as well, and I've had this debate multiple times. It's usually like 3rd, 4th, or 5th on the list, depending on what survey you look at. No, it's not. Infidelity is not number 1. Absolutely not. It's like 3rd or 4th on the list. But from a religious perspective, of course, it's immoral. We don't say cheating is okay. We don't say cheating is good. But it doesn't automatically mean that in every case of infidelity, you must divorce. I know couples, and everybody knows couples, where they've worked past that. Now, if it's a serial, if it's a serial problem, or if there's a good reason, there's a lot of factors. This is a personal thing. This is why it shouldn't be done through the government. It should be done through the church, through your priest and your bishop who know you and know your situation and can mediate disagreements. Because you don't just break up a family for any reason.
Just one of the many things.
Brian, you can go ahead and look it up if you want to. Top reasons for divorce.
2003 found that when divorced individuals are asked open-endedly to provide their reasons for divorce, the most cited reasons were infidelity, 21.6%, incompatibility, 19.2%, drinking or drug use, which I also agree with, 10.6%. In most studies, infidelity.
She finally got to use her colored notebooks. But like I keep saying, wait for it.
Is the number one reason
you would
for
have
that.
to give me your source, and I would have to look at it. It's most likely going to be a survey. It's going to be most likely a survey of about 100 to 300 people.
This is from the NIH.
Really wants me to go through here.
.gov.
There. And we do have to differentiate between, for example,
So she chose to study in live debate, and it's like, I'm going to have to go through this shit. But as we see,
surveys and what is actually cited in the legal divorce proceedings.
You were wrong.
Where?
Right here. So the results of the study, reasons for divorce. Table 1 presents the major contributors for divorce list. Overall, the results indicate that the most often cited reasons for divorce at the individual level were lack of commitment, 75%.
Another pretty word for infidelity.
That's not infidelity. Lack of commitment means you don't think the person is fully in it with you. That's what that means.
Sure.
Because, well, if you kept reading, the next one down the list is infidelity. So the first reason in this particular study, which I'll have to go over it, but the number one is lack of commitment. That 75% for lack of commitment. So the majority is, I feel like he's not really trying. Like I
Gotcha, bitch. Using your own fucking colored fucking notebooks and data against you. Bellissimo. Bellissimo.
I'm really trying.
That's the definition you're giving it.
Infidelity is
commitment itself is
59%, and too much conflict and arguing 57%. So people can give multiple reasons. So what you're getting with these is we already had a problem. We already were fighting, and then one or both of us cheated. It does not say he cheated on her. It says infidelity. That could mean they both cheated. So one thing I've noticed about you is you're actually not very good at reading data and interpreting it. You're not actually good at reading a study and understanding what it says.
No, first thing there says lack of commitment.
And you interpreted that as infidelity when the next one on the list.
Is it not?
That does not mean there was infidelity. See what I mean?
Might I just offer clarification from what I looked up? So there's two different categories. So now commitment to loyalty or faithfulness could be a thing, but Rachel is correct.
They wouldn't separate it into two categories
there's
if they
two
meant
different
the same
categories.
thing.
Lack of commitment is one category. Infidelity, cheating is another, so extramarital affairs. But so under lack of commitment, it describes it as when the partner stops trying, they feel unappreciated, or decide the relationship is no longer a priority. So I guess in this context, lack of commitment doesn't necessarily imply a infidelity or cheating necessarily.
That's by the way, that's the exact same data that I cited in a portion. We just did a whole brand new debate course on debateuniversity.com, and all you guys who bought part 1, you can get a big discount on part 2, which is all about debating feminism. And in my section, I use that same data to argue my position. So that's how I knew that she was wrong on that and that she was kind of misreading or twisting
The original question and point was, do you believe that women or just people in a marriage that suffer infidelity from the other partner should not be able to divorce their partner?
I would never say that you should never be able to. It depends. I wouldn't say that every instance of infidelity must necessitate divorce, though, either.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying should they be able to?
Sometimes. It depends.
Sometimes.
Yes.
You do. Sometimes it's up to what you randomly decide.
I think marriage should be governed by the church. And if it's governed by ecclesiastical authority,
this country runs,
it should, though, and it did. So I'm saying let's go back to that because that was better.
This country is not run by your personal Christian Orthodox
That's not
values
what I
of
mean.
religion.
Your church. So if you're Mormon, you get married in the Mormon church. And that ecclesiastical authority governs your marriage. And if there's a divorce, they help sort out who gets what and what happens. And they are responsible for supporting women and children in the case of the husband doing something that would necessitate a divorce. That's how it was through all of history.
All right, non-religious couples or some non-denominational Christian couple gets married, somebody cheats. Or do you believe that they are allowed to legally to get divorced, or they should be allowed to?
I don't recognize secular marriage. It's the same thing to me as gay marriage. All you're doing,
but it exists.
It exists.
Even if you don't recognize
but what it is,
reality.
Right? But what it is not marriage. What you have as a secular person going through the state, which is why Brian's against it, and a lot of men are opting out, It's a gay roommate agreement. It's a very homosexual thing in nature, if you ask me. You are like, let's make a boyfriend-girlfriend living arrangement, like Sheldon on The Big Bang Theory, how he would make the roommate agreement. It's a glorified roommate agreement that's enforced by the state. There's no religious duty. There's no moral duty. It's not a lifelong commitment. You have an easier time getting out of your cell phone contract or out of a divorce in a secular situation than you do breaking your cell phone contract. You have better luck. You got a divorce that you just signed the paper and now you're divorced.
Yes,
you have a harder time with Verizon. It's harder to break up with Verizon than that.
Thankfully, the first time around, even though, we were young and picked people that we grew apart from, at least I picked a decent person.
Yeah.
And so it was, we're still amicable with each other and would be there for each other in any kind of situation. But
that's good.
But
I'm just saying, all
again,
it is now is it's just a basic roommate agreement, and then you go, I don't like this anymore, so it's done.
It's a really entangled legal situation, especially when shared assets exist, and especially if kids exist.
Yeah.
You try to get into a divorce proceeding when kids are involved, and
I went through that.
It takes years to resolve.
In my case, it only took maybe less than 6 months, but it's horrible. But it should only. My view is that it should only be for serious situations. You're in danger.
But
there's something drastically wrong. I don't. But we're talking about who should, and I'm saying it should be the church, because marriage is a lifelong religious sacrament. If all you want is a roommate agreement, I don't care what you do.
I don't make policy recommendations based on religious arguments.
Well, that's a problem.
Even if I hold the same values as you do.
So you're doing the thing that so many people not so erudite tries to do this. I have a set of morals for myself and what I think is right or wrong. I have a set of morals, but I'm not going to force it on anyone. I think we should just default to secularism, and that's another big reason why we're in this mess.
So we do have separation of church and state for a reason.
Is morality objective or not?
I think that morality is dependent on, what our beliefs come from God, right? Like, basically whatever. You know what? I think there's objective right and wrong, regardless of what you believe according to your religion.
Okay. If that's the case, if we know objectively what's right and wrong, why wouldn't we organize society along that and not just what this person might think is wrong on that day, and then Bob thinks it's wrong next Tuesday?
Let me name some of those things.
Sure.
It is objectively wrong to kill a person unless it is in self-defense.
Why?
Right? Because people have inherent human value. So that is, I don't care what your religion is.
And you think that's based on God?
I think that's an objective, moral, basically decision.
But what if someone doesn't believe that? What if somebody says, I don't think that people have inherent human value?
I'm giving you an example of things that I believe are across the board that I don't think matter or change depending on a person's religion, like the right of a person to live, unless, of course, they've threatened somebody else and whatnot. So I think that's an example of that, and you asked to name one.
Sure.
So yes, objective morality does exist. There's, you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't, because that, again, is taking away from somebody else's property, which is wrong, and you don't need a religion to basically support that. And if there is a religion...
Well, speaking about supporting that, we shout out to Darth Rule of 2, the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to Andrew B 5842, Bruce B 93, Envoy of Justice, J Antics, and I Piece of Cake. Congratulations to you. Shout out to our boy Darth. Let me give you a little shredding clip for that one, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, are we having fun yet? Por favore. Shout out to you. But yeah, like this whole thing that like we're kind of like doing here is just like she's kind of saying a whole load of nothing. You know what I mean? She's just like using like nice words and like everyone has their own thing and I'm just gonna go along to get along, but you're not really telling us anything. You know what I mean? You're not really giving us a direction. You know?
See, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong, though. There are people who are secularists who don't believe stealing is wrong. They think stealing through taxation is correct. Black Lives Matter think that, you know, we're living on stolen land and you got to give it back and all these kinds of things. There's a lot of people who, you're taking the Christian moral paradigm for granted and saying it's objective. When if we separate church and state, yeah, that's Christian. Those are Christian values.
People have a right to live unless they are, unless they're basically threatened. You think that's Christian?
Do you think there's any other religion that holds that?
You think that wasn't the case before Christianity?
No, it absolutely wasn't. In the ancient pagan world, there was no right to life. There was no human dignity. That did not exist.
Okay.
They did human sacrifice.
Yes, absolutely. Some religions and different sects did those things.
Okay, yes, go to an Islamic country and ask them if they think everyone has a right to live.
But it absolutely did exist.
No, it didn't.
Past, especially in Nordic, Nordic.
Nope, they did
Viking,
human sacrifice too, and they conquered and killed people, Driana. No, they didn't believe that it was wrong to kill people and take their stuff. You just said Vikings? And you're trying to tell me Vikings thought it was wrong to take over people's land and kill them? Isn't that like legitimately what they did?
In your own society. I'm not talking about conquering.
Well, that's subjective.
Tell me.
They did not have a concept of objective human rights and objective morality. They'd say
they exist, though,
Christianity
is what I'm saying.
Christianity is the only religion that has universal morals. Every other religion and system says there's what's right for us, and then there's what we do to other people. Are you not aware of that?
I'm not aware of I don't know how many religions that exist.
Well, now you know.
And what each of them, it doesn't mean that you're right.
I'm correct.
I don't know what Buddhism.
Name any other religion.
Buddhism, what it prescribes. I don't believe Buddhism prescribes that, one set of rules for us, another set of rules for them.
Buddhism does not have an objective universal moral framework. Only Christianity does.
Okay, so again, I set one example, which is you said, all of the other religions prescribe one thing for their people and another thing for other people. And I just told you like that one doesn't. And I'm not even an expert
and I'm telling you that Buddhism does not believe in objective morality that applies to everyone. It's very like, you find your Zen by just, what's right for people and you let them find their way. It's not, here's what's right, here's what's wrong, and it's the same regardless of the people or the place or the situation.
By your definitions. And since, Rachel, there's so many different religions, again, this is why we don't prescribe policy based on religion.
That's a problem.
Driana, scoot your mic a little bit.
If you don't, then by that very definition, you are making subjective prescriptions.
What if people that have a completely different worldview and a different religion than you came to power and then tried to impose their religious beliefs on you? Would that be okay?
They have and they do, and that's just an is statement.
So isn't the problem?
That's why Christians need to have power of the government, because if we don't, someone else will.
Or the solution is to take away the power of the government to make those kinds of selective.
Do you want to get into that? Do you want to get into that argument? Because I don't think you do. So you think that if we have a secular government where the church is separated from the state, we're going to end up with fairness and human rights? Is that what you think?
No, what I'm saying is it sets a dangerous precedent to set laws based on our particular religions, because then
what do we base them on?
Then we base them on objective morality, right?
There is no such thing as objective morality according to you.
We base it on protecting the right of the individual. That I think is the ultimate.
Then you would have to. Then you would have to have legal abortion. You'd have to have legal pornography. You'd have to have legal drug, because if you,
protecting the right of an individual
because
create
this is
abortion?
the libertarian argument, which is why earlier when you said, I think people should be able to do what they want as long as it doesn't hurt anyone else.
Yes.
That is the same argument libertarians and classical liberals have used since the Enlightenment to say, you can't tell me I can't smoke this weed. I'm not hurting anybody, bro. You can't tell me I can't abort this baby. It's my body.
No.
That thing is not a
that
person.
argument-
It's just
that
a clump of
argument falls
cells.
apart very easily because
Well,
of using biology as an argument, not using a religious argument. You use biology as an argument because, again, the embryo is an individual by all senses of like the definition. It's just part of the human
okay, but how
developmental
has
stage.
it worked out for us around the world when we let secularists make the laws? They always make abortion legal, and they make abortion legal based on bodily autonomy and libertarian principles of I should be able to do what I want. It's my body, my choice.
And they're making, just because they get what they want, it doesn't mean that their argument was valid, right? Because they're just
but without an objective
choosing to
religious
ignore
moral framework,
biology.
this is going to be like way over her head. So we'll just go back to like no fault divorce or something.
Also, we do have some chats that came through. So while we do a few chats, I think we've got about 5 or 6. We have Cha XD. So our choice is to marry femcon women who we're equals with and will allow for the proliferation of love and tell us it's all our fault, or go to Iran. Iran ain't looking too bad suddenly. Would you like to respond to that?
I'm sure
Cha.
you could. I'm sure you could find the kind of submissive women that don't want to vote and don't want to have financial freedom in Iran. So you know what? I recommend it. You know, one-way ticket over there. Absolutely. And again, this falls
This
more
was
than
an
anything.
easy debate. She just
this
came right out
falls-
and said the quiet part
this
out
falls,
loud.
Again, under hypocrisy, you know, because the basic argument Rachel's trying to make with her book is that women shouldn't vote, but she does vote herself, and she just said in this
Well, the
podcast
minute
that she'll
the
continue
minute
to
that
do
all the
so.
women can't vote, I won't vote either.
Sure, and that's not going to happen. So you're basing your
Oh, I wouldn't be
prescription-
so sure about that. They said Roe versus Wade couldn't be
You're-
overturned, and we got that one. And I think a lot of
You
people
think-
are waking
Do you
up.
actually think it's possible that
Yes,
the 19th Amendment
not
would
only
be-
do I think it's possible,
would be
it
overturned?
is inevitable. And I'll tell you why. Yeah, you can laugh, but I'll tell you why.
Tell me
all
why.
the men watching this
why. Okay. Mm-hmm.
and all the men out there have started to figure out that this feminism BS is only there because they facilitate and allow it. And if at any moment men go, yeah, this was a shitty experiment that didn't work, it needs to go to the dustbin of history, no more of this shit, then tomorrow it stops.
You think that would actually
And
happen?
we figured out that universal democracy, one person, one vote, basically provides this huge front for a shadow oligarchy. It does not provide you with
When
more
would this
freedom.
happen? What would be the time frame? Do you think in your lifetime?
Oh,
that'll
I don't
happen?
know. It could be 20 years, it could be 1,000 years. But with the birth rates dropping like they are, this situation that you think is so great is literally
What situa-
unsustainable.
Wait, what situation that I think is so great?
Just the whole like women should be financially independent, everyone
Yes,
should
they
have their
should.
own money, and we should all just be rugged individualists, and every person gets a vote.
No, I
and
think that when we each
it
have
will-
individual rights and liberties, we can come together in a community a lot better because
You know
we're
what
coming,
happened,
we're coming
though?
out of
We've
from a
had
point
that.
of consent,
But we've had
not
that.
out of force.
We've had
right?
that for over 100 years, and what
No,
has
we haven't.
Yes, we have had.
1974 is when women finally were able to be financially equivalent to men.
Women were always
Do you deny that
allowed.
fact?
Yes, we need to talk about this because
let's go there.
you're going to say that because some or most women
Mm-hmm.
weren't approved for loans or credit cards,
Yes.
that they weren't allowed, and that's not the case. So this is what feminism relies on. Again, get the new feminism debate course because I break this down like no other.
1974
The
is when
let me
women
talk.
finally could
okay.
have credit and were finally able to get loans without a male signature. This is 52 years ago.
You're just wrong. You're
so
just wrong.
What do you mean? Is that?
I'm
is that
gonna
a fact?
explain it if you
Brian,
wanna
you want
hear.
to pull that up if that's a
But
fact or
the
not?
framing of how you're saying it is totally
I'm telling
wrong.
you, a law passed, right? What framing is there? It's a fact
Well, to
1974.
people who aren't very smart, I'm sure the framing doesn't matter. As soon as you're done yapping, I'll just blow
what
you
happened
out.
in
The Equal
1974?
Credit
Blow you
Opportunity Act passed. You can pull this up. Equal Credit Opportunity
I'm
Act
not
in
denying that.
1974.
I know that happened.
That allowed
but what you're
women
saying
to
about
finally
history is
get
wrong.
credit, and that finally allowed women to get loans without a male signature.
Well, was
that
there-
happened 52 years ago. Women weren't financially
If she stops
independent
talking,
52
I'll
years ago.
explain
But-
how
How is
she's
it?
wrong.
Well, I guess question for you, one point of clarification. Were women legally barred prior to
Yes.
it?
No, they
Legally
were
barred?
not.
Or were
No.
some banks?
It didn't, yes, correct. There wasn't protection that required that all women
Brian, I can
be treated
totally,
equally.
yeah, I can totally
Yes.
break this down. So now it's my turn. What she's doing is a classic, she doesn't realize this is what it is, but it's classic feminist framing to
my
make
God.
it sound a certain way when it wasn't.
It's facts.
So before the equal,
Facts aren't feminist, and they don't care
It's
about
not-
your feelings either.
are you done?
Here, let Rachel.
Yeah, let me explain what actually happened. So she's conflating and saying women were not allowed. That's not the case. Banks, for the most part, did not often grant loans or credit cards or accounts to women who did not have employment, the same way they wouldn't now. So if you went to a bank now as a man and you're 25 years old, you don't have a job, you live at home with your mom, you don't have any established credit, and you don't have any way to pay a loan back, are they going to grant you a loan? No. Okay? There was no law saying women cannot have these things. It simply was the case most of the time. Now, there were plenty of women, and I have
just allowed
multiple examples in the feminist debate course where I show you all the women who did have bank loans, credit cards, bank accounts. Going back to the 1700s, women had these things. It just wasn't most women. You often needed your dad or your husband to sign for something because you didn't have a job, because you were where you belonged in your home, raising the next generation, which is the most important thing a woman can do with her life. So
no
yes,
options.
so what she just did was present disingenuous framing that makes it sound like women weren't allowed these things. They were denied it. And what this Equality Act she's talking about, this equal financial opportunity law, what that did was bullshit. That was
That's a great.
it was bullshit, because what it did was force. It's the same thing we do with everything else, all this DEI stuff, all
Forced
of this
to not discriminate
just
based
shut up.
on gender.
Just shut up for a minute.
That's
and you
it.
can learn. You can
That's it.
learn. Yes, we force institutions to grant loans. We say you have to give them this. You have to give them
No.
that. You have to prove.
That's
you have to
that's
prove
wrong.
that you're not
That
discriminating
is
based on
false.
sex by offering women these things.
That's-
Even if you know it's a financial risk, even if the bank wouldn't normally make that decision.
No, that
For
law-
business reasons,
This is false.
okay?
Objectively
so this
false.
law, what this law did was force the hand of the government to step in and try to force equality, and you say you're against that. You say you're against the government coming in and forcing equality, but you back all this DEI nonsense.
You just said
back
a lie.
affirmative action.
You just said a lie, which is that this law forced banks to give women loans, and it didn't. All it did is guarantee that they didn't discriminate on the giving of loans or credit based on gender.
Don't you think that
Not
banks,
forcing-
don't you think that businesses should
that
be
is-
able to deny service to anyone they want for any reason?
by
or no?
gender? Because of gender? No. Absolutely not.
Okay. Well, that's a progressive position.
No.
Do you think
no.
that bakeries
Let me
should a
finish.
Christian bakery have to bake a gay wedding cake
Let
too?
me finish. I'm talking about financial rights, right? No, I don't believe a bank should deny any kind of services to people based on their gender, because then they could also deny services or loans or credit based on race. It should
But it-
be.
but
It
it
should be.
wasn't.
Rachel, let me finish. It should be based on the person's credit history, ability to pay back, all of that stuff. The things that normally banks take into consideration.
But that's
to
not what
give
that
credit,
did. That's
to
not
give
what that
credit.
did.
Yes, it is.
Because it was
Yes,
telling
it is.
banks,
It did
hey,
not force banks to
yes,
give credit.
It created a situation where the government is now watching the bank, and if they don't have a certain percentage, it's the same thing they did with DEI hiring and with affirmative action in college, letting women and minorities into college.
Hold on, let her
I
finish,
didn't.
let her finish.
So what this did was a bank might look at a woman and say, okay, she just got divorced. She's only had a job for a month. The odds of her being able to pay back a loan or a credit card are like not good. Normally, as a business decision, we would say no to this person regardless. But because because she's a woman, and we have to show a certain amount of women on our, payroll, on our bankrolls that have accounts.
That doesn't
so that we
happen.
don't get investigated and accused of denying women's rights.
That doesn't happen, Rachel.
Now we're going to do that.
That
Yes.
doesn't happen because the bank can then prove, no, the reason we denied this woman.
I think we should have left it
the
up to
reason why we
banks to
denied this
decide.
woman, credit is because she just, got divorced and she just,
They should be able to deny
so
you credit
can
based
prove
on
it.
anything they
if
want.
somebody inquires about
I thought
why
you were
they
a
did-
libertarian. Why
if
do you want the
somebody-
government coming in and telling the bank who
if
they
somebody-
have to loan money to?
If somebody
let her
inquires about, if the government decides to investigate a bank and says, oh, you're giving 80% of your credit and loans to men and 20% to women, but the bank can prove, here's why we denied most of women's applications, they wouldn't get into any problems with the law. And this,
Okay.
and this,
if
and
you're
this,
if you're a major bank, are you
this-
going to take that chance? No,
and this
of course
opportunity and this act made that the case. It didn't force banks to give out credit or give out loans to people that didn't deserve them. That's actually something that.
But women were
that the-
allowed. But the whole point
That's
is,
something that
prior
the
to that,
Clinton-
women were allowed
That's
to
something-
own property, have jobs, have their own money. Were they not?
That's something that the Clinton administration did, and that's
She
a
would
big,
love the Clinton
a big
administration.
reason why we had the whole 2008 housing
Yes,
market crash.
exactly. So are you
so-
saying that it was illegal for women to have their own money or property prior to 1975?
So there's something called coverture laws, right?
Yes.
So if you were a married woman
Right.
and you have joint property with a man, and that man was away for business or war, whatever, you still had no legal identity. It means that you could not sell the property or do business without their consent or anything like that. So no, you didn't have any kind of legal business standing. So again, they did not have rights outside of the presence of a man
Okay, that's
in a legal marriage,
But-
where they both owned property supposedly.
But here's the problem with that. If you go back to, again, the anti-suffragists arguments to the suffragists in the late 1800s, the middle 1800s even, the state of New York, this varied a lot by state. So this was not federal, most of it, for most of history. In the state of New York in 1870, if you were a wealthy woman and you went into a marriage with an inheritance or an expected inheritance, and maybe you already owned property, maybe you had a wealthy dad and you owned a piece of land, in the state of New York, your husband was not allowed to get that in the divorce. He was not allowed to sell it or do anything with the land or the property or the money unless you said in front of a judge that you were giving him permission, and the judge had to be reasonably assured that you were not being coerced or forced or in any way pushed into doing that. And the women who were against suffrage cited these laws. There were breadwinner laws and there was other types of laws. They cited this as, look, we've got a really good deal, and if you make us politically equal with men, all this equality, feminism stuff, we're going to lose privileges and protections that we now enjoy under the law that we want to keep.
And that we
So
can,
there were
that we
a
still have
lot
today.
No, there were a
So they, so they basically, it's like they just rewrite the narrative. You just do a whole whitewash off and say, no, they done this to keep you down. It's like, no, they done this because they want to protect their own asses. Like this whole thing of like the buffet thing, you know? The whole like, if you were to try to extract out like an objective framework from feminism and say, okay, 50% of women in the military, 50% of the men in the military, all this kind of shenanigans where it's like you genuinely treat them as though like they're equal, even though they're clearly not. Like that's hard to advocate for. But like what a lot of these feminists want to do is they just want to add on like extra privileges for women and then just like subjugate men to try and serve them. It's unbelievable.
A lot of protections in place for women that we don't have anymore. So if I had been divorced in 1870 and not 2006, I would have not been in the situation where here I am, a single mom with kids, and because my husband got into all kinds of trouble and I had to divorce him, now I've got to try to figure out how to support them. I've got to get a job. I've got to get on welfare. I've got to put them on Medicaid because I can't
10
afford.
minutes, chat. We got
Laws are
10
more
minutes.
fair back in the day than they were now when it
Laws
comes to
back then
divorce.
protected vulnerable women better than they do now. Yes, and I have data that can
I
prove
disagree
it.
with that position.
No,
completely.
okay. So when the church would step in and
Forget about
and-
the church, the law. Like we're talking about legal marriages.
Why do you want the government to do all this if
I'm
you're
talking about
if
reality
No,
right now.
you said you want individual rights, but then you'll say, "But I want the government to step in and protect women." Which is it? You have to pick one.
I'm saying what we have in place right now, the protections in marriage and in divorce laws, you think that that was better back then than that it is right now, that
Yes.
it protects. I completely disagree with
Overall,
that.
as a broad picture,
For many
yes.
reasons, I disagree with that because nowadays,
Yeah, because you want the right to.
We got
Yeah.
that.
courts
What
take
gets the
into
membership? My
consideration
mind.
contributions beyond financial when it comes to
Congratulations
marriages.
to
So that's
Q
why
on the essay.
I do have to let some more chats come in here.
Yeah.
We have Redacted 92, totalization of reproductive control in females with secularization and feminism yields this pathology. The beast of vanity consumes females from within, ironically fulfilling their fear of obsolescence.
Deep stuff.
That
but
was some
true.
Shakespeare.
Yeah.
Shakespeare right there from Redacted 92. Thank you very much for your message, guys. We have 6 messages we need to get through. Guys, if you want to get a message in right now, our read threshold is $99 and up. We have a $10 display. Also, like the video if you're enjoying the stream. We have Based Justin coming in here with... Oh, I triggered it twice. You're back to summarize. Feminist is as feminist does. Proof is in the pudding. You practice an emphasis on marriage and kids with only a latest boyfriend at 32-ish with no kids. When family TikTok. Would you like to respond to that?
I'm glad that you're following my dating life so closely and are donating $100 or $200 every time I'm on the show to get a message out to me, but that is going fantastic. And like I said, the person that you have children with is the single most important decision you can make. I don't want to be in a situation where, I'm divorced and then my kids have to be raised by somebody else. So I'm going to take my very sweet time to make sure that I set
Well,
up.
what progress have you made in that decision? Look, listen. The decision to become a doctor is a very serious and important decision. You're going to be dedicating a lot of your fucking time, your life, towards becoming to that profession. It's a very important decision, right? But I can just use that as an excuse as to never become a doctor. That's why I never became a doctor, because it was such an important decision and I want to make sure I made the right one. Also, talking about right decisions. Shout out to Johnny for the $10 on Ko-Fi. Let's motherfucking go. Appreciate you kindly, Johnny. Thank you very much. Says, about to go to bed, but roughing it out for the cause. My man, come on, people. Come on, man. Appreciate you kindly, Johnny. Also appreciate you, Dar, for the membership as well. But yeah, this is where we like I keep trying to point out with that debate, that prompt of women should pay first on stuff, because how else are you going to root out the chicks that do this thing? You know what I mean? They whisper all sweet note and stuff. I'm a conservative. I'm traditional. And then, you know what I mean? They're fluting around saying, well, are we like in the right economic place to have kids? But she still wants you paying for dates. And you're the one saying, honey, let's have kids. And she's saying, are we in the right place financially? As if all of a sudden she becomes a fucking Wall Street broker and she automatically understands the economy and where we're at and all this kind of shit. Now you just wasted a couple of years of your life investing in a bitch that is doing this whole like she'll just find an excuse to not do it. You know what I mean? Waste of time.
My family for success, and I'm not a part of that divorce rate after kids. I think that's one of the worst things anybody has to endure.
Do you want kids?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm gonna have kids, and so thanks, guys.
Well, thank you for that, Base Justin. We have Cha here. Thank you, man. How are you invoking objective morality absent an epistemic foundation? That doesn't make any sense. Like you actually have no idea what you're talking about. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I think there's things that, again, objective morality, just as, shouldn't murder people for any reason. I think that goes beyond religion.
But
and we don't need
do you know what he
religion.
means by epistemic foundation?
I'm not an expert of absolutely every
Right.
topic,
And that's
but-
understandable and that's fair. All that means is you have to have so epistemology is just basically like how you know what you know or how you know what's true. So you can't just say, well, I just think murder is wrong. It's like, okay, but do you have a justified reason for saying murder is wrong? Because clearly there's some people in this world who don't think murder is wrong. So like what makes you right? He's just saying you need some kind of epistemology to stand on to make those kinds of assertions, and you're not. You're just saying, I just think it's the case.
I think that even people that subscribe to religions that try to justify murder, right, in cases that aren't justifiable in common civilization, I think they know it's wrong. I think we all inherently know. I think
Again,
we all
that's
have,
nice to say, but
I think we all
it
have
doesn't,
a conscience.
That's not how a debate
and
works.
For
You're just
example,
saying words.
If there's people that believe it's okay to kill
words.
others of a different religion, I think that they know at their core that is wrong, and they just choose to.
Well, I think you
choose
know
to
at your
follow
core
that.
that women are not equal with men, and that anytime men decide to rescind women's rights, there's not a damn thing they can do about it. But you're not going to admit to that either.
It's not going to happen. You won't admit to that.
Why do you think it's not going to happen?
Because it's just not.
Because you take it for granted that simps are going to always come to the rescue, don't you? Have you heard of a little place called Afghanistan?
You know what I'm
It's
saying?
very offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat.
Yeah.
Do you know that they used to have? Okay, what about Iran? What about a little place called Iran?
Yeah.
Okay, what about Russia? Russia's not even Muslim. How about Russia?
I'm talking about the United States.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is historically, there's multiple places around the world where, regardless of religion or other factors, women had rights, and then the men said, not so much anymore. Why do you think that won't and couldn't happen here? Other than the fact that you've lived a privileged female life that leads you to believe that like this could never happen to me.
I don't think it's a privilege to demand equal voting rights.
You
and
can
equal
demand it all
financial
day, sweetie, but if the patriarchy doesn't grant it, you're out of luck.
rights as well. And I don't think rights are determined based on force.
That's all super cute. So what happens
no,
when...
it's not super cute. Do you
Yeah.
believe rights, inherent human rights, are derived on whether somebody else can take them from you or
Yes.
not? I don't agree with that.
Now, be careful, because I know you don't know philosophy. That's an is.
okay, sure.
That's an is statement. It's not an ought claim. I'm not saying rights ought to be taken. I'm saying if tomorrow men don't want to enforce women's rights, you and I can't do anything about it.
I don't know. I can't say right now that I know for sure that would be the case, just because, we have guns, the great equalizer.
I see.
So physical force isn't as much of a determining factor between the sexes. And I think, at least in Florida, where I'm from, an equal or close to equal amount of women own guns as men. And it doesn't matter whether you're, 7 feet or 5 feet as a man. All you need is a small little handgun to be at equal.
Yeah,
I'm actually equal levels.
I'm actually a
with
firearms
women.
instructor myself, and I teach
Fantastic.
women.
So you understand that guns
I do.
are
and,
the great equalizer.
And what
epistemology.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. It's the simplest way to put it. I mean, you can.
Wait,
I highly true.
Yeah.
It's the same chick, bro. It's the same mentality. This bitch on the right has the same mentality. She's using words she doesn't even understand. She's gonna start denying the laws of logic now in a second. Oh my god. We have hope. We have hope, chat. You know what I'm saying? Hope shall set us free.
Understand is
So
that
I don't think
but
that
as a
women-
whole as a whole, so like on an individual level, if there's an attacker coming at you, your best shot is a gun for sure.
Yes.
A pew pew. I
And
don't
so
know if we
if-
can say that on YouTube.
Yeah, and if men wanted to
But-
take over and stop
Yeah.
letting women vote,
Yeah.
women, you don't think women with guns in this country would do something about
Describe
it?
to me how you think that would look.
It'd be terrible. It'd be bloody.
You think
and
that the girls are gonna?
ridiculous.
So we just took away abortion rights.
What? And
What did the
Why are you
women
conflating?
do? What did the women do about it? They went into the street and
Absolutely fucking
screamed.
not.
Everybody saw the videos of the liberal women screaming at the sky, promising they're never going to have sex again, which is like, oh, now you're starting to figure out, like, you don't have to have an abortion if you just don't do the sex.
I'm very.
We saw them vowing, all kinds of things. We're gonna do something, and they didn't do anything.
What were you expecting them to do?
Well, you said they would get guns and take their rights back. I'm wondering why they didn't do that.
Well, it was never a right, and it was never a constitutional right. Where's abortion written in the U.S. Constitution?
So you think if it was in the Constitution, then they would have revolted with guns?
Then they would have had probably a more objective, valuable reason to do that, but it's not, right?
But would they, though? Do you really think women are going to collectivize? So
No, I
why-
don't think most women
why
want to kill
in-
their kids.
Why in all of human history have women never overthrown men as a group?
Good question.
Yeah, it's a good
usually
question.
men have been the ones to fight the wars, to go to war, to choose.
But why did women wait until 1920 when the law changed? Why didn't they just rise up as a group and take their rights before that?
We've never had a civil war that I know of between men and women in any kind of
Why?
civilization in
Yeah,
the past
why?
before. Because usually communities operate as one. It hasn't been, men versus women. You could technically say in places like Iran, you have women's rights movements that do, advocate for their rights as
Yeah, they always
as
have to
individuals.
beg and ask
But-
who do they have to ask to their
But-
rights to be granted by?
Okay, I grant you that position. What I'm saying is that rights moralistically do not come from force.
That's
Moralistically.
just an assertion. What are you basing that?
Moralistically. What the fuck? Rights, so moralistically is an adverb describing actions done in a judgmental, preachy, or overly strict manner, often focusing on narrow standards of right and wrong. So she's literally using a word that's like, oh my, and she thinks that's justification.
From the fact that people have inherent human rights.
According to who?
Do you believe in natural rights?
It's not about what I believe. According to who?
Natural rights. That's
Whether
what-
I believe it or not has nothing to do with anything.
Same.
If men with guns don't grant the rights, how
But
do you have the right?
It doesn't mean that because men, again, you're conflating
You're
two
saying
different
should.
things.
You're saying should.
Conflating two different
You're
things.
saying
No,
I
her
think
brain's picking up on the contradiction now. And like that's why she's like saying she's trying to accuse Rachel. I was like, no, see what you're doing is I'm getting you to fucking think, bitch.
we should have rights regardless. But I'm saying
rights don't come from physical differences and being more physically strong in any kind of way. Do you agree with that statement?
it
That
doesn't
rights,
matter if I agree.
Okay, I'm asking you. Do you agree that rights do not come from objective, like physical force?
Let me just grant that I do believe that. Can you prove that? How can you demonstrate that rights
Wait,
do
we don't-
come
go
from, they just exist, right? They're just granted by what? By what?
I think they're natural rights.
They're natural.
Yes.
Okay. And so what happens if tomorrow the men violate your right to vote and they stop letting you into the polling center and they say you can't vote anymore, Brianna, you're a woman and we're not going to let you?
That'd be a bad thing. But
yeah, but what would you do about it?
That would be a bad thing. It's like the meme where it's like the dog is like sitting there like drinking his tea. It's like, but there's like fire all over the building. And he's like, this would be a bad thing. What the fuck's going on?
Personally, I mean, I don't know, go somewhere where women do have egalitarian rights. I don't know.
Okay.
First of all, that's not going to happen.
What I'm trying to say is it can't be natural.
But
it can't be natural. And here's why.
Okay.
The natural state of the world is patriarchy. That's the natural truth of how things exist. So any illusion you have that we have these inherent rights granted to us by God, by nature. Yeah, you can think it's by God. I don't think that. The Bible doesn't say anything about that. The Bible doesn't say equal rights for everyone, make sure the women have equality. In fact, the Bible says men are supposed to be subject to their husbands and to their priests, and they're supposed to be quiet in the church, and they're supposed to ask their husband if they have a theological question, and that they should submit to their husband. That's what God says.
That's in your personal interpretation.
So you believe in like astrological New Age God, like the universe or something?
No, I think that there's biblical proof and evidence of God valuing man and woman.
Of course,
the
he
same.
values them the same.
So that's what I'm basing it off
But
of,
no,
Rachel.
that God can value men and women the same, and still he created a system. You talked about naturalism.
God created legal systems.
God created the natural world that we live in, right?
Yes, not
and
legal systems.
In that natural world, there is hierarchy, right? There's always people who are at the top and then people beneath them. In every structure, whether it's a business, a government, society, all structures are hierarchical. There is no such thing as equality. There's always people with more power. There's people who are taller, prettier, smarter, more talented.
Okay, that's
There's
God's creation, yes.
Yes, so that's hierarchy. That means we're not equal.
Different. Well, it doesn't even need to be hierarchical.
We can
It's
be
just
equal in value.
different.
Like
yes, that's
like
what I'm arguing.
God values women, but that doesn't mean he didn't grant men authority over us. He granted men authority over us. That's why they're bigger. That's why they're stronger. I know you don't like that, but the proof.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Okay. Well, you disagree with that clearly.
No, I do believe that men are bigger than us normally, and physically stronger.
You think that we're equal with them, though?
We have equal value, yes. Therefore, we have to have equal representation. We're like going around in a circle with this.
Equal representation. Okay.
Yes.
Which biblical kingdom granted women equal representation under the government?
I don't know nor care, but I do remember reading.
So you're not Christian.
But I do remember
what God
reading,
are you talking about? You could be talking about Satan for all I know. What
but
God?
I do remember reading
what God do you believe in?
But I do remember reading in the Bible that Jesus wasn't particularly a fan of politicians, period.
You
tax
would be wrong.
Collectors or
that's
anything
not what you
like
think
that.
it is.
So
you don't know anything about any of that. Don't bring up the Bible if you don't know, because I'll just waste you on it again.
Again, there's so many religions that come out of the Bible.
What God do you believe in then?
I do believe in the God from the Bible. Yes.
So do you believe in the Bible?
Yes, I believe in the Bible, but
Then show me where in the Bible it says that women have equal political rights with men, or that women and husbands and wives have equal authority in the home.
It doesn't say that.
Okay.
Anywhere.
So then why do you believe in that?
Because I'm basing my argument on God assigning equal value to men and women.
Yeah, they can have equal value, but men can still have authority. Do you think
where in the Bible
do you think women and men should have equal authority in the home or in the government?
Where in the Bible does it say, or does Jesus particularly prescribe men vote and women don't?
There's no democracy in the Bible. That's another reason I don't believe in it.
Okay.
There is no such thing as it's monarchies. God granted us kings and gave us rulers.
Okay, so we should go back
so
to
you
monarchy.
don't believe in the Bible.
Rachel, we should
I
go
think
back
so,
to
yes,
monarchies.
but
why don't you practice? There's monarchies all over the world. Why don't you practice what we preach?
Where?
Actually, was it Thailand or one of those
Christian
countries?
monarchies? If there's a Christian monarchy, that's where I'm headed.
Thailand, I believe, has some kind of sect or some kind of.
Isn't Thailand mostly Muslim now?
they do have a large
Yeah,
sect
so
of it
I'm
as
not
well.
gonna go there because-
but there are plenty of other places where
Where?
you can live
Show me
under,
the Christian monarchy
live
I can go
under
live
a
under.
closer version, or actually, I think it was the Philippines or Thailand, one of those.
Again, not
And they
Christian.
would, supposedly exterminate like drug users and whatever across the
Yeah,
country.
Singapore and the Philippines do that.
Exactly. So again, there's a lot more countries on the outside that have the system that you currently like.
Okay, but back
you
to
don't-
this, right in the Bible, and I think it's 1 Timothy 2:12 says that men are supposed to be in authority over women and that women must submit to their husband.
Again, I'm not going to
So
make
if you believe,
I'm
you
not
don't
gonna make
believe in the
this-
Christian God and you don't believe in the Bible,
you
if
do
you think
that?
that's
Can you do
incorrect.
that and also vote? Do you think those two are at odds with each other?
You could. Do I think you should? Those are different
So
claims.
that's your personal
How
opinion.
things are versus how things ought to be. I don't think you ought to be voting. No.
Okay.
As a woman.
And we're
Can
never-
you right now? Yes.
Okay. And we're never going to change each other's minds.
No,
on that
but what
subject.
I'm asking you is how you can, you are
anybody-
you are the worst,
or
you're
anybody
the
watching.
most contradictory woman I've ever debated. You'll talk about individual rights on one hand and then say, I want the government to come in and force equality for women. And you'll say, I believe in the Christian God in the Bible. And then you'll say, well, not that part. I don't like the 1 Timothy 2:12 part. Forget that. And I want democracy, not a monarchy. That
Buffet
seems icky.
Christian.
Jesus, I think Jesus thought this, even though that's not what the
Ma'am,
Bible says. I'm
the
just going to
only-
make it up.
The only person living hypocritically or not practicing what they preach here is you. Because
How?
at the very least, I say, I believe women should vote. I vote myself. I think
What
that is.
have I advocated here that I don't
and you
do?
quite literally, your whole shtick, your whole thing is women shouldn't vote, but you do so yourself.
Voting is
And you
one
say-
of the things I talk to.
That is
talk about. Yeah.
Voting is the most important thing that came out of the whole feminist movement.
I
which,
don't think so. You might say that, but I wouldn't say that at all.
and I disagree with pretty much everything else in the feminist movement.
Okay, tell me
but
what things I
voting-
advocate for that I'm not living.
But voting-
Specifically.
voting absolutely is one of those, right?
I don't
And
think
having-
women
how about
should
this-
be
how about the,
in politics
okay, a second
and voting.
one, financial independence. You have your own.
I am not financially independent.
You have
Not even close.
You work, right? You have. You just said you were a gun instructor, so you've worked before.
Under my husband, for my husband's company.
Okay, but you do work.
For my husband.
Yes, but
The
you are
Proverbs-
financially independent.
No,
still
I'm
that
not.
way.
I don't have any bank accounts that are in my name only. Everything is joint. I don't have any assets that are in my name only. Everything is joint. So,
So if you wanted, if
Women
Andrew
work- this
cheated
is
on
where
you,
you
you
get-
wouldn't be able to get out of that
Sure I would.
relationship, or
sure I would.
how
I would be if he decided to be a serial cheater and we went to our priest.
How about just one time? Would you?
It would depend.
I don't.
That's not an
we have
instant
different values on that. Then.
Maybe, but I'm not going to break up a family unless I can tell you there's
They
no
already-
hope.
if
There's
they already
no
broke
hope.
up the family when
See,
they did
that's
that.
what a childless woman would say because I put what my children need above me and my hurt feelings, and it would depend. I'm
Hit
not
her
saying
again,
it's okay.
Rachel. Hit her
I'm not saying
again.
it's moral. But if it's so, let's take this really common scenario just as an example. A lot of women will get married, have 1 or 2 kids with a guy, and stop sleeping with him.
Okay.
And it'll have been, the poor guy's gone 5 years and he hasn't been touched. He's tried to talk to her about it. He's tried to reason with her about it. He's tried to go out of his way. He's tried to be romantic. He's tried to do everything he knows how to do to fix it. And she goes, look, I'm just not into it anymore. Ever since I had the baby, it's just not my thing. I just don't want it.
Okay.
If he cheats in that situation, do I think that she should automatically divorce the guy? No, I don't.
Okay.
That might seem
I
crazy to you, but you keep the
I still
family
think-
together.
I still think cheating is a choice.
Of course
and
it's
can
a
be-
choice, and I'm
can be
not saying it's all
avoided
right.
at
And
pretty much. for any
usually it
reason.
can, but there's a lot of dead bedrooms out there.
Or you can,
And
as a man.
if that's the situation you're in, I think
As a man, can't you just get a divorce yourself if your woman is not fulfilling
Yes, but this is what
wifely duties?
your whole view comes from, and I don't mean this as an insult. I'm saying you don't know what you don't know because you don't have children. And when you have children, they come first.
Yes.
Way before your feelings,
I agree.
your,
and I would want to give
no matter
them
how badly
a good
you're hurt.
example, especially if I have a daughter, I would want to not show her that somebody can disrespect me and can treat the family badly, and I still stay for the sake of not breaking up a marriage. I wouldn't want to set that example.
It depends. So if your daughter found out, found out you were terrible to your husband, you don't sleep with him, you belittle him in front of people, you're a jerk to him, and then he cheats. Because he doesn't want to remove the kid's mom from the home, but he doesn't know what else to do. It's not correct. It's not a moral choice that he made. But I think that's very different from you're being the best wife you can be, you're being a good, faithful woman, and the guy just wants to screw other people. Totally different situation. So that's why I say it depends.
Yeah, I personally do believe that, cheating is a one and done thing. And
again, that's easy to say when you don't have kids.
I know, but I also know that I have consistent moral values. I also know in the Bible, Jesus particularly references as adultery for one of the reasons that breaking up a marriage would be okay. It's that big of an infraction.
It can be. It can
be. It's that big of an infraction.
I've granted that it can be, but I don't think that marriage is a long time, especially if you get married young. Say you get married at 22, you live to be till you're 82, that's 60 years. A lot of shit's going to happen in 60 years. You're going to hurt each other. You're going to do wrong to each other. You're going to screw up.
And still keep it in your pants. Same for women, by the way.
I agree, but I'm just saying I don't think it's an always every time must get divorced just because somebody had some infidelity. I think there are situations, and there's tons of couples out there watching this right now who will say, yup, we screwed up, he cheated, I cheated, we worked it out, we stayed together, we're better than ever, we're happy, and our family's still intact and our kids are happy. So there are situations where that is the more moral and less selfish decision.
Sure, and I'm all for choice.
We do have some chats that we have to get to. We have Base Justin here. You shared plenty last show. If I remember correctly, your boyfriend clears $1 million a year as CEO of a nonprofit, correct? How much more time are you going to take? Point is, difficult to recognize how a priority ...
Yeah, that's very, very vague because being the CEO of a nonprofit doesn't mean that he makes $1 million a year through the nonprofit. There's other business ventures included in that, which is like assets and property and whatnot. But, I do think that, again, it takes time in getting to know the person that you're going to spend the rest of your life with, right? So again, for me, it's not about money. It's about making sure that what we like is similar. You want to ideally match up and marry somebody that you enjoy.
I apologize
those
for
things.
I do have to move it on, but we have AEI. Thank you for the super chat. Rachel loves cooking so much. She cooked you, didn't she? Who brought the barbecue? It's pretty good. Thanks. Thank you for your super chat there. Appreciate it. A lot of barbecue references today. Mossing with you.
We love a good barbecue.
Here is $100 to mute Blonde Obama's mic and let Rachel read her favorite part from her book. Well, unfortunately, during the debates, we don't allow microphone mutes, but thank you very much for your super chat there. And if you do want to pick up Rachel's book, Occult Feminism, she brought do you want a signed copy of Rachel's book?
Oh,
She'll sign it
something
for you.
tells me no.
No go.
Her book called "Everybody I Don't Like Is a Feminist." No, thank you.
That's not
Maybe
what
that's gonna part
the book
two.
is. The book is
I was actually considering making like a fun little prop and putting that little cover on your book. It's like Rachel on top of a rainbow. Everybody I don't like is a feminist, which is basically your argument. Everybody
It's
that
really
disagrees with you, that believes
Let me
in simple values
get through
is
some
a
of the
feminist.
super chats
It's
here.
hilarious.
We have Red Fox. Thank you for your super chat, Red Fox. Brianna, I'm not sure who that is. If duties for women are to behave, if duties for women are to have babies, support the family, and make a home, are you failing
so
your
salty.
duty? Are you a good example for women?
Good,
know what I'm
great
saying?
question. Are women not having kids at the age of 50 or 60 or 70 failing as women? I think that everybody does that on their own timeline, whenever is best for them.
Wait, you mean like women who had kids earlier, but now they're 60 and they're not still having them?
Yeah, as in if the duty of a woman is to have children, at what point does it stop?
Well, what
Or
if you?
is that
What if you're like
something-
me and you
is
just
that
have
something
them
you're
She
until?
supposed-
is a subverter. This is what I've been saying in terms of like the whole troll prompt I do, or women should pay for the first date. This is how you filter out these bitches. You know what I'm saying? Jezebel syndrome. I think we could make it work. We could make it work. You know?
to
You
have?
just have them until like menopause, and then you
Like, you
just.
seen it there? Like she was trying to take shots while like Rachel was like Brian was doing the shout out for the book, and I was like, everyone who disagrees with me is a feminist. Nah, bitch, you're just a feminist. The truth hurts.
Can't.
You know,
You did your duty.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
People-
that's
people
what the
take-
super chatter's saying.
People take their
the super chatter's just
their
saying
time.
He's not saying you got to always perpetually be having kids. He's just saying at some point in your fertile years you should be doing that, and that doesn't last
It's
forever.
so crazy with how people are so concerned with somebody else's,
Well, we're very
fertility
concerned
and
about the birth
whatnot,
rate,
but-
yeah, and the fact that women are
Yeah.
generally focused on career and not focused on family anymore. It's a serious problem.
Yes, that I am actually trying to address myself, and I'm not doing that by telling the women that, hey, you should not vote. That's not going to make them have more kids. Telling them that they can't vote and that they shouldn't be financially independent is not going to.
I think telling
it is
them-
not great foreplay.
But you're
for
acting like
women
I come on
having
here to go,
kids.
listen, ladies, you should be voting. And
That's
you
exactly
need to
what you've
depend
done.
on a man forever. No,
That's
like what I'm
exactly what
saying
you've
is,
done.
what my
Exactly what
message
you've
to
said.
women is, don't listen to her. Don't listen to Taylor Swift or Beyonce or Kamala Harris
Don't
or
lump
Hillary
me in.
Clinton.
Don't limp me
or
in
any
with
of these
all
women
those
who
people.
put their career first, who think
What if they
who
want
think they
to?
have to be independent and prove they can do it on their own. There is no shame, and you are not a loser. If you marry a wonderful guy, you have kids with him, and yes, he's the one that
I agree.
makes all the money,
I
and
agree
you
with that.
stay home and you depend on him. That
What-
does not make you weak.
I agree
that does
with
not
that.
make you a loser, and you don't have to feel ashamed about that, and you shouldn't feel bad about it for 1 minute. It doesn't make you ignorant,
I
and
agree.
you're not going to get beaten and abused.
I agree,
okay?
but
Don't
why,
listen to these
Why?
women.
What do you have against women that do decide to put their career first and then have kids?
I don't have anything against them, but I asked them.
Are
this,
they losers?
I didn't say
Are
they're
they,
losers.
you
I
know,
think
everything that you said.
I
people
asked them this
call
question.
The women that have
and
kids
I'll ask
first.
you the question.
Sure.
What duty are you serving to anyone or anything outside yourself?
Be more specific with your question.
I can't be. Are you performing any duty to anyone or anything outside yourself, or is your life only about you and what you want and serving yourself?
What duty? I wanted to ask you, what duty do you feel I have to anybody outside of myself? But that would just let you talk even more. But I do think that nobody has a duty to anybody but themselves from a
Oh.
legal perspective or from anything.
I see. So
we do. Let me finish
Okay.
answering your
Sure,
question.
sure.
Yeah, I think we all have individual choices on the timeline that we pick out for our life, and that I think everybody lives their life as a rational individual that does what is most beneficial to them or what they think is most beneficial to them at the moment. And we don't have a duty to basically make anybody happy outside of ourselves. So I'm sure a bunch of the people
I didn't
watching,
say make anyone happy.
people watching, would love to be like, oh, she should have kids like right now, and get off the mic, whatever, get to it. I don't care, and nobody should
I'm
care.
not saying you have to have kids tomorrow, and I'm not going to. I'm not going to go personal about you because it's not my business, and I don't care, and I don't think that it even is pertinent to what we're talking about. What we're talking about is what's best for society, right? And what I'm saying is men don't get to have this beautiful idea that I don't have a duty to anyone outside myself, because if men didn't do what men do, we all die. So let me give you a scenario. If tomorrow you woke up and it was some weird rapture and all of the men disappeared and it was only women left on the planet. Okay, that's scenario number one. Scenario number two is we wake up tomorrow and all of the women are gone and it's only men left on the planet, who lives longer?
The women. And will you let me explain why?
Yeah.
So let's say that the women disappeared. Men, the species would die off because only women can have kids. So that's it. We are done.
So they live till they're like 70 and then it's over.
We are done as
So
a
the men make
species.
it how long? Like
their
I'm natural lifespan?
I'm not talking about that. Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. So all
whoever's
the men live until they're like 80, 90 and then
whoever's
they
the-
die.
Yeah, whoever's correct.
'Kay.
However, and I'm not saying I'm supporting either scenario, obviously.
Right.
But if men did disappear tomorrow, just by statistically, there's a lot of women in the population that would still be pregnant. And then they would have kids and would repopulate the earth and civilization would continue.
But
to
what
go
if all
on.
the male fetuses that the women were pregnant with disappeared also?
Okay, sure.
So only babies that can be born as girls.
Fetus is gone. And I love that you asked this because I thought about this question before because I know you guys have talked about the scenario.
Mm-hmm.
Women are fertile, right, for 5 days before ovulation. So let's say a woman had relations with men 5 days prior to their ovulation day and still have the swimmers in her body, not babies, not a fetus.
Okay.
She would become pregnant. And then, yes, she would have a child. And so, statistically speaking,
But all the boys
statistically-
can't be born though. There's a weird noxious gas in the air
Oh
that
my
only kills
God,
men.
the-
I'm just
oh,
saying.
now you have to be
women,
even more
women
specific.
surviving without men is the hypothetical.
No, that's the hypothetical you gave me. The species would actually survive
Okay.
if men disappeared.
You're avoiding-
because
you're
a percentage
avoiding.
of the population.
You're doing
right
what I
now-
said you would do in
No,
my
no, no,
opening,
no,
and
no,
you're
no.
running
I'm giving,
from the
I'm
scenario.
giving you exactly why that would work because right now, as we speak, a percentage of the population worldwide is pregnant right now. Some of them
Here, let me
without.
wait. That's the
some of
moderator.
them- some
I
of
must
them-
jump in on
she's
this.
avoiding-
Because
she's
this is
avoiding
gonna
the
waste a whole
hypothetical.
bunch-
Some of
Your
them
loophole
without
is going
knowing
to
that.
waste a bunch of time.
It's not a loophole, it's a
It is a
reality.
loophole because what Rachel is trying to get at here is not in the instance where there are women who, yes, there would be women who are actively pregnant. And so conceivably, if those women were able to make it to term and give birth to the child, then that child
species.
starts.
Folks, we have 3 hours left in it, so I'm only gonna run for another 25 minutes or so, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do another 5 hours, and that way we can do the other half, if you get me. But let's try smash the goal just before we go, you know what I'm saying? But again, shout out to you all for a massive day. For a Monday, you know what I'm saying? This is a good day for a Monday.
At 0, and then
The species would
they're
survive.
arguable, even if it was only female babies, arguably the lifespan of that child would extend beyond that. But perhaps, Rachel, what if you were to refine your question to, you know what, just either all the pregnancies end in that moment
Right.
too, or pregnant women also die, I guess.
Yeah.
So it's
only
just,
the female embryos
it's-
can survive and be born. It doesn't matter. A world of all women,
versus
everybody
a world,
dies.
versus a world of all men.
Yeah.
I think everybody dies. I think it just depends on how long it is before either one does. And both scenarios are terrible.
Women, let me help you and tell you what would really happen. The women would survive a very short period of time because they cannot run the critical infrastructure.
Are you like a psychic or something?
No, let me explain it. Water treatment plants run by men. Power plants run by men. The grid goes down. There's no hospitals. There's no more ways to manufacture antibiotics. There's no heart surgeons. Like, even the females who can do that stuff, who can do surgery, who can do first aid, they can't do any of that without this world. Honey, this is the reason why feminism didn't become a thing until the last 100 years, because technology made and maintained by men is the only thing that allows you to believe you don't need men. Do you get that?
Wait. You're
Do you
trying to
get
put,
that?
You're trying to put words in my mouth. Who is saying that?
We're not trying to put words in mouth. We're trying to get you to see. You are blind as bat, as William
It's very
says.
offensive because basically, if you think about what you're saying to me, you're saying because I'm a girl and because I'm attractive, my only use for this agency would be to manipulate men.
I think it's offensive too, and that's exactly what I said to Aaron. I said that bitch is blind as a bat.
That bitch is blind as a bat, boys.
that we don't need men. Have I ever said that?
You were just trying to evade the hypothetical and act like, well, everyone's just going to die. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody
Who
would
knows?
just die. Society
But
would die.
the men could survive way longer, obviously, than the
Okay.
women, because the women cannot.
Okay, what is your point to this
My point is
scenario,
that
Rachel?
your belief in women's rights, you have to ask the men to guarantee your rights. Any rights you have are granted, guaranteed, and enforced by men only.
Fantastic.
And the minute they don't want to do that anymore, you don't have them.
Okay.
So if you want to live
Does
in
it
reality,
make it right? Does it make it right? That is my argument.
that's an is statement. That's
Does-
not an ought statement.
Just
Now,
answer the question. Does it make it right?
I don't agree to the same paradigm as you. I don't believe in rights, like human rights. Everybody has rights.
Right,
I
you're
have rights. You have rights.
special, and
I
you
believe in
believe-
duties. We have duties to each other. We have duties to society.
We have duties, but not
to
rights.
God. Correct.
We have duties, but not rights.
Correct.
As individuals. That's
yes.
what you believe.
Yes.
Okay, I disagree. I
But
believe
what
we have
you
rights.
believe in is fairy tale stuff.
No, it's
only
practical.
there, but it's only there granted to you by men. Do you understand that?
I understand that, Rachel. Do
So
you
then you'd better
understand-
be nice to
Do you
them, and you'd better
understand-
stop arguing that you don't need them, and we should have our
Who's-
own
wait,
money, and
you're
you should
not-
have your own money,
you're
and we're all
trying to
going to
put-
just live as
you're trying to put
individuals.
words in my mouth.
This
I've never
rugged
once-
individuality that you believe in doesn't exist.
I've never once argued that we don't need men.
He's a
and that we shouldn't
fugazi.
value men or
He's a
anything
made
like that,
up in
Rachel.
your
Again, stop
head.
trying to put words in my mouth. You know exactly
Okay.
what you're doing. My only argument has been that regardless of whether it is because of, the generosity of men that we do have rights, it
Yep.
doesn't negate the fact that it's still basically what should be the case. That should be the
according to
baseline.
you, because you prefer it.
That women and men have equal value under the law.
Why does that mean women need political power?
Because
Having equal value doesn't mean you
we
should
all-
have power.
Because we all live under the system, right? We all have a voice on the system that we
She's
want to
doing
live
bird
under.
hands.
I'm Hispanic. I talk with my hands. Soy cubana.
She's doing the feminist
I have a
thing.
collab coming out with Homath really soon, too, guys, by the way.
But again, our rights don't come from whether people or not can overpower us. I
Yes,
mean,
they
the most,
do.
The
They
most simple-
actually literally do.
Okay, Rachel, perfect example for you. See if you can understand it.
Okay. I'll try. I'll try my best.
Black people in this country are a minority, 13% of the population.
Yep.
Many years ago, it was an even smaller percentage of the population. White men basically granted Black people the right to vote, right? Because they are such a minority that they could decide that that's not the case. But do you believe that Black people inherently have a right to vote because of their worth as individuals? That's the argument I'm making, Rachel.
Wait a minute.
That's based-
Yeah, and the counter is no, you do not have an inherent right to a vote. Because retards. Ignorance. Why the fuck would we value ignorance over intelligence? It's like they don't listen. It's like they don't listen, chat.
Who
basically
granted Black people rights?
white
White
men,
who?
men and
Men.
women, and women.
No, women didn't grant Black people
whatever.
rights.
I'm saying the white
No,
population.
no, this is key.
Rachel,
this is
the
the
white
whole
pop-
part you're missing. This is the part you
Rachel,
keep skipping.
the white
Who
population.
granted Black people rights?
Fantastic. I'm talking about
Who granted the Black people rights?
Rachel, the majority
white man.
of
She's just going to
I do think
avoid.
it's fair.
She's just going to
Maybe at
avoid
least
it.
answer your question. Maybe at least answer the question.
The majority, basically a person's rights, inherent rights, are not determined by whether or not a majority grants it to you.
I agree. It's not about majorities. That's not
Okay.
what it's about. So
Okay.
let's say there was the population shifted over time. It's now 60% women, 40% men. Men still grant the rights because they have a monopoly on force, even if there's 60% women.
Okay,
So who
does
granted
that
the Black
make it-
people? Who
does that-
granted Black people rights?
Does it make it morally okay, is what I'm saying? Just because. Okay, let me give you another example.
Okay, I can't wait.
Another example.
I'm just gonna still come right back to who granted them rights? Who?
It's not about who grants the rights.
It's totally about who grants
it's
the
about
right. That's
What
all
about
it's
the
about.
men,
It's
though?
about whether they should be, whether that is a right they inherently have or not. right? So, for example, in Iran, women don't have rights because the system that exists there doesn't give it to them. Are they equal in worth and value, and should they have equal voting rights as the men do in their country? Yes, that is my
According
argument.
to you, sure.
That is my
Yeah.
argument.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and we're
I
going to just
don't-
keep going back and forth and
Yeah,
differing
so
on that. And I think
who-
it's just a matter of, again, hypocrisy. Do you
Who
practice what you
granted
preach, Rachel?
who granted the rights?
You still vote, and you
Who granted?
still plan
Yeah,
voting.
because my husband tells me to vote, and I submit to my husband. So who granted
Sure,
the
that's
rights?
a great excuse. That is a fantastic excuse, Rachel.
Yes, you're right. Black people didn't have rights, and then who granted them rights?
White people, white population in this country.
Nope. What you got it right the first time. Men.
Men.
Fantastic, because
Men.
they were the larger population.
No, because they have the monopoly on force. It had nothing to do with
That
them
is
being.
exactly what I'm saying, Rachel. They had the monopoly on
But
force.
it's always men.
But
so
it
like,
doesn't mean-
could white women outnumbered black people, right? Back then. Prior to civil rights, there was more white women than there
Rachel,
were
do
black
people have a right to vote because the white man says so, or because they are equal as an individual?
Are you talking about should, or are you talking about do?
Should.
Because I
Should.
should be
clarify.
20 pounds lighter, but I'm not. So
Should,
I
Rachel.
should be, but I'm not.
Yes, should.
Right? So,
actual.
okay.
Actually, that's the argument I'm
yes,
making,
so
Rachel.
if you want to talk about ought claims, then we have to get into epistemology, and you're not going to do any better with that.
Sure.
That's going to be
Didn't
harder for you
study her
than this
epistles,
has
boys.
been.
Rachel, this has been the argument I've been making
Common
from the
mistake.
beginning of the show.
Okay, tell me why tell me why people should have rights.
Because we have inherent value and worth.
According to who?
Regardless of gender or race or demographic. You disagree with that?
I didn't say I disagree with it. I'm
Okay.
saying I don't think. You say we should. I'm saying
we should.
I don't care about what we should. I'm saying I'm the one now saying I live in reality where things are actually how they are. And in reality, men grant rights and take away rights at will. And I don't think it's the correct way to look at history or the correct way to look at society to say everyone has a say, everybody has these rights, especially when you've detached them from duties, because you still haven't told me a duty women have to men. Men have duties to women, right?
Which ones? Name them.
Which duties do men have to women?
To women specifically, not to the country
Protecting,
or anything
provisioning.
like that. What duty does
Who
Brian
enforce
have
the
to
border?
any specific woman out there?
Police,
I'm
military.
not talking about individuals.
No, I am talking about.
Okay,
Wait,
well,
really
that's
quick,
a different
can we,
thing.
Really quick, can we define the terms here? Can we define duty and can we define rights?
Yeah.
Well, rights are just an entitlement absent duty. It's something that you just deserve.
Yep.
And women love to talk about what they deserve. The deserving. I deserve. Right? Women
also-
think of the world this way. This is a gender difference. Women think of the world as, but it should be, and I deserve. And men think of the world as, but it is, and nobody's coming to rescue me. Okay? That's an inherent difference.
Fantastic. Get to the second point. Define what is a duty that people have to one another. What is the duty that I have?
A duty is
what duty do I have?
A duty is
Me
a moral
individually.
obligation to God.
Okay, me. Oh, to God. Okay, so we're getting religious
and
again.
via it being to God,
What
it's
duty
to
would
the
you
rest of
assign me
humanity.
to any man that exists out there right now?
You don't have an individual duty to an individual man because you're not married. But as a woman, you have a duty to society to do one of a couple of things. Either produce the next generation or support and help those who are producing the next generation in whatever capacity you can, if you can't do that. That's what women's duties to society are, because if we don't do that, society dies.
Gotcha.
Everything collapses. What if men have a duty to provide protection, infrastructure, all the things I've already talked about, because if they don't do that, we all die.
Okay.
Everything crumbles.
Okay.
That's what a duty is.
Yeah.
It's something we're obligated to do outside of ourselves, because if we don't, catastrophe ensues.
Fantastic. I know that we have duties as a society
Ragnarok
to
comes.
function. However,
Yeah.
how are you going to enforce these duties on individuals, right, without basically trampling on their individual rights and their free will and what they decide they can contribute to society? Because, for example, yes, you have men that are carpenters, and that is how they contribute to
Like, how do these duties not infringe on my rights? Bro, you only get the rights by willing to perform the duties. You dumb motherfucker.
Society. There are electricians. There are men that have nothing to do with that. They're freaks in the sheets and they're, finance nerds. How would you say that they fulfill all of these other duties of protecting women and protecting society? My argument is that we're all individuals, right? And we all choose how it is that we contribute to society based on our individual strengths, what we're actually good at. And that is the most moral way of living, and that is what leads to the best societal outcomes, because we're not stifling human ingenuity or sticking them into boxes and telling them, women, you have to do this. Because imagine if women were all just mothers forever throughout history. I mean, like I said before, we wouldn't have refrigeration, we wouldn't have Kevlar, we wouldn't
That's
have.
not true.
We wouldn't have computers.
None of that's true.
And
All
we
of
wouldn't
those
have any of
things,
these
I'm guaranteeing you can look them up right now. Somebody send some super chats debunking her nonsense that women invented refrigeration. It's going to be something.
Refrigeration systems.
Yeah,
yes.
it's always something like this. Oh,
Yes.
men actually invented refrigerators, but
And ladies and gentlemen, let me play the clip. Let the madness ensue.
King's like, no more revise. King, you know what happens when you tell them not to do that, right? Wait. What is this?
Wheel?
Wheel. Oh, I know what he's doing. I know what he's doing.
I don't think so.
Let the madness ensue. Gentlemen, we were looking for 80, and Darth comes in on the PayPal with $12 and says, fuck the 80, let's go to 90. My man. And Jack says he's been double face bombing at this bitch the whole night. What can I say, Jack? What can I say? It's unbelievable, but like I said, this is why it's important to review this shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's important for our boy, like I said, our boy Darth, who's basically sponsoring the show tonight as well with Johnny. You know what I'm saying? Don't forget the other boys as well. You know what I'm saying? Because like this is what I'm saying, where it's like Andrew cannot go at this bitch, because like all this bitch would do is like the ad-hom that she tried to do earlier against Rachel, where it's like, oh, you're a hypocrite, you're this, you're a big meanie, all this kind of shit. That stuff can work when it's a woman, a frail woman, taking on the big smoky man bad shit, right? But they can't do that shit to Rachel. Because if they do, then they're putting down a woman. And I thought you were a feminist. You know what I'm saying? So they're emotional. They basically, they shoot themselves in the foot. You put them in a position where they shoot themselves in the foot. You know what I mean? I only got to watch in Paris last night. But like I said, this has been the whole thing. Where she's like, what's the male duty? And then like Rachel's there able to listen. She goes, what's the female one? Oh, to give birth. Why aren't women doing their duty? What about the men though? You know what I mean? Every goddamn time. You know, it's unbelievable.
a woman invented this one specific part that like kind of made it better.
Her name was
but her
Florence,
boyfriend actually helped her.
No, Florence part. If anybody wants to
Wait,
Google
might
that.
I ask a clarifying question? Is your position that so you're saying that women invented these specific inventions?
Things. In her case, technology for refrigerators, not the refrigerator. So
But
refrigeration system.
these things could not have spontaneously been invented by men absent women.
Yeah, they absolutely could. I'm saying this is reality. This is what happened. And imagine if we told women that, no, you can't do this. You can't.
Oh,
you
yeah.
can't-
Imagine what would have happened if we wouldn't have let Florence, whoever invents.
A very easy way to expose bitches like this as well is just by saying, okay, I think that women just shouldn't be allowed to go to college until they're 31. Like, what if we just like done it like that? It's like, we're not saying that you're not allowed to go to college, but we're not going to encourage you to go to college, but we're just going to wait until you're 31. Go off and have your kids for 10, 12 years, and then after that, then you can talk about college and all this kind of shit. How about them? How about those apples?
Some kind of thing that went in a refrigerator that a man would probably invent a better thing anyway.
Yeah, you're
God
basically
forbid.
stifling human creativity.
Oh, how dare
ingenuity,
I stifle? Listen.
And actual uses to society.
You
Again,
know what the fundamental difference
not-
is here?
not everybody.
The fundamental
has the same
difference is
strengths.
that I don't really.
Not everybody wants to be a mother or
I-
would make
Oh,
good
yeah, but-
mothers
let
either.
Rachel
Here's the
finish.
thing.
Let Rachel finish.
You care about each, and the reason is because you care about you. Okay, you care about individuals and what the individual wants and what the individual makes them happy because you want to pursue what you like and what you prefer and what makes you happy. It comes from a place of selfishness that you want to
How is it
defend.
more selfish for me to do what I want than it is to prescribe other people what they should be
Well,
doing?
because here's what
What the
here's
heck?
what motivates me. Here's what motivates me. The reason I'm here, I don't give a fuck what adult people want. Adult women, I don't care. I care about what
Seems like you
I
really
care
care.
about what feminism has done to children. That's my primary beef with it. And if you go into the last chapter of my book, I go over all of the hell that we have unleashed on children who pay the primary price for us telling women, you don't have to do anything, sweetie. You just do whatever you want with your life and whatever makes you happy. And we're going to arrange all of human society around women and what makes them happy and how they feel. The people that
Nobody's
pay the
arguing
price for
for
that
that.
is primarily children and secondarily everyone else. I don't care what you want to do for a career or what makes you happy.
I know you don't, and I don't care what you want to do with yours either. I
You
think
should
that that's-
care about the future of the human race.
Yep.
You should be producing the next generation and you should be living your life in a way that is best for them, not for you. That's what I believe.
I do that. However, I see fit that
You
that would
don't
work
do
out.
that. You don't do that at all.
You know how I am doing that? By making sure that I have the right conditions to have children so that I don't give them a family that's going to be broken up in the future. I know you have experience with
I'm
that,
trying
and it's
to avoid
very
talking about you because I
and-
don't want to make this about you and your
It is-
whether you're having children because listen,
It is about the individual at the end of the day. And yes, we do benefit as a society if people fill different roles that need to be filled. But again, you are trying to put individuals into boxes based on gender roles, and gender roles do exist, and there's certain things that women are
It's just
naturally good at.
It's like so over your head. It's like
and
you
are
just
naturally
won't
good at.
compute for
But
some
for
reason.
example, some women are just
If
not,
you die
some women- some
tomorrow,
women
they're
are
just going to fill your job. Some other blonde chick who looks good in a ball gown is going to
Some-
go to the political dinner and take pictures.
That's
okay,
not what I do.
You're not doing anything that's gonna leave a legacy after you're gone.
okay.
You're not having an impact on society
Fantastic.
in that way.
Do you think every woman
She's just reading a script. She's not actually thinking critically. Yeah. And that's why it's like you're going to see a lot of these people that just read the script and they're basically just like subverting like what should actually change. Like they still want the feminism, but they're just going to use a Christian aesthetic. That ain't good enough. You know what I'm saying? But folks, like I said, we reached the end of the show. Still got a couple minutes left, so if we do want to hit that 100, as William was saying, you know what I'm saying? Can we do it? But just to end off on a little bit of memes. On a little bit of the memes. I genuinely think this is like the ultimate counter to not necessarily one of those bitches where she's like a subverting kind of type feminist, where she'll kind of like feed you the lines and all this kind of shit. When push comes to shove, she ain't legit. You know what I'm saying? But this one's a nice one to use against those feminists that are like in your face. You know, men are like dog shit, they're trash and all this kind of shit. Where women are always right and men are always wrong. That's when you hit them with one of these lines.
If women are always right and men are always wrong, then if a man says a woman is right, is he wrong? Or is he right?
You realize you can get detained in the gulag for asking that question. No. You realize that the Power Rangers are on their way right now to get rid of you because you are a source of pure evil.
You are a source of pure evil. Dum. I got 5 on it. You know what I'm saying? Let's hit him with one of this shit, because like at the end of the day, folks, at the end of the day, these motherfuckers are straight up goofing. You know what I mean? They're kind of like, they're like headless penguins trying to like run with the crowd. You know what I mean? And then then they're gonna try to say, no, I know the way, and like I'm gonna like start trying to tell you the history when like Rachel's literally written the book on it. Motherfuckers like this, like what do they call like the one-liners, the slogans, like the mythologies that like feminism just basically invented. They don't work anymore. They don't stand to reason anymore, folks. You know what I mean? And that's why I keep trying to tell you. Sometimes it's got to be delivered by a woman. It's like I point back to the Johnny Depp case. All right, we got the Johnny Depp clip.
I'm scared to death. I'm frightened and I don't know what to do. I'm confused and I want to go home.
Folks, I think we're still gonna have time. Yes, they're still live, so we're gonna be raiding you into the Whatever podcast. So make sure you give them a good like and sub and a follow and all this kind of shit. Tell them where you came from. Also, folks, like I said, I'm going to have to be having a debate with Trench, also with Atheism as well later on this week as well. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And as we've always been ending on, God bless America. God bless Don.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life. And I also see it as somebody with strong views. And somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you. I will fight for you. And I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we